This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all.
And that was posted at about 2:30 a.m. Eastern time by the president. And since then, we saw, of course, the strike across many cities in Iran and the retaliatory strikes across several states and countries there in the region. The UAE reporting that one person was killed by debris falling from one of the intercepts of a ballistic missile from Iran. We will talk more about the political implications of what we're seeing today. It's coming up after a quick break. Stay with us for the continuing breaking news coverage.
Well, look at you powering through. You're not slowing down, you're raising eyebrows. Oh, and speed limits, you're way past those. Because you're playing for keeps. In other words, you're in your prime. So keep it that way with Ensure. 30 grams of protein to support your muscles and your mindset. Ensure yourself.
Hey, Jen. Look, it's you. It's your pain and congestion. It's all there.
No, I beat my pain and congestion with new Mucinex Rapid and Clear.
Wait, what? Ah, time out! Time out!
Beat pain, congestion, and headaches. New Mucinex Rapid and Clear.
Our family started Cane Brew with a dream and a lot of hard work. Now we're thriving, growing, and hiring. Artificial intelligence has made all the difference for our business. We're a case study for how AI is strengthening American manufacturing. Washington needs to help AI flourish. It's vital to our economic security. We cannot let China dominate these technologies. America must innovate and win. Let's protect our competitive edge.
I can clean your teeth, but I can't wash your whole mouth.
Yes, we're toothbrushes, not mouth brushes.
Listerine works with brushing to deliver 5 times more cleaning power, plus it contains clinically proven essential oils.
For whole mouth health, Listerine. Wash your mouth.
Pop up the volume.
Go ahead.
crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. For full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
Make a move. I dare you.
Next.
Howdy.
With Ring, you can protect your home from anywhere. Learn more at ring.com.
Welcome to Angola. The undiscovered, the pristine. Arriving to expansive, vibrant cities, vast and ever-growing. Onto deserts, waterfalls, and wild beauty. A breathtaking journey waiting for you. Angola, ready for discovery.
More now on the breaking news of the ongoing attack by the United States and Israel against Iran. President Trump announced the mission in a video on social media, and he justified it by claiming Iran is building missiles that could soon reach the American homeland. Sources tell CNN that that claim is not supported by U.S. intelligence. The president is also warning there could be American casualties. Iran is retaliating with drone and missile attacks, and the mission is expected to last several days. Let's talk now about the political implications of this operation with Errol Lewis, political anchor for Spectrum News and the host of The Big Deal with Errol Lewis. Errol, good morning to you. And before we get into those specific elements, let's back up just a bit. I mean, the world is awake and watching this, but put this into a domestic political context. Just the moment that we're watching in President Trump's time in office and the gravity of the address we just played in full.
Good morning, Victor. It's interesting that this should be happening right now. There was a poll taken just a couple of days ago, the Associated Press has reported, saying that people have, by and large, Americans have very little confidence in this president to handle a situation of exactly this sort. People are worried, a majority of voters are worried about a nuclear-armed Iran, but an overwhelming majority say they are not entirely comfortable with Donald Trump as the person to try and solve the situation. And so I think when you see that there is this arms buildup, there is this troop buildup, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, steaming into the region, we know that there's a lot of force being directed at Iran, but it's really telling that there's no troop presence. And the president's address really confirmed that. It's not a full-scale invasion. He wants to try and get out of this or get through this, maybe provoke regime change without a lot of American casualties, because I think the White House knows very well that the people are not necessarily behind this, and that what starts out as uncertainty can turn into direct political opposition if this goes on for too long.
We just put that poll up from the AP NORC in which the voters were asked, how much do you trust Donald Trump about the use of military force outside the U.S.? Only a little or not at all, 56%, a great deal or quite a bit, 27% in that recent poll. Let me ask you about this. The president made the promise during his reelection campaign that he was not only going to make sure that the U.S. was not going into any of these unending wars, but there would be no new wars. That was a central tenet of his America First platform. What's the significance to his voter base now that this is starting? And we don't know that this will be an unending war, will go on for more than the few days that the president says the strikes will go on. But now that this is happening.
Well, I mean, you've got to keep in mind that the 40 to 50,000 odd American military personnel that are stationed in the Gulf, you have to be realistic about it. There will be casualties. not necessarily because there'll be hostilities and people shot down or anything like that, but just moving that many people around, there are mistakes, there are accidents along the way. So this is, in the best case scenario, this is not something to be taken lightly. The military families, I think, are first and foremost going to be concerned about this. To the extent that there are tourists or business people who have interests and are going to be inconvenienced, I guess that's sort of a secondary kind of a consideration. But here again, the length of time that it takes, the number of casualties, the amount of inconvenience will really, really matter. And what we are hearing just from that message and everything we know about this so far, Victor, is that the White House wants to do something that is quick, that is perhaps surgical, and is not going to lead into one of these unending wars, because it's something that nobody wants, and it's something that he promised to avoid.
Yeah. Congressman Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, they were working to try to get this war powers resolution through Congress to try to curb the president's ability to do what we're showing on our screen right now, these attacks in Iran. I think Massie was the only Republican who'd signed on, so it looked like it had a uphill battle in Congress. But declaring war is a responsibility of Congress. It's an Article I power. It is not with the president. And so put that into the Washington context of the president now has launched this war, this attack on Iran, and what we're seeing in response from lawmakers.
Well, look, for a generation now, there's been this kind of a quiet agreement almost between Congress and the executive that Congress won't push too hard to really exert its constitutional prerogative to declare war. They'll kind of look the other way and let the executive go forward. And in return, the executive tries to sort of move pretty quickly and say, well, it was an emergency. There was no time to try and organize congressional support. I think we're going to see some of that here, too. And it feeds back into what I said a minute ago. This White House, this Pentagon, wanting to make this a short and limited intervention so that these questions don't come up. Anything that looks like a troop buildup, anything that looks like an invasion, anything that looks like a long-term commitment will be politically disastrous for this White House and for the Republican Party.
Yeah, and we still don't know if the White House notified the Gang of Eight. We know that they did not notify the Gang of Eight ahead of the strike in Venezuela, and only the Republicans ahead of the strike on Iran last June. So still working on the reporting there. Errol Lewis joining us this morning. Thank you, Errol. We'll have more breaking news coverage after the break, including how Tehran is responding to the U.S. strikes. Stay with us.
Tired of body pain holding you back? Try Aleve for longer-lasting pain relief. Unlike Tylenol and Advil, just one dose of Aleve provides up to 12 hours of relief from all types of body pain. Try Aleve.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. A time to start new jobs and tackle new projects with new tools from Harbor Freight. Whether you're a pro or just like doing things yourself, we've got the quality tools and savings to start your new year off right. So come celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight. This weekend, get a free 5-gallon bucket when you spend $29.99 in store.
Remember when joy just happened? No plan, no reason. Smiles showed up with no invitation. Here, the water welcomes everyone and says, never forget what you love. Never lose your splash.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
All in one and done with Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache? Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
Still taking yours?
Every day. Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
I was involved in a very bad wreck, and attorney Dan Newling got me a check for $720,000. Thank you, Dan.
Involved in a car accident?
Call me Saturday or Sunday at 407-888-8000.
What was that?
Oops. My bad.
You wouldn't have a clown on your SWAT team. Just like you wouldn't have anyone but Morgan & Morgan handle your injury case. With over $30 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
We'll get them next time.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
My husband was involved in a car accident, so we decided to call attorney Dan Newland, and Dan got him $850,000.
Car accident? Call me now Saturday or Sunday at 407-888-8000.
Thanks, Dan.
Captioning brought to you by Cardia Mobile, makers of the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG.
Check your heart with the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG that provides 6 times more heart data than any smartwatch. Get yours today at cardia.com or Amazon.
Well, we're getting new details about this sweeping, coordinated attack around this region of the Middle East. The US and Israel struck Iran first, and Iran is firing back, hitting US-linked sites in several countries at once, with explosions echoing from Abu Dhabi to Doha and beyond. Right now, it's still unclear whether those blasts were missiles being intercepted or missiles actually hitting their targets. Joining me now is Badr Al-Saif, Professor of History at Kuwait University. It's good to have you, sir. First, you're in Kuwait. We know Iran's IRGC targeted Al-Salam Air Base there. What, if anything, have you seen and heard? And just describe the atmosphere, if you will.
Look, sirens are off. People are alarmed. The feeling across the Gulf, I mean, there's a feeling of indignancy where we've been nothing but good neighbors to Iran. We've been trying to avert the war. We've been trying to help them with the negotiations. So to try to strike back at U.S. bases in the Gulf is actually striking back at the Gulf states. That's what's happening right now. And we will not take those attacks lightly. There needs to be a response, and they need to understand that we are not part of this.
Qatar describing retaliatory strikes from Iran as, quote, unacceptable escalation. The UAE, where I am, calling these strikes a cowardly act and reserving, quote, its full right to respond to this escalation. Do you see this escalating in and from the region?
I mean, look, let's tie it to what President Trump said when he announced the strikes. I mean, it's clearly a call for a regime change. And with regime change, you're going to get chaos, frustration, and fragmentation. So if anything, what it looks like that there will be an escalation. So all regional partners and parties need to brace for the worst, unfortunately, and need to continue on the path of diplomacy. I know that file has retired very drastically in the last few hours, but we should always keep hope in diplomacy.
And you've written Gulf states must sort of move from kind of hedging and crisis management towards proactively shaping Iran's trajectory. What does that look like to your mind? And is it too late for that, given what we've seen from the US and Israel today, Badr?
Look, the Gulf states have underused leverage. It's never late to be able to shape outcomes to your favor. The Gulf states and Iran are neighbors. They'll continue to be neighbors. This is not going to change. So my call in that piece for the Gulf states is to act up and to try to influence outcomes in a better way. They've been trying to do that under moments of tension during diplomacy, but I think they can still do the same in a moment of war. Our voices should be heard, and they should be rallying towards calls for peace and prosperity. Remember, this region has all been about being the last bastion of stability in the Middle East. So we don't want to pull it into that whole endless cycle of wars, the same cycle of wars that President Trump himself was going against when he ran for elections.
Very briefly, were you surprised that President Trump was calling on elements of the Revolutionary Guard to surrender? That was his word today. And for the people of Iran to rise up and take over their government. He didn't specifically say that his actions were regime change, but he's effectively calling for regime change from the people of Iran this morning.
Look, he gave us a history lesson at the beginning of his speech. He went back to 1979 and hit every single milestone of friction between Iran and the US and the region at large. So it doesn't surprise me at all that he ends with the call to rise. And I think he wants to see a repeat in the Venezuela scenario, where we've heard that there were some elements of support for his actions within Venezuela.
With that, I'm going to leave it there. It's always good to speak to you, Bader. Thank you very much indeed. It is unclear what happens next. We'll have a lot more on our breaking news coverage on the US strikes on Iran after this short break. Do stay with us.
Did you know your brain has 3 dimensions of memory? Working, short term, and long term. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva's revolutionary formula has clinically tested ingredients that support 3 dimensions of memory. Take it from me, an elephant never forgets. When you need to remember, remember Nariva.
You can't go out there. You'll never make it.
But I reckon I got to. I'm 45. It's time to screen for colon cancer.
Will I ever see you again?
I love you. Also, I'm just going to the porch.
I knew that.
It's true. The Cologuard test comes to you.
Just ask your provider or request online.
That way you can screen for colon cancer on your terms. It's effective and non-invasive.
False positive and negative results may occur. It is not for those at high risk. Skip the drama. Ask your provider or request Cologuard online.
Ah, mornings. Cough? Congestion?
All in one and done with Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache? Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
United Healthcare knows you've got your whole life ahead of you. Whatever comes next, you can count on United Healthcare to be there with reliable Medicare coverage.
When you're connected with Spectrum, you get 5G and fiber-powered internet combined for the fastest wireless speeds. So you can sweat for the right reasons. It's only the seamless connection you love at home, everywhere you go. It's only everything.
Tajin Chile Lime Sauce, mild with major Chile lime flavor. It takes snacks to a whole other level. What's your way to Tajin it?
This is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And thank you for joining us. We have viewers with us from around the world. This is CNN's breaking news coverage of the U.S. and Israel launching a major attack on Iran. I'm Victor Blackwell at CNN's world headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Becky Anderson at our Middle East programming headquarters here in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. Thank you for joining us. We've just got video of some of the destruction in Iran after a number of US and Israeli strikes. This is in Tehran, the capital, of course. What's left of a building is on fire. And we're told this is the square where the former Iranian president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is known to live. Israeli strikes targeted Iran's current supreme leader and president, amongst other officials. But it's not clear if they were hit in the attacks. Shortly after the first strikes in Iran, President Donald Trump posted a message on social media saying the US tried to make a deal with Iran on its nuclear program. He had been threatening potential strikes for weeks, saying the US would hit Iran if the government used lethal force against civilians. CNN can't independently verify how many people have died in the anti-government protests around the country, but recent reports say the number killed is in the thousands. Well, both President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are calling for Iran's people to rise up against its government.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
And U.S. embassies across the Middle East are urging Americans to shelter in place as many other Middle Eastern countries are reporting missile attacks. Those are the sirens in Bahrain, one of the countries reporting those strikes. Now, officials say a missile hit the service center of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain. You can see here smoke billowing. And you can see here a missile flying over Erbil, Iraq. Jordan and Qatar said that they also intercepted missiles. Our team is up and covering the breaking story from around the world. We'll get to Paula Hancock's in a moment. But first, we'll go to CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, what's happening there?
Well, Victor, we have been witnessing over the last few hours the beginnings of Iran's retaliation for those U.S. and Israeli strikes targeting a variety of Iranian targets over the course of the last several hours. So far, we haven't witnessed any major impacts in Israel as a result of what an Israeli military official tells me have been dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been targeted at Israel. It appears that the majority of those have so far been intercepted. This all began at about 8:15 a.m. local time here this morning, with air raid sirens sounding across the country, warning Israelis of a state of emergency due to the fact that the United States and Israel had begun launching strikes against Iran. Those strikes cast off the diplomatic track that had been moving forward over the course of the last several weeks. It came just one day after the Omani foreign minister, who was mediating these negotiations, said he believed that a deal was potentially at hand. But it seems like President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu lost patience with those negotiations and decided to go the military route instead, striking dozens of targets inside Iran, everything from Iran's ballistic missile program, its nuclear facilities, as well as senior Iranian targets. I'm told by two Israeli sources familiar with the matter that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, was the target of some of these Israeli strikes alongside several other senior Iranian figures. And we've been witnessing the Iranian retaliation across the Middle East, not just here in Israel, but strikes that have actually made impact near U.S. bases in other countries in the Middle East, particularly in the Gulf. This is a very volatile situation and one that certainly has the potential to escalate much, much further. A very perilous moment for the Middle East. And lastly, I would just note that we've just learned that Iran has also fired dozens of drones at Israel. Those typically take a bit longer to actually reach their targets here. They do tend to be intercepted, in particular by Israeli jets. We will see, but those are now en route to Israel. So this targeting and this back and forth is certainly going to continue throughout the day, and in fact, expected to continue for several days. Victor?
Jeremy Diamond reporting from Tel Aviv. Jeremy, thank you. Becky, the scope and scale of the response continuing to expand in this retaliation from Iran.
That's right. That's right. Explosions here in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE, and heard over Dubai as well in the past couple of hours. Joining me now is CNN correspondent Paula Hancock, who is here in Abu Dhabi. What have we learned about the strikes here, Paula, and around this Gulf region?
Well, Becky, this is really an unprecedented level of military attack that these Gulf nations are undergoing at this point. As you mentioned, we have been hearing several explosions here in Abu Dhabi. We've heard from the Ministry of Defense saying that they have intercepted a number of those Iranian ballistic missiles, is what they called it, calling it a blatant attack. They have said, though, that one person has been killed by falling debris as well. A shelter in place warning here. Also, the airspace is closed. Going over to Qatar, this is where the Al Udeid military base is, the largest US military installation in the Middle East, and also the target of Iran back in June of last year when those US-Israeli strikes were hitting the nuclear facilities. That once again has become a target. We've heard from officials there that they have intercepted a number of missiles. In fact, just in the past 10 minutes or so, saying that a second wave has been intercepted into that area. Then you also have Bahrain. This is where the US Navy's 5th Fleet is based. We understand that has been targeted as well, and in Kuwait. We're also hearing about Jordan. They're saying that they have had to intercept a number of missiles. So the level of military attack that these Gulf nations are under at this point is really quite remarkable. Most of these are not countries that are accustomed to being under this level of attack. But all of these places have a shelter-in-place warning at this point. All of the authorities are saying stay indoors, do not go outside unless you absolutely have to, stay away from windows and stay safe. Becky?
We've just had a statement from the UAE's Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemning in the strongest terms Iran's blatant missile attacks targeting this country and brotherly nations, they say. They denounced in the strongest terms the blatant missile attacks that targeted the UAE, several brotherly nations in the region, considering these acts a flagrant violation of national sovereignty and a clear breach of international law, and reserve the right to respond. Paula Hancox, thank you. We've learned that the US has mapped out a plan of escalating strikes, each phase lasting a day or two, then pausing to assess the damage. Joining me now by phone is CNN's chief national security analyst, Jim Sciutto. And Jim, this is your reporting. Just catch us up on what your sources are telling you.
A series of strikes escalating, and each phase of those strikes lasting 36 to 48 hours, followed by a pause, in part to assess battle damage, to see what targets hit, but also to assess Iran's response. Of course, we're getting quite a sense of Iran's response already with the number of countries they've been striking in retaliation, but that idea gives you a sense of just how expansive this is, right? That, of course, there'd been some speculation prior to today that the president wanted a very quick strike early on and then move on. But my understanding is that we're looking at a series of strikes here that could last a number of days and even perhaps longer. And again, that at each stage, the U.S. Will be assessing whether they have achieved their goals and also how Iran is responding. My understanding as well is that to date, the majority of U.S. weapons used have been cruise missiles fired from ships, some from the air, targeting a number of positions inside the country, including air defenses. And why that's indicative, of course, is that you destroy the air defenses early to then give you a path later for further strikes. In other words, break down the door, and then you're inside and able to carry out further strikes over those multiple phases.
Yeah. And Jim, we've just been looking at videos while you've been speaking of smoke billowing out of what we understand to be the, and this is the image, the residence of the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And you can see the area, the darkened area is his compound there, right in the center of the picture. Now, it's not clear whether he was in residence. I'm told very unlikely he was. But the symbolism of taking out that building, that residence, not lost on anybody. Jim, I do want to ask you, Donald Trump did not specifically describe this coordinated action with Israel as regime change war, but he did call on the members of the Revolutionary Guard to surrender and called on the people of Iran to rise up against the regime. We're hearing sort of differing narratives from Israel. One military official telling CNN this is specifically about military targets. You've listened to Donald Trump's near 8-minute video this morning, released just after this attack started. What did you make of the regime change narrative, as it were, to put it loosely?
Well, the president is not saying regime change explicitly, right? And to your point, he's saying encouraging the Iranian people to rise up. Israeli officials are more forward-leaning on their targets being explicitly Iranian leadership. They have not said right up to and including the supreme leader, but that they are specifically targeting Iranian leadership. And the early indications seem to be that they believe that they've hit some of those targets. So whether that, listen, this is a highly coordinated strike between, a series of strikes between the U.S. and Israel. It's unlikely that they would be at loggerheads as to the ultimate goal here, but at least the president is not stating regime change outright. And listen, it may be part of the assessment to see how far they get along and whether the regime can survive this, right? And that seems to be part of President Trump's communication here, is that, he would be quite happy, it seems, if the people were able to help bring down this government. But he's not saying specifically that is a U.S. goal here that he's at least committing himself to.
Yeah. Jim, it's good to have you. Thank you very much indeed. Jim's reporting today that these strikes, this coordinated action with Israel, from sources speaking to him, looks as if it will be over a phased period, with these strikes escalating and then sort of being then stopping for a period of assessment, damage assessment, and then picking up again. We will see what happens over the coming hours and days. It is about 6 hours now since we got word of the first attacks hitting Iran. We're monitoring developments across the Middle East. Iran's foreign minister promises to respond with authority after strikes from the US and Israel. We are seeing some of that response already, both in Israel and across this Gulf region. Stay with us. We have more after this.
Disaster. The Chernobyl meltdown. Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
All in one and done with Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache? Better. Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
Pump up the volume. Go ahead. Crank the volume. We got you.
USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. For full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
TikTok has over 50 preset safety and privacy settings to protect teens. Plus, as a parent, I set up family pairing to help shape my teen's experience on the app. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow.
Why'd I go to the doctor? When my heart kept skipping a beat, I didn't think much of it. But my girls made me get checked out, and it made such a difference. Turns out, I have AFib, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you notice one or more of these symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did, and my girls are too.
This is no time to wait.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. These people are crazy.
It's a crocodile.
I know what it is.
He's helping make sure I don't snack.
You should try wonderful pistachios. They're tasty and healthy.
Pistachios, huh?
Jeff? Yes, Stanley.
I did not think this through.
You make me feel so miserable.
Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms so you can start feeling better the same day and save your relationship with nature. Flonase.
Did you know your brain has 3 dimensions of memory? Working, short term, and long term. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva's revolutionary formula has clinically tested ingredients that support 3 dimensions of memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. When you need to remember, remember Nariva.
HGTV has taken over the iconic Bachelor Mansion. If they thought picking a soulmate was hard, just wait till they have to pick the right shade of eggshell.
Bachelor Mansion Takeover, special series, Monday at 8 on HGTV.
More in the breaking news this morning. President Trump has declared that the U.S. is now in a major military combat operation in Iran. Let's now bring in David Sanger, CNN political and national security analyst, and also CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton. Let's bring them into the discussion. Gentlemen, good morning to you. And Colonel, let me start with you. It's been a few hours since we've spoken with you, and since then, the scope and scale of the Iranian response, the retaliation, has broadened. I wonder what your reaction is to what we're seeing as there are these intercepts across the region.
Yeah, good morning again, Victor. I think one of the big things here is that the Iranians were very quick to respond. So they knew that something was going to happen. They had time to prepare. And even though the U.S. and Israel had targeted their areas, where they have their missile launchers and where they actually store their missiles, they were still able to muster a fairly large arsenal, at least at the moment, to impact areas, especially around the Persian Gulf region. So what that tells me is that the Iranians not only were prepared, they had some pretty good intel, and they were able to react in a way that really shortened the timeline from what it had been back in June to what it is now. And that is, I think, a significant change in their posture, and it shows that they really believe that their regime is being threatened by these attacks.
David, take us into the White House. The last we heard from the president is that he was not happy about the progress or lack thereof in the talks with the Iranians. Is it clear what the escalation was, or the point was, that went from continuing the talks, which at last check are still scheduled for next week, to what we're seeing today?
Well, it raises a really interesting question, Victor, which is, were they engaged seriously in these talks, or were they just going through the motions here to see whether or not the Iranians were ready to capitulate, as Steve Witkoff, one of the lead presidential negotiators, had put it? And there's nothing about Iran's history that would suggest that they would capitulate to the United States. The regime's entire identity is built around resistance to the U.S. So I don't think that President Trump was putting much stock in these negotiations. What's truly fascinating to me about this is that there was not an immediate triggering event. The Iranians were further from their nuclear ambitions than they'd been in some time, thanks to the president's previous attack on Iran in June, which hit those nuclear sites. But his goal this time is quite different than that. That was meant to basically hit individual sites. The president made clear in his statement that this is about triggering regime change by so going after the leadership that the populace engages in an uprising. And he asked them outright to go do that. Now, we have never really seen in history a moment where a country triggered regime change in another country merely with airstrikes, with no troops on the ground.
Yeah, and so let me bring that to you, Colonel. What the president is aiming for, his goal expressed in this address, can that be achieved with an air campaign only?
I'm very skeptical, and speaking as an Air Force guy, I find it difficult that air power would be able to achieve those kinds of goals alone. Air power in conjunction with other forms of power, such as land power, ground forces, special forces going in. But we have no indication that I'm aware of, at least, that special forces have gone into, in essence, prep the battlefield to engage in battle space preparation. And that is something that, if they haven't done that, that would be a serious deficiency when it comes to this kind of a campaign, because an air campaign alone can start to shape the battlefield, but it cannot result in a final decisive victory or a capitulation, as David was talking about earlier.
Colonel, let me stay with you for this and what you make of the new reporting from Jim Sciutto, in which the U.S. military plan, according to his conversation with a senior official, is to continue with escalating a series of attacks with a 1 or 2 day period with pauses to reset and then assess battle damage. Put that into some greater context for us.
So in air campaigns, it is sometimes quite normal to have a kind of a phase where you drop a lot of bombs and then you pause to assess what has happened, and that's exactly where that battle damage assessment phase would take place. The problem with those pauses is that those pauses often give the adversary time to reconstitute themselves. So if this is part of the plan, I hope they have kind of a branch off from that plan to take into account that the adversary is going to move in that direction. They're going to try to reconstitute themselves. They're going to try to avoid getting targeted in these areas. And it will be one of those situations, I think, Victor, where it's going to be difficult to truly assess the exact impact that these strikes have had and accurately assess what that impact is.
All right, Colonel Cedric Layton, David Sanger, thank you both.
You bet, Victor.
Thanks, Victor.
And next, President Trump is advocating for regime change. He's calling on Iranians to, when this is finished, take over their government. Our team coverage of breaking news continues after this break.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Emmy winner for Outstanding Recorded News Program. This week, Omar Jimenez is on the front lines of Trump's immigration crackdown. Have these tactics accomplished anything? The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN, and next day on the CNN app.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
Meet Grace. She has Demodex blepharitis. She wakes up with itchy, crusty eyelids every morning. Now meet the Demodex mites. They wake up thriving, but Grace is over this endless routine. Oh, Grace, ask your doctor about Xdemvy, a prescription that targets and kills the mites. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. Break the cycle. Kill the mites.
When you need longer-lasting body pain relief, try Aleve. Just 1 dose of Aleve provides pain relief for up to 12 hours from all types of body pain. Aleve, longer-lasting body pain relief.
Don't go! I got to. It's time to screen for colon cancer. Also, I'm just going to the porch.
Cologuard is for people 45 plus, at average risk, not high risk.
False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider or request Cologuard online.
This is my mother, Tracy Banks.
I had a really bad fall, and it was traumatic.
Which is why it's time to start thinking about senior care, and I don't want the process to get in the way. That's why I'm so happy we found a place for Mom. They provide personalized support that makes it easier to search for senior care options in our area. It's gotta be right for my mom.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
Hun, take Airborne. It'll help fill those holes your immune system may have.
Holes? Take Airborne. It gives you 7 key immune-supporting nutrients, including vitamin C, D, and zinc. It's our most complete support yet.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh, yeah. Take a swing at your kitchen rental. Meant that literally. SoFi Personal Loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K. No fees required.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
Spectrum definitely had our pocketbook top of mind.
Spectrum is a great value for us.
All our total sales come from the internet, so fast, high-speed internet is crucial in this kitchen.
Spectrum's high-speed connection provides everything that we need to run this business.
Spectrum provides the entertainment, checking in guests, checking out guests, running their credit cards.
We use Spectrum for our Wi-Fi, running our POS systems.
We have phones, we have tablets that connect the kitchen to the drivers.
Having Spectrum, they prove their value all the time to us.
Part of that value is how fast the internet is, how reliable the internet is. They also provide wonderful customer service for us, which is vital for us to run our business.
Get free fiber-powered internet forever when you add 4 mobile lines. Learn more at spectrum.com/free for life.
Everything is bad and getting worse. What?
Have I got news for you? New episode tonight at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
Breaking news in the Middle East, the U.S. and Israel have launched an attack on Iran, and Iran has retaliated with its own strikes. Sources tell CNN that Israel has targeted Iran's supreme leader and president. And shortly after the initial strike, President Trump said this.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
Let's bring in now Becky Anderson, who's been my co-anchor
CNN's Nick Robertson joining me now. Thank you, Victor. CNN's Nick Robertson joining me now from London. And Nick, we're getting the first reaction from a key negotiator at the table with the US and Iran in talks over the past couple of weeks. The Omani foreign minister, who was in Washington yesterday, just posted the following: "I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined." He spoke directly to the US. "This is not your war," he said. What are you hearing from your sources in this region?
Several things. One is that if you look to the west of the region towards Lebanon, a lot of anticipation about how Hezbollah may respond in the region at the moment. Previously, they had said that they would stay out of a fight. That seemed to imply that they thought that that might be a limited fight. And the question for Hezbollah would obviously be, does their engagement and getting involved in trying to attack US bases in the region, is that going to save the regime in Tehran? And that, from what I understand at the moment, is a question that appears to be in the balance. I think when we look, and this really gets to the point of what the Omani foreign minister is saying, and the level of frustration that comes across in his messaging there. He was in Washington yesterday, was at the White House. He did meet with the vice president. He did deliver a headline upbeat statement that Iran had gone further in forswearing a nuclear weapon than it had ever done before, and he took that as a very important moment. I think a number of things have happened here, and I think part of it may contribute to his frustration. The Omanis, of course, the mediators on Thursday, negotiating talks, proximity talks between the US and Iran in Geneva, and the outcome of that meeting was that there were to be technical talks along the same lines on Monday in Vienna in Europe, and there was really a narrative here that was appeared in place that diplomacy was on track. It appears also that the illusion of diplomacy on track has been perhaps reinforced because the president wasn't hovering around the White House waiting near the Situation Room there. He was in other parts of the United States. In Iran, that may have created the impression that there was a degree of sort of safety. The airstrikes that have happened didn't happen overnight. They happened after daybreak. And that really, as analyzing this, contributes to an overall picture that there was the creation or the existence of a sense of diplomacy through this weekend that perhaps would have given some sense to Iranian leaders that it was perhaps safer to go back to daily routines after spending the night in bunkers, and then the airstrikes happened. It creates the impression that there was a behind-the-scenes narrative that all of this was planned. And for this point, the Omani foreign minister would be hugely frustrated that somehow he could have been caught up in sort of portraying that image of negotiations on track, no strikes, therefore imminent.
You're making the point that this operation started early in the morning on the first day of Iran's calendar week, of course, that being Saturday. Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson in the House. Victor.
All right, Becky, thank you. Let's fill out the U.S. domestic picture here. Several lawmakers now, they're weighing in on these strikes. Senator Ruben Gallego posted this on X. "I lost friends in Iraq to an illegal war. Young working class kids should not pay the ultimate price for regime change and a war that hasn't been explained or justified to the American people." Now, in support of President Trump, Senator Lindsey Graham posted this: "As I watch and monitor this historic operation, I'm in awe of President Trump's determination to be a man of peace, but at the end of the day, evil's worst nightmare. Well done, Mr. President." Let's bring in Zach Cohen now. Zach, an open question this morning since the strikes has been a notification of members of Congress. And what do we know about that?
Yeah, Victor, I'm told that at least some members of the so-called Gang of Eight, which is made up of top Republican and Democratic lawmakers from both the Senate and House, were notified by the Trump administration before this joint U.S.-Israeli operation started. But at the same time, sources saying that in those cases, the administration did not provide a comprehensive legal justification for the upcoming operation. This is something that has been raised publicly by mostly Democrats, who have questioned whether or not the president has the legal authority to conduct a large-scale operation like what we're seeing play out right now without Congress's approval. At the same time, though, as you mentioned, some lawmakers like Lindsey Graham, a Republican, applauding the president today. I'm told, too, that several lawmakers were surprised by the scale of what we're seeing from the U.S. military along with the Israeli forces that are carrying this operation out. I'm told this was done by a joint force of U.S. Military assets, including those from the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, Space Force, and the Marines. So all the branches, or most of the branches involved in this ongoing operation. I'm also told, too, that as time plays out, we do expect this to go on for several days. That's what the military is planning for. Again, you're definitely going to hear more questions being raised as this news breaks from lawmakers, though, who feel the administration has not been forthcoming enough with information about their intentions as it relates to Iran.
Yeah, and we'll look ahead to the partisan breakdown of notification. As you'll remember, ahead of the June strike on Iran, the Republican members, Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune in the Senate, they were notified. Not all the Democrats in the Gang of Eight were. Zach Cohen reporting from Washington, thank you so much. Still ahead, our breaking news coverage of this coordinated attack on Iran by the U.S. and Israel. It will continue after the break.
Disaster, the Chernobyl meltdown, Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
How'd you get my number?
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Your friend's got a good voice. So, what happened here?
We'd rather
not say.
Thank you, Steamer. He's good.
When clean enough is not enough.
Call 1-800-STEAMER. Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
New Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing. When your teeth are sensitive, they need special care. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair creates a protective shield over those exposed areas that can help repair sensitive areas of teeth after 60 seconds. I recommend Sensodyne Clinical Repair.
What causes a curve down there?
Is it Peyronie's disease?
Is there somebody I can talk to or help?
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
When it came to updating our most capable SUV, we made every detail, every curve, every function outshine all. Because that's how you go from great to greater. The all-new Telluride X Pro is ready.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Ah, mornings. Cough? Congestion?
All in one and done with Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache? Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
I've got this old bike from another store, and I got the receipt right here. I'd like for you to beat it with a better deal on the souped-up model.
What?
What? At Verizon, anyone can bring in their AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal.
Isn't Verizon expensive?
No, better deal. Best network.
I'm sorry, man.
Only Verizon lets you bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
Hey, that's a stationary bike.
No, I know.
Have a great day.
You're not as cool as Verizon.
And Doug.
Thank you both for coming in.
I'm a bit worried about Doug Jr. I know how important Liberty Mutual is to your family.
They customize car insurance to save people hundreds.
Right. Well, Doug Jr. keeps writing this.
This Jr.
Well, at least he spelled insurance right?
He did not.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Extreme weather moving into the area. Rain, snow, and strong winds. Better stay inside.
Me, I'm super fly, super duper fly, super duper fly. Me, I'm super fly, super duper fly.
Don't let what's happening outside affect how you feel inside. Pella windows are tested against extreme heat, cold, wind, and rain, so you can protect what matters most.
An unexpected shift is coming to Tournament of Champions. For the first time, 4 icons step in. Enter the arena where legends are made.
Season premiere, Tournament of Champions, tomorrow night at 8.
We're tracking breaking news out of the Middle East. The United States and Israel are conducted coordinated attacks on Iran. President Trump broke the news with a video posted overnight on social media. He called the operation, quote, massive. The president also warning Americans there could be U.S. casualties. Iran retaliating with drone and missile attacks, and not just on Israel, but across the Gulf region, targeting U.S. bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, Doha, in Qatar and Abu Dhabi, where I am broadcasting to you from, and new explosions just heard as we come to air by residents in Dubai. I want to bring in Anwar Gargash, Senior Diplomatic Advisor to the President of the United Arab Emirates. And Anwar, thank you for joining us this morning on an incredibly important and quite frankly worrying day for the region and for residents of the region. Your response to the missile attacks here and around the region earlier.
Yeah. Thank you, Becky. Thank you very much. It's indeed a historic moment filled with a lot of challenges, Becky, and especially here for us in the UAE, as many other countries. I mean, we've worked very hard and sincerely to avoid this scenario, to avert a war. This has been part of our diplomacy for a very long time in various conversations with Americans, with the Iranians, and indeed with the Israelis, that war will not resolve things, and that the path forward is negotiations. Unfortunately, this has, Becky, been a recurring threat to the region. The whole issue with the nuclear capability of Iran, as well as missile and regional policy. But even if it is such a complicated issue, there is no real military solution for this. And I think today, as we see a beginning of a war that we don't really understand totally the contours of it, I think it'll take some time for us to understand the contours. I think we continue to really call for a negotiated political solution. There is a need to go back to the negotiating table. The region has seen a lot of wars in the past decade, and especially in the last 2 years. And, the current hostilities that we're seeing are not the solution. And a return to the negotiating table is important. While I say that, Becky, also, I have to really condemn in the strongest terms, really, the Iranian aggression on the UAE and the Gulf countries.
Can I ask you, Dr. Anwar Gargash, was the UAE given a heads up of this, as described by the US president, massive military operation?
No, I think like every other country, the expectation of a war was looming clearer and clearer based on really the outcome of the negotiations. But again, as we came closer to the outcome, and as you know, these negotiations had different interpretations. Some quite optimistic and others pessimistic. I think the world overall was in a sort of in a pendulum, really, on what the direction was going. So I think as we came closer to what I would call cul-de-sac, really, of the negotiations in Geneva, it was, I think, expected that we will see the moment that we've all dreaded, to be honest, and we've worked all very, very hard to avert. I think this is also part of it. I mean, as I condemn the Iranian aggression on the UAE and Gulf states, I think the attacks really on Iran's neighbors by Iran is very ill-advised. I mean, all these countries have worked extremely, extremely hard in order to avert a confrontation that will engulf Iran and indeed the region.
Dr. Gargash, can I just ask you, the Omani foreign minister has said that he is, and I quote him here, dismayed, and that active and serious negotiations between the US and Iran have yet again been undermined. He was in Washington just yesterday suggesting, and certainly with a message, I think, both to the US administration and to the American people on a US network TV show, suggesting that things were looking optimistic and that they just needed time. Your response?
Well, again, I think he has a front row seat, Becky. He has a front row seat, so clearly he has a sort of better view of where these negotiations were going. But I think from our perspective, we always knew that, we can't be in the region and have these issues every couple of years come back again, and they had to be negotiated. I mean, the whole, sort of trilogy of, Iran's nuclear plus missile plus regional issue has been a threat to regional stability for a long time. While we say that, we've always held the view that these have to be addressed through a political process.
And Dr. Gargash, do you expect to see GCC retaliation? And also, what of the not explicit regime change charge by the US president, but certainly an appeal by the Iranian people to rise up and take over their government?
Yeah. I mean, again, Iran's future direction, its fate, is something for the Iranians to decide. I don't think it's appropriate for me to sort of, speculate on that. I mean, our part is to work together with the United States, with neighbors like Iran, in order to ensure the stability and security of the region. Clearly, this time we have failed. But again, even we are in the throes of a war that, as I said, we don't really totally understand how it will develop. It's too early to tell. I think, again, the UAE calls clearly for a return to negotiations. We're extremely, extremely dismayed and condemn Iran's enlargement of this conflict in order to include neighbors that have worked very, very hard in order to avert this moment. But I think at the same time, we all understand that the region has to be spared a military confrontation of dimensions that we don't totally understand as of today. And I think this is really what we are pushing forward. We don't understand. I think in the next few days, it'll be a little bit clearer. So our emphasis currently in the UAE is twofold. I think on the first front is to really come and say, let us U-turn back to negotiations and a political process. And I think you will see that this is the collective view of the region.
Understood.
It is a UAE view, but a collective view of the region. I think the second emphasis for us is to protect the UAE. And I think here also we are dealing with these challenges. We are, I think, in good shape with emergency plans in place. Our air defenses have done a great job. We will continue to protect the UAE and everybody living here, and these are our priorities today. So I think we're moving on both fronts, but as you understand, the events also around us are, it's a larger storm, so to speak. And I think the voice from the region is a voice of calm, a voice of rationality, that the region does not really need another war
Understood.
or another further military confrontation.
And Dr. Ammar Gargash, it's, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Becky.
All right, you're watching CNN. This is breaking news. Stay with us.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
Tell me a story.
What story would you like?
Something that moves you. I see you.
Hamnet. Our stories live forever. Rated PG-13. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
When winter season hits, Emergency supports your immune system with so much more than vitamin C. Be ready to fight back with Emergency. And for on-the-go immune support, try Emergency Crystals. No water needed.
Not again.
Your cold is coming! Your cold is coming!
Thanks, Revere.
We really need to keep Zycam in the house.
Only if you want to shorten your cold. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam.
These eyes love a bold frame.
These go classic every time.
These eyes change the outfit.
These are the outfit.
Every eye deserves the most from their benefits at America's Best.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
Another morning walk.
With our mom's osteoporosis, I thought our days would be different.
No way! We still get to see each other all the time.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can rapidly build new bone in just 12 months with Evenity, the only bone builder that also helps slow bone loss. And Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk.
I love the cool stuff we're doing.
Yeah, we're still out and about exploring.
Yay for building new bone.
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness, or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems, as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
See you tomorrow.
At Hand & Stone, members get more. Starting with a free facial gift card just for joining. More time to unwind, more room to breathe, and more moments that are truly yours. Enjoy a monthly massage or facial at exclusive rates with rollover benefits and flexibility that fits your routine, because you deserve to feel like yourself, not just today, but month after month. Join now at your local Hand & Stone spa and walk out with a free gift on us.
What have I waited my whole life to do?
I gotta think about that.
To leave my diagnosis behind.
What? What's that? Keep going. To save the world.
To hear someone call me coach.
For someone to call me mommy.
To free fall at 120 miles per hour.
To run every street in my city. To feel this much love. To see the world.
To help people feel whole. Marry my wife every day over again.
The lead
weekdays at 5 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
More now on the breaking news. The U.S. and Israel conducting a joint and, as President Trump says, massive and ongoing coordinated military campaign against Iran. CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleitgen is back with us now. Fred, we're just learning about another wave of missiles from Iran headed toward Israel, in addition to those dozens of drones as well. What can you tell us about Iran's strategy?
Yeah, that's what the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is saying. And essentially their message is that they're much better prepared this time than the last time they went head-to-head, of course, with the Israelis and then later the Americans in June of last year. The Iranians are saying that their entire military leadership is intact. Their civilian leadership, political leadership, they say, is also very much intact, and that they have a plan going forward. And you're absolutely right. They announced just a couple of minutes ago that another wave of missiles was on its way to Israel and that more is to come. They also put forward a list of alleged targets that they had in other countries around the greater Middle Eastern region. Of course, you guys have been talking about the Gulf countries where there have been a bunch of missile attacks, especially aimed at American installations in those countries. Then Jordan, of course, as well, where the U.S. currently has a massive military presence as well. And the Iranians now also saying that they have drones as part of the fold that they are also sending towards Israel and saying that very much their military is firing on all cylinders. Now, the Iranians are saying that right now they are using some of their missiles that are of our former generations. They say some of their newest stuff they haven't even used yet in this conflict. Certainly, what the Iranians are saying is that they have been preparing for a big face-off with the United States and Israel since the last standoff they had with the U.S. and Israel, and that this time they are a lot better prepared than last time, Victor.
Fred Pleitgen reporting. Fred, thank you. Our special breaking news coverage continues at the top of the hour. Keep it right here.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. These people are crazy.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
Go ahead, crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. For full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
All in one and done. With Mucinex X Kickstart.
Headache? Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
New Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing. When your teeth are sensitive, they need special care. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair creates a protective shield over those exposed areas that can help repair sensitive areas of teeth after 60 seconds. I recommend Sensodyne Clinical Repair.
We've seen it all here in Precision.
Springs, our rollers, motors, just general wear and tear. Bearings, go bad.
Door falls out of the track. They're like, oh, I probably need a new door, do I? I'm like, nah, I can put it back together.
There's nothing that we haven't seen.
And there's nothing we can't fix.
I got you, don't worry. We're just a phone call away from getting your garage door fixed today.
I'm not an actor. I'm as real as it gets.
Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust.
Tajin, the irresistible blend of mild chilies, lime, and sea salt, is perfect for adding flavor your way. What's your way to Tajin it?
OCD is more than what you see on TV and in the movies. It comes with unrelenting, intrusive images, thoughts, and urges. If you have OCD and need help, you can get better with specialized treatment. Go to nocd.com to learn more.
Net out front. Weeknights at 7 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And thank you for joining us. We have viewers with us from around the world. I'm Victor Blackwell. My colleague Wolf Blitzer is standing by. We'll get to him in just a moment. We are covering major breaking news across the Middle East. Here's what we know right now. The U.S. and Israel carried out multiple strikes in Iran early this morning, including in Tehran. This video shows what's left of a building fire. We're told this is the square where former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is known to live. And satellite images captured smoke over Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's compound. Israeli strikes targeted several senior Iranian officials, but Iranian state media says they are all safe. Now, not long after the strikes, President Donald Trump posted a video message on social media telling the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to surrender and for Iran's citizens to rise up against their government.
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
President Trump has threatened strikes for weeks, and he said the U.S. would hit Iran if they use lethal force against anti-government protesters. And these strikes are expected to last for several days. Sources tell CNN the military is planning hits over a 1 to 2 day period with pauses to assess damage. Iran is already retaliating. The sirens have been going off in Israel this morning, warning people to get to shelter. And just minutes ago, the Iranian army said it launched a large-scale drone attack at the country. And missiles are flying over other Middle East countries where U.S. military bases are located. A warning for you now, the video we're about to show you is disturbing. Witnesses caught this video of the moment part of the missile fell there and exploded on a street. This is in Doha. Let's bring in now Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, a busy morning, and the Supreme Leader promised an expanded regional response if there was a strike, and we're now seeing it.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to escalate big time in the coming hours and days, for that matter. Victor, thanks very, very much. Our team has been up and gathering information since the attack started several hours ago. I want to get to CNN's Elena Treen and Zach Cohen in just a minute, but right now I want to go to CNN's Jeremy Diamond. He's on the scene for us in Tel Aviv. Set the scene over there in Tel Aviv. We know the sirens have been going off, not just in Tel Aviv, but in Haifa and Jerusalem, elsewhere in Israel as well.
That's right, Wolf. Over the course of the last 7 hours, we witnessed initially Israeli and U.S. strikes in Iran, which, as we understand it, are very much still ongoing. And that was quickly followed by Iranian retaliation. Within 2 hours of Israel announcing that it was carrying out strikes in Iran, Iran fired its first volley of ballistic missiles towards Israel, sending millions of people in this country rushing to bomb shelters, both here in Tel Aviv, but also in Jerusalem, in northern Israel, as well as in the southern part of the country as well. As of yet, I'm told by an Israeli military official that dozens of ballistic missiles have been targeting Israel, but there have been no significant hits, according to that military official. And indeed, we haven't witnessed any hits here in Tel Aviv. It appears that most of the missiles are indeed being intercepted. What we understand in terms of the strikes that the United States and Israel are carrying out in Iran, they are extraordinarily significant, and every source I've been talking to has been warning that this military operation is and will be far more severe in scope and in scale than the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, during which the United States also struck nuclear sites. And that's because here there's not just military targets being hit, Iran's ballistic missile program, but two Israeli sources familiar with the matter are telling me that Israel also carried out strikes targeting Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, as well as several other senior Iranian figures. And so it's quite clear, and you can hear it as well in listening to the words of President Trump, that this military operation isn't just aimed at diminishing Iran's military and nuclear capabilities. It is very much aimed at creating the conditions for regime change in Iran, and that is very much what appears to be underway, as U.S. and Israeli officials have warned us that this operation is going to continue for at least several days. Wolf.
Jeremy, I take it that airspace over Israel has been shut down and that commercial flights in and out of Ben Gurion Airport outside of Tel Aviv have now been closed as well. Israel's so-called Iron Dome anti-missile system, how's that holding up right now as these Iranian rockets and missiles are approaching Israel?
Well, you're right, Wolf. Israel's airspace has indeed been shut down. The entire country is at a state of emergency, with people basically being told, except for essential activities, they should stay home. Schools are also being closed for the coming days. As it relates to Israel's air defense system, as I said, there haven't been any significant hits that we've been able to detect so far of those ballistic missiles. This is a multi-layered defense system, not only the Iron Dome system, which is designed for those smaller range missiles, but also you have the Aero defense system, you have David Sling, and the United States has also put significant air defense capabilities in the region over the course of the last month or so. THAAD air defense systems as well as Patriot missile defense systems have been deployed throughout the Middle East, and the United States also has an aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, and its strike group, which includes naval destroyers as well, just off the coast of northern Israel, which can also assist in that air defense effort.
Yeah, that aircraft carrier strike force is in the Mediterranean and potentially there to help Israel. The whole nature of what's going on right now, how are Israelis reacting based on what you've seen and heard so far?
Well, listen, it's important to understand that pretty much across the political spectrum, Israelis largely, agree with the Prime Minister's assessment that Iran represents an existential threat to the country. We have seen polling before indicating that a majority of Israelis would support military action against Iran. Today, certainly Israelis were scrambling to get to bomb shelters. They have been anticipating this possibility for weeks now, but now that it is finally here, I can tell you that Tel Aviv is extraordinarily quiet compared to what would normally be happening here on a Saturday. You know, I have the beach and the boardwalk right here. Only a few people are out. This is certainly a country that is finding itself once again on a wartime footing. Again, so far, the actual impacts have been very, very limited in Israel. Most of the damage so far seems to have happened at U.S. military bases in the Gulf, as Iran is carrying out strikes across a variety of targets, not just Israel, but also those U.S. air bases in the Middle East. But that doesn't mean that this is where this is going to stay. And Israeli officials had warned me in the weeks before this operation that should war break out between Israel and Iran, they expected the possibility of casualties in Israel. And of course, we heard President Trump also talking about the possibility of casualties among U.S. military personnel. That just tells you a lot about the scope of this and how volatile this situation really is.
And I know the Israelis are also worried about Iran's drone capability, so we'll see how that unfolds. Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv, stay safe over there. We'll stay in very close touch with you. We're following all these important developments as President Trump is monitoring the strikes from his home down in Palm Beach, Florida, Mar-a-Lago, saying the United States has taken every step possible to protect American forces in the region. We also know a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain, which is the home of the Navy's Fifth Fleet, was targeted in Iran's retaliatory attacks. Officials have not said if there were any injuries or casualties. The U.S. State Department is urging all Americans across the Middle East to shelter in place, and U.S. embassies throughout the region have issued alerts. Airlines around the world are also canceling flights into the Middle East, and Europe's aviation agency is warning carriers to avoid the Middle East and Persian Gulf airspace altogether, at least through Monday. I want to bring in CNN's Elena Train, who's reporting from West Palm Beach down in Florida near Mar-a-Lago. That's where the president is. Elena, update our viewers. What are you hearing?
Yeah, look, this is something, Wolf, that the president has really been wrestling with, not just for days now, but for months, really toying with this idea of whether or not he wanted to continue pushing for diplomacy, pushing for negotiations with the Iranians. I'd remind you that it was just 2 days ago that the president's top advisor, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, were in Geneva meeting with the Iranians, having the Omanis mediate that, and still pushing in a way that I was told was sincere for a diplomatic option. But clearly, what we heard from the president yesterday, him saying that he was frustrated, he believed that the Iranians were not meeting the United States where he wanted them to be, and then we saw these strikes be carried out this morning. Now, I do want to go back to that statement. It was a video announcement that the president shared on social media. Pretty remarkable words coming from him, and there's a few points that I want to really drive home to you, Wolf. One is that he said that this is a massive and ongoing operation. That means that there is, this is not the end, these strikes, and our sources, my colleague Zach Cohen and I reported that the United States is planning for several days of attacks. So this is likely to be much longer than just what we've seen unfold this morning. The other thing he said was he effectively called for regime change in Iran, which is also remarkable because up until really the last week or so, all of the top people in the White House were doing their best to avoid talking about regime change. But the president said that essentially he believes that these strikes have created an even more weaker Iran, a weaker Iranian regime, and now that it is up to the people in Iran to go and change the way that the government is there, essentially push for regime change on their own. So that was, again, pretty stunning comments from the president. He also noted that there is a potential for U.S. casualties, saying that that is essentially what happens in war, something I think a lot of his supporters are not necessarily going to like. And I'd remind you as well that part of the reason this has been such a tough decision for a lot of people in the top echelons at the White House is because a lot of people, not just Americans, but a lot of people in the president's own base are very wary of getting involved not only in another foreign conflict, but in particularly a protracted one. And that is kind of what we're seeing be laid out in our conversations with our sources. So there's a lot more that we are still monitoring. I'm told the president is continuing to monitor everything from his Palm Beach estate, and we'll bring more to you, Wolf, when we get it.
Elena Trina on the scene for us down in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the President of the United States. All right, thanks very, very much. I want to go to CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen. Zach, the President warned at the start of this operation that there could be American casualties. What can you tell us about how the United States may have prepared their bases in the region, along the Persian Gulf, for example, for Iran's response, which so far has been very widespread?
Yeah, well, just the risk of U.S. casualties is something that Donald Trump was well aware of when he gave the order to initiate this joint operation with the U.S. and the Israeli forces carrying out what is happening right now. And he did so anyway. And this is something that was raised to him before the operation started by his top general, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane. And this was one of the concerns Kane voiced, based on our previous reporting, that this kind of an operation could result in significant U.S. casualties in a way that goes beyond the risk of previous operations we've seen President Trump order over the course of his now 2 times in office. And so we know that the U.S. military was taking specific steps to prepare those U.S. forces in the region for what they did expect to be a significant Iranian response, especially given the scale of the U.S.-Israeli operation that remains ongoing. We know that U.S. officials were prepared for Iranian proxy forces to potentially target U.S. forces and facilities around the Middle East, including in in Qatar and in countries that we've seen them target in the aftermath of these initial strikes. And as we've been reporting, we do expect the U.S. military and the Israeli forces to continue to carry out strikes over the next several days, the Iranians vowing that they will continue to broaden this conflict into a regional-wide conflict. So this is something that we will have to continue to monitor as Donald Trump has already sort of kicked the ball off, and this process is already now out of his hands in some ways, as the Iranians do dictate in a large regard what they do in response, and if they choose to escalate beyond what we've seen so far.
All right, Zach Cohn reporting for us. Zach, thanks very, very much. We're monitoring all these developments across the Middle East right now. We're learning that lawmakers were not necessarily informed of these strikes before they began. Senator Andy Kim is standing by to join us live. That's next.
Have I Got News for You? New episode tonight at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
All in one and done with Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache?
Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
William Shakespeare.
I've heard of you.
The AFI hails Hamnet. Jessie Buckley gives the performance of a lifetime and for all time. She's the winner of the Critics' Choice Award, winner of the Golden Globe Award, and winner of the BAFTA Award for Best Actress.
He loves me for what I am.
Jessie Buckley is ferocious and astounding. And now, Hamnet has been nominated for 8 Academy Awards, including Best Picture of the Year. Our stories live forever. Hamnet. Rated PG-13. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. These people are crazy.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
Did you know your brain has 3 dimensions of memory? Working, short term, and long term. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva's revolutionary formula has clinically tested ingredients that support 3 dimensions of memory. Take it from me, an elephant never forgets. When you need to remember, remember Nariva.
Ponvory is approved for the treatment of relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis in adults. Ponvory lowers the number of white blood cells, lymphocytes, in your blood. Usually, this will return to normal within 1 to 2 weeks of stopping treatment. Ponvory can increase your risk of serious infections that can be life-threatening and may cause death. Ponvory can cause your heart rate to slow down, especially after you take your first dose. Do not take Ponvory if in the last 6 months you had a heart attack, unstable angina, stroke, or other severe heart conditions, including certain types of abnormal heart rhythm. The most common side effects of Ponvory include upper respiratory tract infections, elevated liver enzymes, and high blood pressure. Starting treatment with Ponvory will begin with the starter pack. Ask your doctor about Ponvory or visit ponvory.com to learn more. By Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
All right, we're following breaking news, major breaking news coming from the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel have launched airstrikes against Iran. We're getting a look at some of the damage in Tehran, Iran's capital. CNN is told that this is the area where the former Iranian president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad apparently lives. President Trump had an ominous warning for the Iranian military and law enforcement.
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death.
Let me bring in my colleague, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, the president also said that the U.S. is going to destroy their missiles, raise their missile industry, and annihilate their Navy, potentially at the very beginning of a multi-day strike here from the U.S. and Israel.
Very ambitious objectives, to be sure, Victor. President Trump did not seek specific congressional authority for these strikes. Sources telling CNN that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, did notify at least some members of what's called the Gang of Eight, the congressional leadership on armed services and intelligence, before the operation began. They were not given a complete account of the legal justification for this U.S. launch attack. Let's go right now to Democratic New Jersey Senator Andy Kim. He's a member of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, previously served at both the Pentagon and the White House National Security Council. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. First of all, what's your reaction to this dramatic development of what we've seen overnight and early this morning, that the United States and Israel have jointly bombed Iran, and in particular, his statement that American lives, God forbid, could be lost?
This is an appalling action by this president. How many times do the American people need to wake up in the morning and see this president dragging us into another conflict, into another war? He literally called this a war and said that American lives could very well be lost. And to be able to do this with no justification, no congressional authorization, and most importantly, it's just very clear the American people don't want this. I held a town hall last week. I asked the participants, if you think we should be engaged in a military strike against Iran, raise your hand. Not a single hand went up. When I said, do you think the American people need to have a say in this if we were to engage in military action? Every hand went up. This is going directly against the will of the American people.
Do you have confidence in what the president said in his statement that he released overnight, that Iran has been building missiles that potentially could soon reach the U.S. homeland?
Well, right now I have zero confidence in this president who has so flagrantly violated our Constitution. That is why we should have Congress immediately go back into session for the war powers vote to reassert the American people's will, which again, they don't want to be at war. So I'm ready to go right back to the Senate today. I think we should be having Congress immediately in session to review this. And if the administration wants to give us the information about why they think that there is some imminent attack that they have given us no information about so far, they need to make the case to the American people. But the fact that they have moved forward in this way, put American lives at risk for something that is so clearly not a limited strike. Having worked in the Situation Room before, I know what goes into planning of this magnitude. For them to do this so clearly violates every authority that they have.
Do you agree with the president, Senator, that Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism?
I have no question that Iran is has terror organizations. I have worked for years to combat them. I know that they have struck and attacked American soldiers, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan in the past. But that being said, that does not justify this type of action without the coordination. when we have our service members go into harm's way, there are two conditions that I often think through. One is this the action of last resort? And that is not the case in this circumstance. We did not go through the diplomatic efforts in the way that we needed to. You know, you cannot have Wickoff and Kushner engage in diplomacy here when they're also in charge of diplomacy with Russia and Ukraine, as well as Israel and Palestine in the Middle East region. You know, this was not a thought-through effort. And the number two condition is, are our service members going out with every resource they have and need to be successful? And when this White House has not come to Congress for any authorities when it comes to additional funds needed to be able to sustain actions of this magnitude, we are not setting up our service members for success here. And that should be the number one priority for a commander-in-chief.
I know you believe, Senator, that President Trump shouldn't have attacked Iran without formal official approval from Congress under the War Powers Act. Is there any talk at all that you've heard from Senate leaders about Congress returning to take a vote on the War Powers resolution?
Well, we should have been able to do this before, and we should go back immediately to the Capitol to vote on this. I've been talking to a number of my colleagues this morning, many expressing the same sentiment. So I hope that there can be unanimity that when it comes to strikes of this magnitude, when American service members' lives are at risk, what greater responsibility do we have in Congress than to look out for our service members and the national security of our country? Should be something that we should be able to take up immediately.
Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take another quick break. We're following all the breaking news out of the Middle East right now, the United States and Israel. They have launched what President Trump describes as a massive, massive military operation against Iran.
Look, we're great with teeth. We're toothbrushes.
But we're not the best with tongues, cheeks, and everything in between.
We need backup. The clinically proven essential oils in Listerine clean every surface of your mouth.
For whole mouth health, Listerine. Wash your mouth.
Hun, take Airborne. It'll help fill those holes your immune system may have.
Holes? Take Airborne. It gives you 7 key immune-supporting nutrients, including vitamin C, D, and zinc. It's our most complete support yet.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. A time to start new jobs and tackle new projects with new tools from Harbor Freight. Whether you're a pro or just like doing things yourself, we've got the quality tools and savings to start your new year off right. So come celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight. This weekend, get a free 5-gallon bucket when you spend $29.99 in store.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
Rough, dry eye? Mibo is the only prescription dry eye drop that targets the #1 cause. Don't use if allergic to Mibo. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about Mibo.
Don't go! I got to. It's time to screen for colon cancer. Also, I'm just going to the porch.
Cologuard is for people 45 plus, at average risk, not high risk.
False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider or request Cologuard online.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
Sleep Number's best deals are on now. Take 50% off our limited edition mattress, plus 0% interest for 24 months on comfort that adapts to you, night after night. Shop now for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
I was driving to work when I was rear-ended by a careless driver. After the accident, my family encouraged me to call attorney Dan Newland. Dan was awesome. His team was on top of everything. And at the end of my case, Dan got me $900,000.
Insurance companies just don't hand that money over. If you've been involved in a car accident, I'll fight hard to win big for you too. Call me at 407-888-8000.
Thanks, Dan, for winning my case.
Tajin chamoy sauce, that tangy taste explosion with a fruity kick, is perfect for adding flavor your way. What's your way to Tajin it?
If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with no deductible. To get the coverage you need, call the number on the screen now.
Anything I've done twice.
Okay, no CNN, no Variety. You've seen Interstellar once?
Yeah.
No way, man.
Now streaming on the CNN app.
More now on the major breaking news. The United States and Israel conducting a coordinated attack against Iran. The Israeli military said they closely planned the operation with the United States for months. Israeli sources say their strikes targeted senior Iranian figures. This is a satellite image from Airbus that shows black smoke rising above the compound of Iran's supreme leader in the capital of Tehran. The damage from the strikes appears to stretch across several buildings in the compound. It's unclear if the Iranian supreme leader was in the compound at the time of the U.S. strike. I want to bring in Victor Blackwell. Victor, you got more on what's going on right now. And I just want to note to our viewers that in retaliation, the Iranians have already targeted U.S. military facilities and bases and troops in the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait, in addition, of course, to Israel. This seems to be exploding right now.
And there are dozens of drones en route to Israel and missiles as well, according to both Israeli and Iranian sources. Joining me now is CNN national security analyst Alex Plitzis. Alex, let's start right where Wolf left off. Explosions over Bahrain. The Iranians hit the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet Service Center. Explosions over UAE, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi, over Jordan, Kuwait, other states there in the region. Just put into context the scope of the response from the Iranians and what you glean from how they've responded and how quickly.
So it's clear that they were prepared for counterstrikes to a certain extent, given that they reacted fairly quickly in the middle of the night to the strikes, because in the 12-day war, they took a little bit of time to respond as they regained command and control and determined what assets that they had left. And they took 5 days to respond after Qasem Soleimani was assassinated. So this is clear that there had been some pre-planning that was done. And as you mentioned, the countries that were attacked here specifically are where we have specific bases. So in Kuwait, we have Ali Al Salim Air Force Base. In the UAE, we have Al Dhafra Air Base, about 20 miles south of Abu Dhabi. In Bahrain, we have the 5th Fleet that's based out of there. In Doha, we happen to have nearby Al Udeid Air Force Base is not only the Air Force Base, but also the forward headquarters for U.S. Central Command. So all of those locations are strategic U.S. military bases in the region.
The Omani foreign minister had been mediating these talks between the U.S. and Iran in Geneva, and he posted on social media this morning to the U.S., quote, "This is not your war," and said that these attacks have undermined active and serious negotiations. What's your view of that? I mean, that these were talks that could have led to some end of, as the U.S. demanded, of that nuclear enrichment program. Put that piece of the puzzle into it.
Sure. I've been speaking to mediators for the last several weeks, and I was in the region 2 weeks ago speaking to folks in person. I got similar sentiment from the mediators in the middle of the night last night who were incredulous that this had taken place. They sort of felt betrayed. And the sentiment expressed by the foreign minister is genuine from him and from the mediators. But the problem is the position that was being espoused, it really went against the lines that President Trump had sent. So the highly enriched uranium, at which they had enriched to over 60%, was not going to leave the country. They were offering to dilute it. And then also their ability to continue to enrich uranium would have left them with the enrichment technology to go into more advanced centrifuges should they choose to break out. And the president was clear at that point that that was not going to be acceptable. And so there was an impasse And I'm told the president and the team determined that the Iranians had dug in their heels. They weren't going to budge. And that is what was the trigger for the military operation we're seeing now.
There's this striking passage in the president's remarks this morning. He says to the Iranian people, "When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future." There have obviously been these ongoing protests in Iran, thousands at the latest reporting killed. How do you think that resonates in Iran, especially after the president said several weeks ago to continue protesting, help is on the way?
So I think there was disappointment that there was no help in the previous time. And as he stated, there were 32,000 casualties from the U.S. perspective. To give everybody some context, the United States lost 8,000 soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan combined over 25 years. In a period of 48 hours, the U.S. at least is saying that there were 32,000 dead. That's an industrial size killing when you think about it. So at this point, if you're an Iranian, you don't want to be out on the street while there's missiles and bombs flying. And in the president's statement, he made it clear that you need to hunker down for now, and we'll let you know when it's safe. This is also reflective of the U.S. military posture in the region. We don't have any ground forces that are deployed. There's 250 strike aircraft in multiple bases and 2 aircraft carriers. This was only going to be a sea and air-launched operation, but you can't do regime change like that from the air alone. And so the people will have to take to the streets to sort of take over. And that's what he's speaking to. And so at this point, it's, I would call it irreversible momentum in terms of the military activities that we're seeing that are going to last for several days. And make no mistake, based on that statement, this is regime change. This is the most extreme of the options that were on the table. It's also what the red line was for actors in the region getting involved, like Hezbollah. And that is the reason we're seeing the strikes we're seeing now. For my final comment on that part, is that the Iranians said that they felt that this was day 13 of the 12-day war because it hadn't really ended. And if they felt that this was regime change or existential threat, that they would strike, and lash out much more than we've seen in the past, which is why we're witnessing these widespread counterattacks across the region.
Alex Plitzis, thanks so much. Our breaking news coverage continues after a short break. Stay with us.
Have I Got News for You? New episode tonight at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
New Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing. When your teeth are sensitive, they need special care. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair creates a protective shield over those exposed areas that can help repair sensitive areas of teeth after 60 seconds. I recommend Sensodyne Clinical Repair.
Go ahead, crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. For full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
Psst, psst. You make me feel so miserable.
Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms so you can start feeling better the same day and save your relationship with nature. Flonase.
POV, I'm in your air duct. FYI, it's disgusting. TBH, I hate the dark.
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Man, I love this place. But when my dry AMD progressed to geographic atrophy, or GA, I was worried I'd be seeing less of it. My retina specialist told me that Izervay protects healthy retinal cells longer and is proven to slow GA.
Slow it down, get GA going slower.
Which could help me see what I love for longer.
Izervay, get GA going slower.
Izervay is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam.
With Izervay, I'm taking action to slow my GA, and seeing him out there means everything to me.
Ask your retina specialist how you could help preserve your vision longer with Izervay.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable. and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
Welcome to... This event is for all of us who believe in Africa. It's a good opportunity to get all leaders together.
This summit has been truly amazing in the opportunity to network.
No person is an island. This project will give opportunity for local market and also to export worldwide. No country progresses in isolation. We are all building Africa's future every day.
Thanks for coming in to talk about Doug Jr.
Of course. Third grade is when I learned Liberty Mutual could save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, a little snug. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. When you need longer-lasting body pain relief, try Aleve. Just one dose of Aleve provides pain relief for up to 12 hours from all types of body pain. Aleve, longer-lasting body pain relief.
Hey, Jen. Look, it's you. It's your pain and congestion. It's all there.
No, I beat my pain and congestion with new Mucinex Rapid and Clear.
Wait, what? Ah, time out! Time out!
Beat pain, congestion, and headaches. New Mucinex Rapid and Clear.
Your new rate better than the old? Yes, my rate dropped significantly, which helped lower my monthly payments.
Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan. Get a low fixed rate, no fees required, and funding as soon as the same day you sign.
We're tracking the breaking news out of the Middle East. The United States and Israel launching a massive coordinated attack against Iran, and the Iranians are retaliating big time. Here's what we know right now. President Trump announced the mission in a video he posted on social media. Explosions are being reported in several Iranian cities, including the capital, Tehran. Watch this.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
The president also warning that there could be American casualties. Iran is responding with drone and missile attacks against Israel and several U.S. military targets across the region. Joining us now, CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton, and CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, the stated goal, clearly the president was very blunt in talking about regime change, getting rid of the leadership, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the Ayatollah, and having a new regime come to power in Iran.
Yeah, he has decided, instead of doing a short, sharp series of strikes and then trying to go back to the negotiating table, that he wants to change the people at the top. And that is the hardest thing to do, especially if you don't have boots on the ground or some sort of allied force on the ground that is ready to take advantage of the air cover that the Americans are providing right now. So we have to watch, if people flood into the streets in protest, well, they can't do that right now with the bombing going on. Who will it coalesce around? Who would take power? If somebody like Prince Pahlavi, the Shah's son, tries to go back to Iran, the country is going to say the leadership gets taken out. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, I think, will very quickly switch, if it can't maintain statewide power, to some sort of insurgent force that makes it hard for anyone else who comes after to govern or to have any sort of stability.
Can the U.S. engage in regime change, and you're a former U.S. Air Force, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel, strictly with air power, or do you need boots on the ground?
You really do need boots on the ground, Wolf, and Kim is exactly right. These are the kinds of things that require a real coordinated campaign plan, and I don't see that really being part of the mix here when it comes to this particular military operation, because what you have is air power going in, which is great to soften up a target, but what is not there, at least not evident right now, is some kind of a force that can say, okay, now that the air power has taken care of these particular targets, we can come in and we can, in essence, have what amount to mop up operations. And that's the kind of thing that you need. You need some kind of a force on the ground, whether it's a military force like the U.S. Army or an indigenous force of some type that is willing and able to exert power and to perhaps result in regime change.
You know, I noticed, Kim, that the Iranians quickly started targeting U.S. military positions in several Persian Gulf countries. And I had a list before: the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, and then Jordan. They hit some targets, U.S. troops in Jordan and in Kuwait.
Yeah.
What's missing is Saudi Arabia. Why? Because the U.S. has troops in Saudi Arabia.
Well, there had been a recent rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran diplomatically over the past couple of years. So they might be saving that, or perhaps they've used the ballistic missiles that they had available before various ballistic missile sites got targeted. We don't know what the battle damage assessment is. You know, among the many things we don't know also is the Israelis generally have intelligence on the ground for an operation like this. They could be the handshake working with armed groups, like the Iranian government reported during all of the recent protests that there were armed Kurdish separatist groups. So perhaps the Israelis are working through that. They also might have a better assessment of how brittle this regime is. In past confrontations like this, where we've suddenly seen a government collapse, they look strong until suddenly everyone heads for the hills. When the Shah gave up the first time, there were 13 months of revolutionary demonstrations before the air went out of that balloon, but that was partly triggered by the fact that the Shah also had cancer, needed to leave the country for treatment, and there wasn't anyone around which to coalesce power.
You think this is dramatically, in the next few days and maybe next few weeks, going to dramatically escalate this war?
I think it has the potential of doing so, Wolf. And, you know, what you're seeing is a very large Iranian response. And I think, you know, it's going to be interesting to get the military assessment from places like CENTCOM to see if they had anticipated this kind of a reaction from the Iranians. They clearly anticipated some of that by evacuating some troops from some of these bases that you've mentioned in the Persian Gulf region. But I don't know if they've really anticipated the magnitude of this, because it looks like, you know, we're looking at you know, several hundred, if not a series of 1,000 drones heading toward Israel, and potentially other targets as well. And if you add that, couple that with missiles that the Iranians still have, it could be a fairly substantial response. The question then would be, though, what kind of follow-up will the Iranians have?
How effective is that Iron Dome anti-missile system that Israel has over the whole country in dealing with a lot of drones coming in from Iran?
This is what the Iranians are trying to do, Wolf. The Iron Dome system was not built for drones. It does have some modifications that have been made to it to work on the drone problem, but the problem is that with a swarm of drones, it's going to overwhelm most radars that are associated with the Iron Dome. And that's why not only do they have the Iron Dome, but the other elements of the Israeli air and missile defense systems like the Arrow system and David Sling, but also the Aegis systems that the U.S. Navy brings in. And those are sitting off the coast of Israel right now, and they are supposed to help with this. Let's see how effective they are this time. They were highly effective in June. Let's see how effective they are now.
Yeah. Do you want to add a point?
I think that's why you saw Israel carry out attacks in Lebanon as this overall operation commenced, because Hezbollah, backed by Iran, still has some missiles that it could launch south, you know, taking advantage of Israel's distraction. So they took proactive strikes to defang some of those Hezbollah positions so they weren't facing missiles from all sides.
All right, Kim, thanks very, very much. Cedric Layton, thanks to you as well. We're staying on top of all of these developments. We'll be right back.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go binge watch. Good to go out even later. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider as few as 6 times a year. Don't take Cabenuva if allergic to its ingredients or taking certain medicines that may interact. Serious side effects include allergic reactions or rash, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If these occur, get medical help right away. Tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, liver or kidney problems, mental health, pregnancy, and breastfeeding. The most common side effect is injection site reaction. With Cabenuva, you're good to go without daily HIV pills. Talk to your doctor about switching.
Reminder, bent finger appointment.
I don't want to wait or have surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction. I want a non-surgical treatment.
And if non-surgical treatment isn't offered?
I'll get a second opinion.
Take charge of your treatment. If you can't lay your hand flat, visit findahandspecialist.com to get started.
When curiosity strikes about the everyday lives of your family, we're here with answers only your ancestors can provide. See their stories at Ancestry.
Did you know your brain has 3 dimensions of memory? Working, short term, and long term. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva's revolutionary formula has clinically tested ingredients that support 3 dimensions of memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. When you need to remember, remember Nariva. Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
I've got this old bike and I got the receipt right here. I'd like for you to beat it with a better deal on the souped-up model.
We can't do that. Verizon does. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You're not as cool as Verizon.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
All in one and done. With Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache? Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
The storm came through with 120-mile-an-hour winds through our neighborhood. My daughter had to evacuate to our house while we were out of town. Sure enough, power goes out. When the generator kicked back on, it, of course, powered the Spectrum modem. She didn't lose service, and we didn't lose connectivity with her through the entire storm. We both breathed a sigh of relief. To have her feel safe and us feel reassured that she was okay was priceless.
Real customers, real reliability. To get the most reliable internet, visit spectrum.com/stay connected.
The Spectrum Reach Pay It Forward program is committed to helping businesses in our communities thrive.
When I heard about this, I was so ecstatic. This couldn't come at a better time for me.
They understand that we're working really hard, but we're missing out on resources.
I just remember customers coming up to us at the restaurant and just being so happy that they saw us on TV. It just feels really good.
We're now accepting applications for 2026 Pay It Forward grants. Submit your local business today.
Source, weeknights at 9 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
More now on the breaking news. We're told by a senior U.S. official that the military has laid out a step-by-step plan for possible follow-up strikes. On the phone now is CNN's chief national security analyst, Jim Sciutto. Jim, tell us what you've learned.
Victor, what's clear here is that this is not a limited strike, a one-off. There had been some discussion of that prior to this, that the president was considering something that would be quite short. My understanding is that the military has laid out a multi-wave plan of strikes, a series of strikes over 1 or 2 days with pauses in between, pauses to, in large part, to assess battle damage, to assess how many targets have been hit and destroyed. And then they have the forces deployed and the planning in place to then launch another wave of strikes and perhaps another wave after that. So that speaks to an operation that might last several days or perhaps even longer, as opposed to something much more limited. My understanding is that the early wave of this strike has been, a large portion of it has been sea-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, as well as some air-launched missiles. But remember, they have in the region an enormous force of aircraft as well, bombers, fighter bombers, F-22 Raptors that also have a role in just disabling an adversary's early warning systems, et cetera, to allow for further strikes. So both the array of assets in place, but the planning speak to something that is quite extensive and perhaps carrying out over multiple waves and multiple days.
Yeah, the Abraham Lincoln and the Gerald Ford, those carrier strike groups in the Mediterranean. Jim, as these escalate over the several days, just confirm from your reporting that no part of this plan includes U.S. ground forces. This is an air campaign, correct?
That's right. We have no understanding as to the president ordering U.S. forces on the ground inside Iran. Air, sea as well, of course, because as you mentioned, you have two carrier strike groups there. But keep in mind that whether or not you put forces on the ground, you have U.S. forces in the region, right, at a number of bases around Iran and within striking distance of Iran, which puts those troops in the fight, in effect, right, because they're at risk of retaliatory strikes. And that, to be clear, also was a focus of planning prior to these strikes to put defensive measures in place to prevent those retaliatory strikes from hitting those forces, or at least to reduce the risk of those retaliatory strikes hitting those forces.
All right, Jim Sciutto with the latest reporting. Jim, thank you. And stay with us. Our breaking news coverage of this major military operation playing out across the Middle East continues with Wolf Blitzer after a break.
The relationship between the FBI director and the president has always been complicated.
Standoff, the FBI, Power and Paranoia, premieres Sunday, March 22nd on CNN.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
All in one and done. With Mucinex X Kickstart.
Headache?
Better. Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart severe congestion and cough.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. These people are crazy.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
First, you get hit by psoriasis. And now, you get hit again. This time by joint pain. It's a double whammy. It could be psoriatic arthritis, a chronic inflammatory disease that attacks your joints on the inside and your skin on the outside. If you've been hit by, find out more about psoriatic arthritis at doublewhammy.com and talk to your doctor.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
You want to file free? Hit it.
You make me feel so miserable.
Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms so you can start feeling better the same day and save your relationship with nature. Flonase.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check my outfit before meeting my girlfriend's family. Yeah. So check Allstate first, and you can save hundreds.
Spectrum Reach's TV advertising is built for connecting brands like yours with the right audience wherever they are, giving you a premium video partner across traditional TV and streaming with access to the Spectrum TV app, the most watched streaming service in the country. When you advertise with Spectrum Reach, you're entering a universe of over 30 million households, 60+ traditional TV networks, and more than 450 streaming networks and publishers. So when your brand is ready to build for what's next, Spectrum Reach's TV advertising is built for results. Spectrum Reach, built for what's now and what's next.
Tajin, the irresistible blend of mild chilies, lime, and sea salt, is perfect for adding flavor your way. What's your way to Tajin it?
You know it's true. Everything I do.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Happening now, breaking news. The United States and Israel attacking Iran overnight. Tehran quickly retaliating. The U.S. military and several countries in the Middle East now targeted by Iran. President Trump calling for regime change. A major military escalation in the region unfolding right now. Straight ahead, we'll have all the latest reporting from the front lines. Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we start the hour with the breaking news. Major combat operations now underway in Iran. The United States and Israel launching strikes across the country. President Trump calling for the Iranian people to overthrow their own regime, and Iran now retaliating across the region. There's also new video coming in from the Israeli military purportedly showing a drone strike on missile launchers in western Iran. Just some of the hundreds of targets across the country. And take a look at the scenes of destruction in Iran's capital, Tehran. We're also told this is the square where the former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is known to live. Iran state media reporting at least 57 students were killed in a strike that hit a girls' school in southern Iran. CNN has not independently verified that. Sources saying this is just the beginning of several days of planned attacks. This satellite image showing smoke billowing from the compound of Iran's supreme Ayatollah leader, Ali Khamenei. Sources say the Israeli strikes targeted several senior Iranian officials, but Iranian state media say they are just all safe. Blasts have also been heard in several other Iranian cities. The extent of the damage right now still unknown. That's it. The sirens going off in Israel, in Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jerusalem, as Iran responds with a large-scale drone attack. Iran also launching missiles toward U.S. military targets across the Middle East. And U.S. embassies across the region now calling on Americans to shelter in place. That's a missile hitting near a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain, the home of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. Reportedly struck the service center for the Navy's 5th Fleet. And these images, take a look at this from Qatar. You can see a missile fragment falling to the ground and exploding in Doha. President Trump announcing the strikes overnight while most Americans were sleeping, calling the operation, and I'm quoting him now, massive and ongoing, warning that American lives may be lost, and calling on Iranians to take over their government. We're going to play the president's message in its entirety right now. If you haven't seen it, even if you have, watch this.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all.
Our team, our CNN team in the region and indeed across the world, has been following all the breaking developments since these strikes began a few hours ago. Let's go live right now to CNN's Paula Hancock, who's joining us from Abu Dhabi. Paula, you and your teams are hearing new explosions where you are all the time, right?
Yes, Wolf, there was another wave of incoming missiles, or at least we heard the blasts of what we assume to be the interceptions by the defense here in the UAE. This has been happening for hours now, so we're certainly seeing no let-up in the retaliation from Iran. We've heard from the Ministry of Defense here in Abu Dhabi saying that they have been intercepting missiles. They also say that one person has been killed by falling debris after an interception. We've seen images of smoke near the Al Dhafra base here in Abu Dhabi as well, so potentially not all of those missiles were intercepted, but we're certainly seeing no let-up in this retaliation. We've seen it as well in Doha, in Qatar. They just recently had another wave of incoming missiles. Officials there saying that they are intercepting them as they come in. There are shelter-in-place orders across the Gulf nations. Airspace has been closed, we know, in Bahrain, where the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet is based, that they have been targeted as well. And the same in Kuwait. We have heard reports in Jordan as well. There is anger as well as concern amongst these Gulf nations that they have become targets themselves. Many of them had said to the United States they were unable to use their bases if they were going to strike Iran. They had said that their airspace must not be used as well, as they wanted to put some distance between themselves and what the US president was ultimately going to decide to do. We've heard statements, for example, from Saudi Arabia saying that they give the strongest condemnation of this blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks, also pointing out that there have been incoming into Riyadh and the eastern province. Qatar has called it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty. The UAE condemning and denouncing this as well in the strongest terms, the blatant Iranian missile attacks. So there is concern in these Gulf nations who are unaccustomed to this level of intense missile attack. But there is also anger that they have found themselves on the receiving end of this as well. Remember back in June when the US and Israel carried out those strikes on the nuclear facilities in Iran, it was Qatar only that was targeted, and that one was fairly restrained. That is not the case now. Wolf?
Very quickly, before I let you go, Paula, are the folks there in Abu Dhabi where you are they pleased that the United States and Israel have launched this strike against Iran, or are they nervous and upset about it?
Publicly, this is something they said they did not support at all. They have been calling, since these incoming missiles happened as well, for a return to negotiations, saying that this is not the way to solve anything. This is not a country that wants to see incoming missiles, that wants to see a continuation of war in the region. This is a country that wants to continue with economic prosperity, with trade, with international business. They do not want to find themselves in the midst of yet another war here.
All right, Paula Hancock, stay safe over there. We'll be in close touch with you. Paula's in Abu Dhabi. Our breaking news coverage of the airstrikes in Iran and the retaliation will continue. Iran launching drone attacks right now at Israel in retaliation. We'll have a live report from there when we come back.
Did the re-election of Donald Trump play any role in your decision to resign?
It sounds like you have the facts on your fingertips. There really is much more that unites us than that which divides us.
Watch The Lead, weekdays at 5 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Did you know 100% of floors test positive for fecal bacteria? Ain't that some...
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
You filled this place with life, but life keeps growing.
Look, Mama.
Saying goodbye should be the hardest part. With Open Door, get an all-cash offer for your home in 24 hours. Move into your future with Open Door.
Eczema isn't fair, and it isn't your fault. But with Ebglyss, people with moderate to severe eczema can have real results, like skin that's still more clear at 1 year.
Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Ask your doctor about once monthly Ebglyss.
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside of me.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone, building on my progress without starting over. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
I've never seen anything I've done twice.
Okay, no CNN, no Variety. You've seen Interstellar once?
Yeah.
No way, man.
Now streaming on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
We're back with our major breaking news out of the Middle East right now. The United States military and the Israeli military have launched coordinated airstrikes against Iran. President Trump broke the news with a video posted overnight on social media. He called the operation, quote, massive, and the president is also warning Americans there could be U.S. casualties. Listen. Sirens and explosions have been heard across Israel today as Iran launched several waves of retaliatory missiles towards the country. The Iranian military also says it has now launched its first large-scale drone attack against Israel. I want to go live to CNN's Jeremy Diamond. He's on the scene for us in Tel Aviv right now. Jeremy, what's the latest on the situation in Israel right now?
Well, over the last hour, Wolf, Israelis have been going back and forth between bomb shelters and their homes as we have had one air raid siren after the next. No reports so far of any significant impacts, but it is clear that Iran is upping the pace of its ballistic missile attacks on Israel. For now, it appears that the majority, at least, of those missiles have been intercepted by Israel's air defense systems, which are also currently being supplemented by U.S. air defense assets that were placed in theater prior to this attack taking place. That includes U.S. Patriot missile defense systems, as well as the THAAD high-altitude air defense system. There is an aircraft carrier just off the coast of Israel that is also positioned to assist with air defense. And so far, it appears like that air defense is indeed largely holding up. But we are still really in the early hours of what is likely to be a very broad and very serious conflict in the Middle East that has now erupted over the course of the day since we learned this morning at 8:15 a.m. local time that Israel and the United States had begun striking Iran. We have seen the potential that this conflict has to really be very combustible, and not just in the kind of traditional sense of an Israel-Iran tit-for-tat. We have seen these Iranian attacks that have taken place at U.S. air bases in the Gulf across the Middle East. And this does signal a much wider scope of a conflict, certainly than what we saw back in June during the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Wolf?
I know Prime Minister Netanyahu just spoke a little while ago to the Israeli public. What was his bottom line message?
Well, the Israeli Prime Minister, very similarly to President Trump, is making quite clear that these strikes are aimed at multiple layers of Iranian targets, Iran's ballistic missile program, its nuclear facilities, and also critically, at least on the Israeli side, in terms of Israeli military action, they have also been targeting senior Iranian leaders, all with the goal here of clearly creating the conditions on the ground for regime change to take place. And we heard that message from President Trump, for example, who urged Iranians to take back their country effectively from the Iranian regime once U.S. strikes have concluded. I've also been speaking with Israeli sources who are sounding quite optimistic about the likely success of their strikes on senior Iranian leaders. We know that Israeli officials have indicated that they targeted the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but also a number of other senior Iranian officials, from the defense minister to Iran's military chief of staff, the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. And Israeli officials are telling me and my colleagues that they are feeling quite optimistic about the likely success of those strikes, although for now we're staying away from giving any specific names because there hasn't been an official assessment yet of the conclusiveness of some of those strikes. All
right, Jeremy Diamond on the scene for us in Tel Aviv. Stay safe over there. Thank you very, very much. And joining us to talk a little bit more about these major developments is Barak Ravid. He's a CNN political and global affairs analyst and a global affairs analyst for Axios as well. Barak, what more, first of all, are you learning about the objectives for both the U.S. military and the Israeli military with these clearly very coordinated attacks against Iran?
Well, Wolf, I think there's the goals are more or less the same. There's one small but significant difference. The U.S. goals are degrading Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, taking out whatever is left of the Iranian nuclear program, and taking out Iranian military capabilities. When it comes to Israel, it's more or less the same thing: ballistic missiles, nuclear sites, but there's also a bigger thing here. And the Israeli goal, one of the Israeli goals, is to create the conditions for the collapse of the regime. This is why the Israelis have been targeting for the last few hours dozens and dozens of Iranian officials, both political and military, from the supreme leader down. And the Israelis hope that if they manage to take out enough leaders and manage to degrade enough of Iran's military capability, that could create the conditions for another uprising in Iran. And I think we saw both in Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments and President Trump's comments that they are urging the Iranian people to come out and overthrow the regime once the military activity is over. I think President Trump even said it clearly. He said, we're taking military action. He called on Iranians to stay home, to take shelter. And he said, when we're done, it's your job now to overthrow the regime.
What do you make, and I'm just curious about this, somebody who's covered U.S.-Israeli relations for a long time, what do you make of the fact that the U.S. military is now labeling this Operation Epic Fury, while the Israeli military is calling it Operation Roaring Lion? Do they always have different names for these kinds of coordinated military attacks? What do you think?
Well, I think, well, first, I really think what we saw in the last few hours is really unprecedented. That the U.S. and Israel would go together on a joint military operation against one of the biggest countries in the region. I think this is something that until a few months ago, if I told you this, you would think I'm crazy. Since last June, when we saw the first joint military action, but again, it wasn't in that big of a scope and size as we see now, it became more of a reality. But I think this is really an unprecedented moment in history.
All right, Barak Ravid, as always, helping us appreciate what's going on. Thank you very, very much. And to our viewers, stay with us. We'll have much more on all the breaking news that's unfolding right now as the U.S. clearly initiates a military attack against Iran together with Israel that is likely to last at least for days, if not longer. We're going to hear the latest details to come out of the Trump administration straight ahead.
At Amazon, hourly employees earn an average of over $23 an hour. Because sometimes a little extra goes a long way. At Amazon, skills training and apprenticeships can move hourly employees into higher paying roles.
It's not helpful.
Try the Allen wrench.
Kind of helpful.
Years of hard work. Decades of dedication. Committed to giving back. You've been there, done that, and you're still here for more. So now that you're 50 or older and at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia and IPD, be proactive with Capvaxive, a vaccine specifically designed for adults to help protect against pneumonia, an invasive disease caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive is the only vaccine that helps protect against the strains that cause 82% of IPD in adults 50 or older, compared with up to 54% by other pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Whether you've had another pneumococcal vaccine or not, ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you. While keeping you in the loop. So you can keep chasing this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
You make me feel so miserable.
Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms so you can start feeling better the same day and save your relationship with nature. Flonase.
Sleep Number's best deals are on now. Take 50% off our limited edition mattress, plus 0% interest for 36 months on comfort that adapts to you night after night. Shop now for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
The Spectrum Reach Pay It Forward program is committed to helping businesses in our communities thrive.
When I heard about this, I was so ecstatic. This couldn't come at a better time for me.
They understand that we're working really hard, but we're missing out on resources.
I just remember customers coming up to us at the restaurant just being so happy that they saw us on TV. It just feels really good.
We're now accepting applications for 2026 Pay It Forward grants. Submit your local business today.
Your success starts with your customers. At Spectrum Reach, our success starts with you. We give businesses of all sizes the advertising solutions they need, with the right mix of premium inventory across traditional and streaming TV, and the data and insights to target the right customers, even beyond Spectrum households, making sure your ads are working for you and for your budget. Spectrum Reach takes care of businesses, so businesses can take care of their customers. Visit SpectrumReach.com to start advertising today.
I'm Clarissa Ward in Kyiv, and this is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We're following the major breaking news out of the Middle East right now. The United States and Israel launching a massive and coordinated attack against Iran. And now Iran is retaliating big time. The Israeli military releasing video of what it says is a drone strike on missile launchers in western Iran. Look at that. In the capital of Tehran, a satellite image shows black smoke billowing from the compound of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And Iran state TV has said the country's top officials are safe. President Trump announced the mission overnight in a video posted on social media, and he's urging the Iranian people, once the dust settles, to take over their government.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Iran is responding with drone and missile attacks on Israel and countries where the U.S. has military bases, including Bahrain. The president warning that American lives could be lost in this operation. Responses are pouring in from lawmakers. We just got this here into the Situation Room. The Senate Majority Leader John Thune saying in part, for years, Iran's relentless nuclear ambitions, its expanded ballistic missile inventory, and its unwavering support for terror groups in the region have posed a clear and unacceptable threat to U.S. service members, citizens in the region, and many of our allies. Despite the dogged efforts of the president and his administration, the Iranian regime has refused the diplomatic off-ramps that would have peacefully resolved these national security concerns. I commend President Trump for taking action to thwart these actions, end quote. We have our CNN correspondents and analysts deployed around the world right now. They're following all of these important developments. Right now, I want to go live to our White House correspondent, Elena Treen. She's in West Palm Beach, right near the president's Florida home at Mar-a-Lago. Elena, what are you learning, first of all, this morning? And will we hear directly from the president once again later today?
So for the latter part of your question, Wolf, we are not currently expected, that's according to a couple of White House officials, say that they are not currently tracking or expecting the president to deliver another speech today. Of course, that can change. Everything that is happening on the ground in Iran and in the Middle East is developing, and so they cautioned that that could, of course, change. But for now, he is not expected to give another speech. You should note he does have he's scheduled to meet with the Super PAC MAGA Inc. later this evening, so unclear if we're actually going to have a chance to see him at all. But look, I think one of the big things from those remarks that we did hear from him discussed this morning, I think were twofold. One is that he called this a massive and ongoing operation that is in line with what we are hearing from our sources. My sources tell me that this is likely to last several days, these attacks, and then also pushing effectively for regime change in Iran. I know that currently the president is at Mar-a-Lago. He's monitoring the situation while he meets with his top advisors, and they're trying to sort out now, the continuing message they're going to deliver to many of his supporters who are wary of involving the United States in another protracted military conflict.
All right, Elena Treen on the scene for us in West Palm Beach, not far from Mar-a-Lago, where the president is spending the weekend. All right, thanks very much, Elena, for that. Joining us now, CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. He's a retired U.S. Air Force colonel. He's joining us now. First of all, what's your reaction to the scope and the scale of this U.S.-Israeli strike?
Well, I think the Israeli strike and the U.S. strike combined with those seem to be quite massive, because we've got several cities in Iran that are actually being impacted by this, Wolf. And not only is Tehran and targets like the senior leader's compound being impacted, but we also have places like the holy city of Qom, Karamshar, and some other places. So this is a major development. And what it could signal is that they're trying to roll up the regime as much as possible using air power. As we've discussed before, it's a limited option that they have, but it is the one option that they're using right now, both the Israelis and the Americans, and that's going to have an impact on exactly how this unfolds.
Two Israeli sources familiar with the operation tell CNN that the strikes targeted senior Iranian figures. That includes Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, and its president and the armed forces chief, for that matter, as well. Does that align with the goal of taking out Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Not necessarily. And, sometimes when you take out the leadership of a country, then all of a sudden you don't have people that you can negotiate with. And that could be a problem. But it seems like we're not on that page anymore, where we're not negotiating a nuclear deal with the Iranians. We basically want to eliminate their nuclear program by force. That at least seems to be the direction that we're going right now. And in this particular case, the decision seems to have been made to not only eliminate the nuclear program, but also to eliminate the leadership that sponsored that program.
And I'm sure when the U.S. and Israel launched these strikes, they anticipated there would be massive Iranian retaliation.
I believe they did. I don't know if they anticipated the exact scope of the Iranian retaliation, because there's been some significant attacks in the Gulf states and in Israel. Most of the ones that we know about so far have been thwarted by the air defense and missile defense assets. But the goal of the Iranian attack, especially with the drones, is to overwhelm the Israeli air defense system and by extension the American ones. So that's it remains to be seen how effective everything is, but so far so good, at least on the Israeli side of things.
All right, Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you very, very much. We're watching all of these developments, and our coverage of the breaking news will continue this morning. What will be the diplomatic ripple effects around the region to come from the strikes in Iran?
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for weekend away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
POV, I'm in your air duct. FYI, it's disgusting.
TBH, I hate the dark.
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back, but now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi.
Is it getting clear? I feel free to bear my skin, yeah, that's on me.
Most people achieved clearer skin from head to toe. Many were 100% plaque-free. And many were completely clear, even at 5 years.
People also saw significant improvement in pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
My name is Sherry. We are at LexByte, based out of Lincoln Heights in LA. We chose Spectrum for our internet because of the reliability, the affordability, and just great customer service. I'm a happy customer. A typical day in LexByte is extremely busy. We have phones, we have tablets that connect the kitchen to the drivers. Without Spectrum, we would not be able to run our business.
Get your business free fiber-powered internet forever. Call to find out how.
Spectrum Reach's TV advertising is built for connecting brands like yours with the right audience wherever they are, giving you a premium video partner across traditional TV and streaming with access to the Spectrum TV app, the most watched streaming service in the country. When you advertise with Spectrum Reach, you're entering a universe of over 30 million households, 60+ traditional TV networks, and more than 450 streaming networks and publishers. So when your brand is ready to build for what's next, Spectrum Reach's TV advertising is built for results. Spectrum Reach, built for what's now and what's next.
A missile fragment falling to the ground and exploding in Doha, the capital of Qatar. It's part of the retaliation from Iran after the U.S. and Israel launched a massive and ongoing military campaign across Iran. U.S. embassies across the region are now telling Americans to shelter in place, and just in, the State Department is now urging all U.S. citizens in Lebanon to get out while commercial options are still available. So many airports in the region are shutting down. Airspace is closing up, including at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv and Israeli airspace for that matter as well. Let's bring in CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, the president has called for Iranians to take charge right now and overthrow their government. What are the prospects of that?
Really hard to do when you're facing an organized, entrenched military that not only is heavily armed and very well trained, but also is knit into the fabric of the country's industries, et cetera. Now, We saw a strike on Ayatollah Khomeini's compound. We've seen video of that. There are reports from various media outlets in Israel that rescuers are digging in the rubble, but we don't know if Ayatollah Khomeini was killed. There are other reports that he was whisked away to safety before the strikes. However you work it out, though, we're looking at a period of chaos depending on who was killed and who remains in contact with the levers of power and with access to heavy munitions.
And there's a report now that the Saudis are saying that Iran launched a strike against some targets outside of Riyadh.
Yeah, it is not clear exactly what was targeted, but the U.S. military training mission is on the outskirts of Riyadh. So there are targets that would have significance connected to the U.S. attack on Iran. You know, and initially it seemed like Saudi Arabia had been left out, that the recent diplomatic engagement between Saudi Arabia and Iran had saved it from targeting. But now it seems like Iran is lashing out at any area where the U.S. is based.
So you can add Saudi Arabia to the list of other Arab countries in the region that have received attacks, retaliatory attacks from Iran, attacking U.S. Bases or U.S. troops in those countries, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, and Kuwait, and now you can add Saudi Arabia to that list. That's a pretty hefty list.
Yeah, and we're only in the first hours of day one. The U.S. has said this is going to last for several days. The Iranians have always been known for having a network across the Middle East, but also having sleeper cells in places like Europe that intelligence analysts have warned in the past they might trigger in an existential crisis like this. Similar warnings were given in the first Trump administration when they targeted the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Soleimani, and took him out. After that, there were plots against people like Ambassador Bolton and Brian Hook, one of the main Iran officials of that time. But this is different. This is a threat to the regime's existence, so they might enact more plots faster just to strike back while they're still in power.
Yeah, so this thing is, I suspect at an early stage, it could really escalate and explode even a lot more.
Yeah, that's the Pandora's box of a situation like this. Intelligence briefers may have told President Trump, we think the Iranian regime is brittle and could collapse, but they don't know what a regime pushed against the wall for survival will do. We also don't know if they've taken certain figures out, perhaps like Ayatollah Khomeini. Will there be some sort of fight for the crown among those who survived?
Yeah, and I think the fact that the Iranian regime, the Republican Guard and all them, slaughtered so many thousands of fellow Iranians, protesters on the streets of Tehran and elsewhere, that has played a significant role in all of this.
Yeah, it shows how brutal they're willing to be to stay in power. Intelligence officials prior to this have predicted that the most likely scenario is that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps asserts its power and that Iran becomes far more authoritarian if they manage to stay in control.
Kim Dozier, as usual, thank you very, very much. We'll continue this conversation down the road to be sure. We're following all the breaking news this morning. The United States and Israel launching strikes, or coordinated strikes against Iran, and Iran retaliates as President Trump is now calling for a regime change in Iran.
Extreme weather moving into the area. Better stay inside.
Don't let what's happening outside affect how you feel inside. Pella windows are tested against extreme heat, cold, wind, and rain.
Our family started Cane Brew with a dream and a lot of hard work. Now we're thriving, growing, and hiring. Artificial intelligence has made all the difference for our business. We're a case study for how AI is strengthening American manufacturing. Washington needs to help AI flourish. It's vital to our economic security. We cannot let China dominate these technologies. America must innovate and win. Let's protect our competitive edge.
These are the elements of the scientific method. First, observe. Second, question. Third, hypothesize. Fourth, experiment. Fifth, test. 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 Question. Now start over. Observe. Question. Hypothesize. Experiment. Test. And finally, share results. Now start over.
Gritty, dry eyes deserve to feel
MyBo.
Don't use if allergic to MyBo. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about prescription dry eye drop MyBo.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
POV, I'm in your air duct. FYI, it's disgusting.
TBH, I hate the dark.
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Welcome to Car Breakdowns 101. I'm your professor, Ice-T. If your car is out of warranty, a car breakdown could eat you alive. Look at that car. The transmission alone could cost you $3,000. And that engine, how much do you love your kidneys? Don't even get me started on the computer system. That's a small fortune. Do what I did and call Car Shield. They get expensive car repairs taken care of so you don't have to. Class dismissed.
Call 800-994-7250.
OCD is more than what you see on TV and in the movies. It comes with unrelenting, intrusive images, thoughts, and urges. If you have OCD and need help, you can get better with specialized treatment. Go to nocd.com to learn more.
Tajin, the irresistible blend of mild chilies, lime, and sea salt, is perfect for adding flavor your way. What's your way to Tajin it?
Anything I've done twice.
Okay, no CNN, no Variety. You've seen Interstellar once?
Yeah.
No way, man.
Now streaming on the CNN app.
Sirens and explosions heard across Israel today in Tel Aviv, Haifa, even in Jerusalem, as Iran fires waves of missiles in retaliation to joint U.S. and Israeli strikes. The Iranian army also says it's launched a large-scale drone attack on Israel. President Trump calling the strikes on Iran a massive operation, with the goal being to force regime change in Tehran. I'm joined now by Daniel Shapiro. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Israel. Ambassador Shapiro, thanks so much for joining us. I understand you are now in a shelter in Tel Aviv. Well, what caused you and your associates to go to this shelter? What happened?
Thanks for having me, Wilf. So early this morning, for the first time, a siren sounded, and where I was staying, we all rushed to a shelter. That's now happened about 7 or 8 times today here in central Israel. The last one, which just occurred a few moments ago, was followed by a series of booms. Sometimes which is an interception of an incoming missile. And earlier in the day, we heard 1 or 2 of such booms. But in the last round, we heard over 2 dozen. So it seems that the Iranians have changed their tactics as the day has gone on, from individual or small numbers of missile attacks to at least the last one being a larger salvo, which they've used in the past to try to saturate and penetrate Israeli air defenses.
Do you get a sense that the Iranians and their missile attacks, their drone attacks, are going after specific Israeli military targets, or just launching them to kill people and destroy as much as possible?
It's impossible for me to know from the places I've been able to be today exactly what they're targeting. In the past, they have put a lot of emphasis on military targets, intelligence targets, but some civilian targets. There are still buildings destroyed in central Tel Aviv from the war last June. So, and because Israel is a small country and a lot of civilian population lives alongside various other installations, and these missiles are not that accurate, it's entirely possible that they could shoot for a security target and hit an apartment building or a neighborhood. So they're probably going to cause as much damage as they can, given the pressure they're under from combined U.S. and Israeli strikes that the president announced this morning.
Clearly a lot of targets for the Iranians in the Tel Aviv area, and good luck over there. Just stay safe. What do you think regime change in Iran potentially could look like? Do you see a clear path to who might actually take over if there is regime change?
I think this is one of the big question marks hanging over what the president announced last night. First of all, I think many Americans probably woke up this morning surprised to discover that we're at war in the Middle East, something the president said he was going to try to avoid. And he really didn't do very much to prepare the public or discuss with the public what his strategy was, what the goal is, why it was imminent, and why it was necessary to take this action now. He mentioned what we know very well about this terrible Iranian regime. It's a nuclear program, ballistic missile program, its abuse of its own people, and its sponsorship of terrorism. But why now? And it was surprising to me that he laid the predicate that the goal of this is regime change, because that is not something that can be done just by airstrikes. What he said, and he's probably right about this, is that only the Iranian people on the ground are going to be able to overthrow the regime and replace it with something else. But replace it with what? Most intelligence experts who you consult with suggest the most likely near-term replacement for the current regime is a military dictatorship under the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Beyond that, it's a big question mark whether there is a sufficiently consolidated opposition, whether it could be done peacefully or democratically, whether different splinter groups, ethnic or regional splinter groups, might try to break away from the main state. So it could be a very chaotic situation, even if the president's goal of regime change is successful.
Ambassador Dan Shapiro, thanks very much for joining us. Stay safe over there.
Thank you, Will.
And our breaking news coverage of the military strikes on Iran will continue right at the top of the next hour. The U.S. and Israel launching a massive and coordinated attack. We have details. We'll be right back.
This is CNN.
I've got this old bike and I got the receipt right here. I'd like for you to beat it with a better deal on the souped up model.
We can't do that.
Verizon does. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You're not as cool as Verizon.
I remember my heart was beating so fast. It's like good before the show even starts. I remember getting my first jersey.
When you get there, you can feel like that gut feeling of like excitement.
I love popcorn and I especially love the butter stuff. I remember Dad singing. I was screaming my heart out at that concert and I couldn't talk the next day.
From snacks to seats to souvenirs, cash back on experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently, and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms tried to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, visible repair of the intestinal lining,
and lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Sleep Number's best deals are on now. Take 50% off our limited edition mattress, plus 0% interest for 36 months on comfort that adapts to you night after night. Shop now for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
Did you know 100% of floors test positive for fecal bacteria? Ain't that some...
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Did you take your vitamin today?
That's my job.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
What causes a curve down there?
Is it Peyronie's disease?
Is there somebody I can talk to for help?
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
Happening now, breaking news. Lay down your arms or face certain death. Words from President Trump issuing a very deadly new warning for Iran's military after launching a massive new military campaign in the country. The United States and Israel both slamming Iran with airstrikes overnight aimed at destroying its nuclear program, among other targets. And Tehran isn't wasting time in its response, striking back at Israel as well as several U.S. targets and other countries in the Middle East. CNN has full coverage from across the region as these attacks are continuing. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer, and you're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we start the hour with the breaking news. We're following this massive and ongoing military campaign happening right now in Iran. The U.S. and Israel launching coordinated strikes across the country. President Trump telling the Iranian people they may never get a better chance to overthrow their own government. And Iran retaliating with strikes of its own all across the region. Dramatic video just into CNN out of Bahrain, for example, a Shahed drone making impact near where an earlier strike had hit a U.S. Navy base. Bahrain, the home of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. This allows a wave of Israeli and U.S. attacks. This follows a wave of U.S. and Israeli attacks on hundreds of targets across Iran. The Israeli military releasing this video, what it says is a drone strike on missile launches in western Iran. In Iran's capital of Tehran, scenes of destruction and chaos. Take a look at this. We're told this is the square where the former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is known to live. One local governor reporting at least 63 students were killed in a strike that hit a girls' school in southern Iran. CNN has not independently verified that story. Sources saying this is just the beginning, though, with several days of attacks planned. And a look at a satellite image right now, smoke billowing from the compound of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Sources saying the Israeli strikes targeted several senior Iranian officials. But Iran's foreign affairs minister says almost all are alive and safe. Explosions have also been heard in several other Iranian cities. The full scale of the damage unknown at this hour. Those are the sirens going off in Israel. Iran retaliating with a large-scale drone attack against Israel and launching missiles at U.S. targets and other Middle Eastern countries as well. Images from Qatar's capital, Doha, showing a missile fragment falling to the ground and exploding. U.S. embassies across the Middle East now calling on Americans to shelter in place. President Trump announcing the strikes in an 8-minute video overnight, claiming that Iran has continued to develop its nuclear program, warning that Americans could be killed amid this operation, and openly calling for regime change. Watch part of his speech.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
And joining us now, CNN senior military analyst, the retired U.S. Admiral James Stavridis. He served as the NATO Supreme Allied Commander, is now a partner at the Carlyle Group, an international investment firm. Admiral, thanks so much for joining us. Just hours before the U.S. and Israel launched these coordinated strikes on Iran, Oman's foreign minister said a breakthrough in U.S.-Iran talks had brought a peace deal, and I'm quoting him now, within our reach. What do you think convinced the U.S. and Israel to strike Iran now?
I'll answer that question in one moment, but first, wherever you are waking up in the United States of America, please say a prayer for our troops going into combat. All of them are taking great risk. And in particular, think of USS Ford, the aircraft carrier now in its 8th month of deployment. They won't get home before a year. Think what you were doing back in June of last year. They've missed it all. They're in the middle of a war. Think of our troops as they go into combat. Wolf, I think the answer to the question, why now, is the administration made what it felt was a good faith effort to negotiate. Perhaps there was indications that Iran might slowly, gradually move. But I think at the end of the day, the president evidently made the assessment that Iran was simply going to try and prolong these negotiations. I'm sure he consulted with Israel, looked at the weakness of Iran in this particular moment. And above all, you can really hear it, the emotion in his voice talking about the protesters. I think the president felt, and he clearly indicated in his speech, if we're going to come in and do something, now is the time.
Iran immediately, very quickly retaliated, as you know, Admiral, with strikes on various U.S. military bases and U.S. troops across the Middle East and several Arab countries. I'm talking about the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait, and even now outside of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Are you concerned that what's happening right now could escalate into a much wider war?
Of course. And I think Iran really has two options at this point. They had three. They could have come back to the administration with a serious offer indicating they would completely give up their nuclear program. Now they're down to two. One is they can launch about the level of strikes you're seeing now, which are significant, but I wouldn't call them the full extent of what they could do. And then they could try and hunker down. Option two, if they truly believe they're at the end of the string, they could go big. And that would mean closing the Strait of Hormuz, conducting terrorist attacks, maybe against American diplomats, businessmen, citizens in the region and elsewhere. They could unleash what's left of their proxies, notably the Houthis, who could try to shut down shipping again through the Suez Canal. So they have a lot of cards still to play. A final thought here, you know, the ancient Chinese strategist Sun Tzu, always, Wolf, as you know, talked about manipulating your enemy and trying to find a way out of the conflict without actually fighting. Sun Tzu also said, when on death ground, fight. I think the Iranian leadership may feel they are on death ground. I'd look for them to go big.
Admiral James Stavridis, as usual, thank you very much for joining us.
You bet.
And our live coverage will continue straight ahead with Israel's role in this major new military campaign that threatens to engulf the Middle East in war, much of the Middle East. But does Israel have the same goals as the U.S.? We're live in Tel Aviv, just ahead.
Disaster, the Chernobyl meltdown, Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
POV, I'm in your air duct. FYI, it's disgusting.
TBH, I hate the dark.
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
For adults with type 2 diabetes, do you know about Mounjaro? With Mounjaro, 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. Plus, people lost up to 25 pounds. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. And before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may cause kidney problems. Get to know Mounjaro at mounjaro.com. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Mounjaro.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums, so you can enjoy the food you love.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
Well, look at you powering through. You're not slowing down, you're raising eyebrows. Oh, and speed limits, you're way past those. Because you're playing for keeps. In other words, you're in your prime. So keep it that way with Ensure. 30 grams of protein to support your muscles and your mindset. Ensure yourself.
New Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing. When your teeth are sensitive, they need special care. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair creates a protective shield over those exposed areas that can help you repair sensitive areas of teeth after 60 seconds. I recommend Sensodyne Clinical Repair.
Extreme weather moving into the area. Better stay inside.
Don't let what's happening outside affect how you feel inside. Pella windows are tested against extreme heat, cold, wind, and rain.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
We have a major problem. And who do I have to get this done?
Your plant crews. You shut down both Lucifer and Big Red.
I wish there was another way.
I don't really see another option.
Gold Rush. New. Friday at 8 on Discovery.
Standoff, the FBI, Power and Paranoia premieres Sunday, March 22nd on CNN.
Welcome back to our breaking news coverage here in the Situation Room. The U.S. and Israel striking Iran, Iran retaliating on U.S. targets in countries across the Middle East. President Trump says the military campaign is, quote, massive and ongoing. And just minutes ago, we heard from Iran's foreign minister who said the country's leaders who were reportedly targeted by the U.S. and Israel are safe.
Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem. We are actually managing it. My colleagues in the Persian Gulf, and I explained for them that, we have no intention to attack them, but we are actually attacking the American bases in the act of self-defense.
CNN's chief national security analyst Jim Sciutto is joining us on the phone right now. Jim, I understand you have some new reporting about Israel's early assessment of the strikes. What can you tell us?
That's right, Wolf, and it is quite different from what you just heard there from the Iranian side. This is new reporting along with my colleagues Tal Shalev and Jeremy Diamond, and that is that there is optimism growing in Israel about the opening salvo of strikes targeting Iranian leaders. To be clear, there's no confirmation yet as to whether those strikes killed leaders, including the country's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. However, one of the sources we spoke to said the strikes were carried out during daylight hours because Israel believed that the Ayatollah would feel less vulnerable during those hours. Now, CNN previously reported that among the targets were not just Khamenei, but also the military chief of staff and Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian. This shows, Wolf, just the true ambitions, the scale and the ambitions of this strike with both Israeli forces and U.S. forces taking part. Again, no confirmation that those senior leaders were killed, but an early assessment is at least giving Israeli officials optimism that they have eliminated some of those senior leaders, and it's something that we'll continue to monitor very closely. But it also then gets Wolf to answer some of the broader questions as to what the strategic goals of this strike were. And it's perhaps possible that there's some daylight between Israel's strategic goals and the U.S. strategic goals, because President Trump has not said explicitly that regime change was the target or that eliminating senior leaders were the target, but you did hear him encourage the Iranian people to rise up against their government. I reported earlier that as far as the military scale of the strikes from the U.S. side, that the U.S. has forces in place and has plans in place for a multi-wave operation, a series of waves of strikes, each wave lasting perhaps a day or two, 36 to 48 hours, with pauses in between to assess the targets that have been hit, battle damage assessment as they call it, and also provide at least the potential for off-ramps. But again, that speaks to just how big this is, because you and I and others had talked about going into this, the possibility that President Trump preferred a one-off operation, small series of strikes. But as you look at what Israeli goals were here and the scale of the U.S. war planning, that this is we should prepare ourselves for a multi-day operation.
Jim Sciutto, excellent reporting as usual. Thank you very, very much. Israel is on high alert right now, bracing for more retaliation from Iran, and as this joint U.S.-Israeli military operation was being carried out against Iran. Some of the sirens and explosions that have been heard across Israel as Iran launches several waves of retaliatory missiles toward the country. The Iranian military also says it has now launched its first large-scale drone attack on Israel. I want to go live to CNN's Jeremy Diamond, who's on the scene for us in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, what's the situation in Israel? You're in Tel Aviv. I assume you heard those sirens going off.
Yeah, we certainly did, Wolf, and we actually saw one of those interceptions that took place in the skies above Tel Aviv. At least one interception took place right behind me in the sky above here. And over the course of the last couple of hours, it's really been every, 15 minutes to a half hour, there has been, one siren after the next. We just learned that a 17-year-old young man was injured in somewhere in Israel. They didn't specify where, but they said that he had moderate injuries with injuries to his lower legs. In addition to that, Wolf, I'm now getting new information about the extent of these Israeli strikes inside of Iran. One of the key elements that we've been focusing on, in addition to the fact that Israel and the United States targeted Iranian military sites, their ballistic missile program, their nuclear sites, we know that Israel specifically also carried out strikes on senior Iranian officials, including the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And I'm now told by an Israeli military official that the Israeli military targeted 3 sites where gatherings of the Iranian regime were taking place, and those 3 sites, I'm told by this Israeli military official, were struck simultaneously. They say that several figures, quote, to the essential to the management of the campaign and the regime's governance were eliminated. They are not yet naming who those figures are, but that builds upon the reporting that you just heard from Jim, that's coming from me and my colleague Tal Shalev as well, that Israeli officials have been feeling very optimistic about the success, the likelihood of success of these strikes that were targeting senior Iranian regime officials. And now we have the an Israeli military official saying that this was a result of strikes on 3 simultaneous gatherings of Iranian regime officials, and they are saying now that some of those senior figures were indeed eliminated. We're still waiting for confirmation of the exact nature of which officials they are. I've been hearing names, of course, from sources that I've been talking to today, Wolf, but we want to be extraordinarily cautious given the magnitude, the repercussions of a strike that could potentially have eliminated the supreme leader, the defense minister, the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, as well as Iran's president. These have all been names that have been floating as targets of this Israeli operation. That will have massive ramifications. But of course, as you know, Wolf, Iran has many layers of successors for the supreme leader, for example, and we know that the supreme leader in recent weeks and months has been planning multiple layers of succession should he be killed in a strike such as this.
Jeremy Diamond on the scene for us in Tel Aviv. As I tell you all the time, Jeremy, just stay safe over there. We'll be in touch. Thank you very, very much. Up next, what will this ongoing operation and Iran's response mean for U.S. forces in the Middle East? We're going to get a reaction from a key congressman, Seth Moulton, the Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, when our live special coverage continues right after this.
God. Every weeknight, we cover it all. Will you take this all the way to the Supreme Court?
I'm not refuting a syllable of what you said.
What do you say to people who are looking to find their voice?
Laura Coates Live, weeknights at 11 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Your gut is like a garden, growing both good bacteria and bad. That balance is key to a healthy gut environment. Benefiber's plant-based prebiotic fiber gently nourishes the good bacteria, working with your body to help your gut and you flourish effortlessly every day. Grow what feels good with Benefiber.
Got eyelid itching and crusties that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites, but we love making ourselves comfortable here.
With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. It's not you, it's Demodex mites.
You got this. 1, remember, I don't want surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction.
2, I want to be able to lay my hand flat.
3, I want a non-surgical recovery.
4, I want options, non-surgical options.
And 5,
and if non-surgical treatment isn't offered,
I'll get a second opinion. Let's go.
Take charge of your treatment. If you can't lay your hand flat, visit findahandspecialist.com to get started.
I can clean your teeth, but I can't wash your whole mouth.
Yes, we're toothbrushes, not mouth brushes.
Listerine works with brushing to deliver 5 times more cleaning power, plus it contains clinically proven essential oils.
For whole mouth health, Listerine. Wash your mouth.
Febreze. What does coming home to the delightful scents of Febreze plugs feel like? Like the best welcome home ever. Because Febreze has a microchip to control scent release, so it's first stay fresh for 50 days. And a refill reminder light so that freshness never ends. Want to make the best even better? Try Plug Scent Booster. With 3 intensity settings, flexible placement, plus a boost button for extra scent. And extra welcome home.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
POV, I'm in your air duct. FYI, it's disgusting.
TBH, I hate the dark.
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
The Nanakuli Valley is the largest Hawaiian community in the state of Hawaii. Alolike was founded to provide a safe place because Hawaiians were not seeking services. Because of Spectrum and their investment, this center is a place that people can come and get access to technology. We have programs that help students, elderly, that help adults get employment, keeping the cultural foundation as we move forward. Many of our participants don't have computers at home. And if you don't have access to a computer, you don't have access to resources. Spectrum gives us the tools to help more people get there.
Ed Out Front, weeknights at 7 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We're following the major breaking news out of the Middle East. The United States and Israel launching a coordinated, very massive attack against Iran. Now Tehran is retaliating, and a word of caution, the images we're about to show you are disturbing. Iranian state media is reporting that this is a girls' school hit by a strike in southern Iran. According to a regional governor, at least 63 students were killed, 92 injured, with more trapped under the rubble. CNN has not independently verified that report. In the capital, Tehran, a satellite image shows black smoke billowing from the compound of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But Iran's foreign minister is telling NBC News that Khamenei is alive as far as he knows. President Trump announced the mission overnight in a video that he posted on social media. He's urging the Iranian people, once the dust settles, to take over their government. Listen.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Iran is responding with drone and missile attacks on Israel as well as several Arab countries throughout the Middle East where the U.S. has bases. The president warning that American lives could be lost in this operation. Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts is joining us right now. He's a key member of the House Armed Services Committee, previously served in the U.S. Marine Corps, and including multiple tours in Iraq. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. What's your reaction, first of all, to the news from President Trump overnight that the U.S. and Israel have bombed Iran in a joint operation? What do you think of this, his statement that American lives potentially could be lost?
This sounds an awful lot like it could be Iraq War 2.0. I mean, the Iraq War was based foundationally on two problems. One, a lie about nuclear weapons, and two, no plan whatsoever for what comes next. And it's very hard to look at what's going on in Iran right now, where Trump clearly lied about obliterating their nuclear weapons program just months ago, and clearly has no plan for what comes next, and not see Iraq War written all over this.
Do you have confidence in President Trump's assessment that Iran has been building missiles that potentially could soon reach the American homeland?
No, we have not been briefed on that in Congress. Does Iran have a lot of missiles that can reach the Middle East, including our troops there and our allies? Yes, it does. It's had tens of thousands of those missiles for a long time. But it seems like what the president is talking about most is getting a diplomatic deal that prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Well, he had that deal. He had that deal from the Obama administration that prevented Iran from ever developing a nuclear weapon, and he tore it up. And not only did he tear up that diplomatic deal, he stopped all the inspections, the cameras, the inspectors who were keeping an eye on what Iran was doing, so that if they ever tried to break that promise, we would know. Well, none of that is there today because of Donald Trump's first term. And now he's putting American lives at risk to undo his diplomatic mistake.
I know, Congressman, you believe that President Trump shouldn't have attacked Iran without formal official approval from Congress under the War Powers Act. Is there any talk right now from House leaders and others about Congress returning to take a vote on a War Powers resolution?
Not under the completely feckless Mike Johnson. I think he'll go down as the weakest speaker in American history, and he's not talking about calling us back at all. There are members of Congress, including a few Republicans, who are pushing to have a vote on a War Powers resolution later next week. But of course, that's a week late. We should be authorizing this. The president didn't even try to explain that this was just a limited strike. He said outright, this is war. This is major. These are major combat operations. And under the Constitution, that means Congress must vote on whether or not we send American troops to war. It seems that the only person that Trump cares about getting permission from is Benjamin Netanyahu. He hasn't asked the American people. He hasn't asked the U.S. Congress. He just got the go-ahead from Benjamin Netanyahu, and now we're at war.
A joint military operation, the U.S. and Israel. CNN is reporting, Congressman, that Secretary of State Marco Rubio was able to brief 7 members of what's called the Gang of 8, the top leadership of the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees, top leadership of Congress, just ahead of the attack. Is there any discussion of a briefing from Rubio or any other Trump administration official on the attacks against Iran for a broader group of lawmakers, including you, for example, at this point?
Not that I have heard yet. And just to be clear, Gang of 8 briefings are required before any military action. They refused to do that before the more limited military action in Venezuela, for example. But if we go to war, there not only need to be briefings, there needs to be a vote. And I haven't heard talk about that happening. There's no pressure from Republican leadership for that to happen. And there needs to be. I mean, you know, for all the tragedies of the Iraq War, at least George W. Bush did come to Congress and ask for a vote. Unfortunately, too many people in Congress at the time believed the administration's lies about weapons of mass destruction, and they voted to authorize that war, and hundreds of thousands are dead as a result. But at least they had a vote. We haven't even had a vote or a debate about this Iran war whatsoever.
Before your time in Congress, as I pointed out, you served in the U.S. military and the Marine Corps. Do you have any concerns that President Trump could be repeating some of those very same mistakes that you saw that the U.S. made during the war in Iraq and later in Afghanistan?
I mean, so many mistakes. There's no plan for the day after. There's no strategy underlying what we're doing. He can't even clearly articulate to the American people and therefore to our troops exactly what objective they're trying to achieve. But the most fundamental mistake is that you have to believe the truth. If you're being asked to risk your life for your country, the one thing you absolutely need is to believe that your commanders are telling the truth. It's very hard to imagine being a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine in the Middle East today and to actually believe that Trump is telling the truth. There have been so many lies leading up to this. Most of all, the idea that he obliterated the nuclear program just months ago was clearly a lie. And so the troops have to be asking today, can we trust our leaders? Can we trust our commander-in-chief? Do I really know what I might die for in the days ahead?
Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, thanks very much for joining us.
Good to see you, Wolf.
Just ahead, months of moving assets, high-stakes talks, and threats from President Trump, all coming to a head right now. The massive effort behind these ongoing attacks on Iran. We have new information. We'll be right back.
Welcome to All There Is Live, a weekly live stream where I talk to others about grief and loss.
I don't think that I was ever prepared for loss.
And you can join the conversation too.
All There Is Live, now streaming at cnn.com/allthereis.
Did you know 100% of floors test positive for fecal bacteria? Ain't that simple?
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
My heart has experienced life-changing wins, losses, and countless miles. To keep living at my speed, I trust Cunol CoQ10. CoQ10 is the #1 cardiologist-recommended supplement for heart health. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Known for pursuing your passions. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is an immunotherapy known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 18 types of cancer. One of those cancers is early-stage non-small cell lung cancer. Keytruda may be used with certain chemotherapies before surgery when you have early-stage lung cancer, which can be removed by surgery, and then continued alone after surgery to help prevent your lung cancer from coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, headache, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, persistent or severe muscle pain or weakness, muscle cramps, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, such as Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, lupus, or myasthenia gravis, or Guillain-Barré syndrome, an organ, tissue, or stem cell transplant, or receive chest radiation. Keytruda can harm your unborn baby.
See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you. It's true, Keytruda.
Doctors recommend Colace stool softener for gentle, dependable relief from constipation. It's so gentle, doctors even recommend it during pregnancy and after surgery. Colace increases water in the stool, making it softer so it's easier to go. No harsh laxatives, cramping, or straining. Colace.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back, but now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi.
Most people achieved clearer skin from head to toe. Many were 100% plaque-free. And many were completely clear, even at 5 years.
People also saw significant improvement in pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Meet EarthBreeze, a revolutionary laundry detergent that magically dissolves in any wash. There's no wasteful plastic jug, and it's water-free because you already have water. The future of laundry detergent has arrived. Learn more at earthbreeze.com.
I'm on Row. I lost 75 pounds on Row. I cried when I could finally run a mile, and now I'm running marathons. FDA-approved GLP-1s for the cost of my monthly copay, thanks to Row's free insurance check. Losing the weight is just the start. I'm Hannah Nylander Asplin, and this is me on Row. Sleep Number's best deals are on now, including 0% interest for 36 months on select purchases. Save on comfort that adapts to you night after night. Shop now for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
Tonight on 360.
The stories that matter. Anderson Cooper 360. Weeknights at 8 on CNN.
The major breaking news we're following this morning, the United States and Israel launching a massive military campaign against Iran. Waves of attacks all across the country, and Iran is right now retaliating with strikes of its own. The Israeli military says this is the result of months of, quote, close and joint planning by the U.S. and Israel, and we're getting new details about how this operation came together. CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohn is here with me in the Situation Room. He's got the details. What are you learning, Zach?
Yeah, Wolf, this operation was initiated when it was daylight outside in Iran, which is really notable for a few reasons. One being, we're told by sources that that choice is made in part because of high level of confidence in being able to target Iranian leadership. And we know that was what the Israeli part of this operation was really focused on, conducting strikes against key figures within the Iranian government, potentially even the supreme leader himself. And for the U.S. side, I'm told that the target set really focused on what they're calling high-level targets. And those are things like IRGC facilities and broadcasting capabilities, naval facilities, and underground facilities that are likely linked to Iran's nuclear program. That was really what the first wave of what we're told is going to be likely an extended campaign, coordinated campaign launched by the U.S. and Israel against a wide array of targets.
So this operation could go on for, what, days, maybe even weeks?
That's the expectation at this stage. Well, if we're told that the military has been planning and the Israeli forces have also been planning to really carry out strikes over the course of several days, potentially, and our colleague Jim Sciutto reporting that those waves will happen in 1 to 2 day increments. There will be a pause to sort of assess the damage, maybe offer an off-ramp of some kind, and then those attacks will resume. So it does seem like there is going to be a steady tempo to these strikes, and they do seem to be lasting more than 1 day.
And they seem to be getting along pretty strongly, the U.S. and Israel, for these coordinated attacks. I guess there's a lot of planning that goes on, joint planning between these two countries?
This was clearly closely coordinated between the U.S. and Israelis. Israel saying that this was the result of months of planning with the two sides. Obviously, the decision was made to launch this operation early Saturday morning. And I'm told, too, that the scope and the scale of this operation really is something that has surprised a lot of people, including some lawmakers in Congress. The goals outlined by the president in that 8-minute video really going well beyond even what the biggest expectation was for an operation like this.
You know, I know there was a lot of concern that some of the Iranian proxy groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon, or Hamas for that matter, or the Houthis in Yemen could join the Iranians and retaliate. I haven't seen much of that yet. Have you? No, I haven't, but that was a big concern leading up to this operation. That's something that I know the president has been briefed on regularly by his top military advisors, including Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, who we're told is monitoring the situation with the president at Mar-a-Lago. At Mar-a-Lago, that's where the president's spending the weekend. All right, thanks very much. Zach Cohn reporting for us. Coming up, the potential impact of this military operation on the regime in Tehran and on the Iranian people. CNN's Fred Pleitgen has done extensive reporting from inside Iran. He was just there. We're going to get his perspective. That's next.
The story is everything is bad and getting worse. What?
Have I got news for you? New episode tonight at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
I used to think all money managers were the same, but Fisher Investments is different.
How different are they really?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, and they reach out proactively.
They probably invest in a bunch of mutual funds like other money managers.
No, they build a tailored portfolio based on your personal goals, needs, and more.
Well, they probably have a complex fee structure.
No, Fisher has a transparent fee that's a percentage of your portfolio.
So we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly.
Vyvgart Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one. That's how we live vividly with Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
They say shrimping ain't easy, but with Long John Silver's $6 shrimp baskets, they will be eating their words. Words like crispy battered, tender grilled, and irresistible popcorn. Now sauced and tossed in sweet chili. $6 shrimp baskets at Long John Silver's. Shrimp, yeah.
POV, I'm in your air duct. FYI, it's disgusting. TBH, I hate the dark.
1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Here's a special announcement from Shark Coatings.
That's right. Shark Coatings has major promotions going on right now. For a smaller garage or patio, it's as low as $41 a month. A standard two-car garage as low as $49 a month, and a larger area like a driveway and walkway from $85 a month. Of course, each property is unique, and we can give you exact pricing for your project. At Shark Coatings, now is the time to upgrade your concrete with special promotions and pricing.
For instance, last June, when that 12-day war happened, mostly with Israel, but then also, of course, the U.S. chiming in as well. At that point in time, there were a lot of people who were very afraid of those Israeli strikes. There were a lot of people who were angry at those Israeli strikes, especially due to some of the collateral damage, some of the civilian casualties that happened in all of those. So while there was a good degree of anger at the leadership after the crackdown on the protests, there still are a lot of people who understand that a large military campaign, and especially a bombing campaign from the air, can have severe consequences for civilians on the ground. And of course, we have to keep in mind that a lot of the folks in Iran right now, they still remember the days of the 1980s and that war between Iran and Iraq, where a lot of Iranian cities were also pummeled by fighter jets, and they understand that that can have severe consequences for people who are on the ground, Wolf.
Fred Pleitgen helping us appreciate what's going on. Fred, thank you very, very much. And our special breaking news coverage will continue straight ahead as we take you live to the Middle East, where Iran's response to these attacks is already spilling over into other parts of the region.
Here's what you can find out front, direct and in-depth. Do you think that Pam Bondi is hiding something? Getting ahead of the biggest stories and giving you context. Do you like capitalism?
Aaron Burnett Out Front, weeknights at 7 on CNN, and watch on the CNN app.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
Well, look at you powering through. You're not slowing down, you're raising eyebrows. Oh, and speed limits, you're way past those. Because you're playing for keeps. In other words, you're in your prime. So keep it that way with Ensure. 30 grams of protein to support your muscles and your mindset. Ensure yourself.
Psst, psst. You make me feel so miserable.
Psst, psst. Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms so you can start feeling better the same day and save your relationship with nature. Flonase,
Move forward and flare less with Ebglyss for eczema. U.S. Olympian Erin Jackson coming down. But wait, this isn't where her story starts. Back up, back up. One more rep. And here, this is it. This sense of calm. Want to find calm for your skin? Once monthly Ebglyss is a treatment that can be used with or without topicals that can deliver calming itch relief. It offers people with moderate to severe eczema skin that's still more clear at 1 year.
Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Ready for calmer skin? Flare less with Ebglyss for eczema. Scan here and talk to your doctor today.
Dry eye relief with a prescription Mibo drop?
Mibo.
Don't use if allergic to Mibo. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about Mibo.
Let's face it, you want something to believe in again. A team you can trust to provide you with something that's real. You want journalists who are courageous and obsessed with getting it right, guided by one mission: to be authentic, clear, and honest. You want someone to give you something to believe.
Cocoa, Florida. Something big just happened. Cocoa Ford, formerly Paradise Ford, is under new ownership, new management, and delivering a whole new buying experience. Transparency, faster service, better deals, and a team that puts you first. Experience the Cocoa Advantage with a lifetime powertrain warranty, service shuttle, vehicle pickup and delivery, mobile service, and more. Cocoa Ford, a better car buying experience starts now.
Muntean at Reagan National Airport. This is CNN.
Happening now, breaking news. The United States and Israel launching a massive and ongoing military campaign against Iran. Tehran swiftly retaliating, launching strikes against Israel as well as several countries in the Middle East and U.S. targets in the region. President Trump calling for regime change in Iran, with attacks across the region still underway right now. We'll have all the latest developments from the front lines. That's coming up. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer, and you're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We start the hour with the major breaking news. Combat operations now underway in Iran. The U.S. and Israel launching coordinated strikes across the country. Tehran now retaliating as President Trump calls for the Iranian people to overthrow their government. And as we follow news of the damage inside Iran, a word of caution: the images we're about to show you are disturbing. Iranian state media is reporting that this is a girls' school hit by a strike in southern Iran. According to a regional governor, at least 63 students were killed, 92 injured, with more trapped under the rubble. CNN has not independently verified that report. And just into CNN, the Israeli military says it has launched another set of strikes targeting Iran's missile launchers. In the capital of Tehran, satellite imagery shows black smoke billowing from the compound of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as an Israeli military official now says several senior Iranian officials were killed in the strikes. But Iran's foreign minister tells NBC News that Khamenei is still alive as far as he knows. Explosions have also been heard in other Iranian cities, several cities in fact. The full scope and scale of the damage not yet clear. Also just in, video of smoke rising near the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building in Dubai. It appears to be part of Iran's retaliatory strikes against other Middle Eastern countries where the U.S. has bases. And this video from Bahrain showing a Shahed drone making impact near a U.S. Navy base that was struck earlier. Bahrain, the home of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. President Trump announcing the strikes overnight while most Americans were sleeping, calling the operation, in his words, massive and ongoing, warning that American lives may be lost and calling on Iranians to take over their government. Here is part of what the president said.
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
I want to go live right now to CNN's Jeremy Diamond. He's in Tel Aviv for us. Jeremy, I know we're not, there you are right there. Sirens have just been going off there where you are. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, if you can hear them overhead, we're actually inside due to the threat of the Iranian ballistic missiles. Make sure my cameraman Cyril doesn't trip up there. We're going to move inside because these sirens are going off, and we've been seeing this happen, more and more frequently over the course of the day. The cadence of these strikes has really been picking up. In fact, we just were able, as night is now falling, it's a lot easier to be able to see some of these missile interceptions that are happening in the sky as night has fallen, and we were able to see as sirens were sounding in northern Israel as well as in Jerusalem. We were able to get a clearer picture of some of those ballistic missile interceptions, and indeed we have been seeing more of them over the course of the day, signaling that Iran still has a lot more capabilities, a lot more firepower that they haven't deployed yet. Of course, we've seen the most significant impacts of those Iranian missile strikes right now appear to have been in the Gulf countries, as we've been witnessing these strikes in Doha, in Dubai as well. In Israel so far, it appears that most of these ballistic missiles have been intercepted. We've received only 2 reports so far of individuals with moderate injuries. Nothing all that severe as of yet. But again, we are still really in the early hours of a conflict that very much could continue to spiral even further out of control. And of course, we're also reporting on the scope of those Israeli strikes inside of Iran. As we've been reporting in the last hour, the Israeli military saying that Israel struck 3 simultaneous gatherings of Iranian senior officials, and they are now confirming to us that several senior Iranian officials were killed in those strikes, although they have not yet named them. We know, of course, that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, was one of those targets, as well as Iran's president, the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. So all of this points to a very significant set of strikes. And again, Israeli officials very optimistic about how that opening foray of strikes in Iran actually went. And now, of course, they are bearing the consequences of those strikes, with Iran's retaliation seeming to kind of ratchet up over the course of the day. Wolf?
And I just want to point out that when the Iranians launched those strikes against an area like where you are in Tel Aviv, with all those huge buildings in Tel Aviv and a lot of people in Tel Aviv, the Israelis have that Iron Dome to deal with those strikes, but that doesn't always work. And even if one of the Israeli counter missiles destroys an incoming Iranian missile, the damage to the ground could be really intense with all that metal and that shrapnel just going all over the place. That's why everyone is told to go into the bunkers, go into the shelters, and that's where you are right now. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Wolf. And Israel has this kind of multi-layered defense system. Iron Dome is traditionally used for the kind of shorter range missiles, the types that you might see from Hamas or Hezbollah. In this case, we're talking about a system known as the Arrow system. David Sling is another system that can be used at times. That's because these ballistic missiles, they go so high up outside of the atmosphere. They're actually intercepted most of the time outside of the atmosphere in space. But the debris from that can sometimes sometimes fall. Last time we saw a man in the West Bank who was killed as a result of falling shrapnel from an interceptor missile. So this is why the Israeli authorities tell people to remain in the shelters for about 10 minutes after the initial siren actually goes off. Not always an instruction that's necessarily followed by folks, but we have seen the risks that that can present. It's also important to note that Israel's traditional air defense systems is being supplemented right now very powerfully by the United States, which has deployed its own air defense systems in the region, but also has an aircraft carrier strike group off Israel's northern coast, which is also capable of shooting down some of these missiles.
And we've been showing our viewers these live pictures coming in with these Iranian missiles coming towards Tel Aviv, and the Israelis launching their anti-ballistic missile system to deal with it. You see a lot of them being blown up in the sky, but as I said, there's still potential danger because all that material, that metal, has to fall to the ground and could potentially hurt someone if it lands near or on top of a person. We're watching all these live pictures. Brett McGurk is with us as well. Brett, you know a lot about this kind of stuff. What's your reaction? You see these live pictures coming in.
I think, well, two inflection points for where we are, very early hours of this conflict. Inflection point number one, and Jeremy spoke to this, how successful were these initial waves of strikes into Iran at degrading Iran's missile infrastructure? Not just the missiles themselves, but the launchers. There's a limited number of launchers, which dictates how many missiles they can get off at a single time, and that affects the air defense equation. So that is a key question. I think we'll know a little more here over the coming day or so. Second inflection point, Wolf, as Jeremy said, these targets against Iran's leaders. I mean, we've tried to actually kill the supreme leader of Iran. If that strike was successful, that will be a huge moment, because then Iran is in a secession crisis and there will be a lot of uncertainty inside Iran itself. If it was not successful, I think the Supreme Leader Khamenei will think, he was protected by divine intervention, and he'll harden down even further. So those are two immediate things I'm looking at. What are the missile capabilities of Iran as we go forward here, and also how successful were those leadership strikes?
And once again, we're showing our viewers these live pictures. The skies over Tel Aviv right now. You see the incoming Iranian. Let's listen in for a second. I just want to hear how this is unfolding. Every 30 or 40 seconds you hear an explosion over the skies of Tel Aviv.
I just point out one thing. We've been tracking the carrier strike group, the USS Ford, which is moving through the Mediterranean, anchored off the coast of Lebanon, off the coast of Israel. We have American destroyers in the water firing anti-ship or anti-air missiles now. That's why that carrier strike group is there.
They're protecting Tel Aviv.
This is all very well coordinated between Israeli defense forces and American missile defenses throughout the region. So that is all ongoing now. Again, our troops are the best at this. I think we all have to keep them in our mind. But that's what's happening. This is those missiles. I've been in the Situation Room when this is going down. A missile from Iran to Israel takes about 12 to 13 minutes, very fast. And then there's about a 3 to 4 minute window where they're in the area we can strike them. Going Mach 4, Mach 5, two missiles coming at each other. Incredibly complex, but that's what's happening here over the skies of Israel.
So do you think that's why the U.S. aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, is off the coast of Tel Aviv right now in the eastern Mediterranean?
Absolutely. It's two things. Number one, the missile defenses, which I'm sure are engaged right now as we speak, and also a deterrent against Hezbollah in Lebanon should they choose to get into this conflict. Of course, Hezbollah is significantly weakened. One thing Iran had going for it over many, many years was this capability of Hezbollah just to Israel's north with tens of thousands of missiles itself. And that has been largely degraded from the Lebanon war in 2024. But yeah, that carrier strike group is playing a very important role, both regional deterrence, but also missile defense with our destroyers in the water.
A big city like Tel Aviv, I can only imagine how the people on the ground, if they look up in the sky and they see these missiles coming in, and they see Israel, or the U.S. for that matter, launching anti-missile systems to try to destroy them, and then you see explosions in the sky, that could be pretty frightening.
Well, as Israelis have shelters in their residences, in their places of work. We had in April 2024 almost 100 missiles launched at Israel. October 2024, 200 ballistic missiles launched at the same time. I lived through all that. And then, of course, the June war that you and I helped analyze here at CNN. So we've seen this before, but a key equation, we talked about missile math during that June war. How many missiles does Iran have? How many can they get off? And how many missile interceptors do the Israelis and the U.S. have? And I think that was part of the planning. And that initial wave of strikes, I hope, was successful in degrading the missile capabilities.
Yeah, it's a frightening moment right now. I want to go back to Jeremy Diamond. Jeremy, you were outside. You were reporting all of a sudden. You heard the sirens going off. Then you see the explosions over the skies of Tel Aviv. You're in a shelter right now. You're still there, right?
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. And we've had to do this about a dozen times over the course of the day, but we are noticing kind of an uptick in the cadence of these strikes, and also it would seem in the intensity of them in terms of the numbers of missiles that are being fired in each different barrage. You know, what we haven't seen today is what happened the very first day that Israel launched strikes back in June. You'll recall that then, first of all, it took Iran a lot longer to actually retaliate against Israel. It was about 18 hours between those first Israeli strikes and when the first Iranian ballistic missiles were fired at Israel. This time, it only took them about 2 hours to begin firing those barrages, but they appear to have been much smaller in size. Dozens of missiles throughout the day, although I would suspect that in the last couple hours we've seen that figure increase considerably. But last time what we saw was 100 ballistic missiles in that first barrage from Iran. So it seems that these are different tactics from Iran. It's hard to tell right now what exactly that tells us about Iran's capabilities, but of course it's also important to note that this time they're not just targeting Israel, they're also going after a series of U.S. military bases in the Middle East, and also it would seem striking several of the civilian cities in those areas, whether it is Doha or Dubai, where we've seen strikes at this stage. So this is a very precarious moment, and I think it's just important to emphasize that we are really just in the very beginning of this conflict. Israeli and U.S. officials have all signaled that this is going to be an operation far beyond the size and scope of what we saw during the 12-day war back in June, and Iran has also signaled that its kind of capacity and willingness to retaliate in a more firm and more serious manner is also something that they're going to bring to bear here.
And the Israeli government is urging all Israelis right now, not just where you are in Tel Aviv, but indeed in other parts of the country, whether Haifa or even Jerusalem, to shelter in place, and if they hear the sirens go off, to immediately go to a bunker or a shelter for protection. This is video taken only a few moments ago, and you can see what's going on over Tel Aviv.
Yeah, Wolf, I mean, there are millions of people right now in Israel, likely inside of bomb shelters, very much sheltering in place in the same way that we are right now. And that's in part because we have seen these barrages of missiles sometimes be kind of, take time before, and, we're just getting right now another siren, another call for people to go into shelters if they hadn't left already. And so we are seeing the pace of this really begin to pick up from Iran. So people are once again going into shelters. I'm just going to check the map here, Wolf, and see where this is hitting this time. Right now we have sirens all across central Israel, the Tel Aviv area where we are right now. That is the latest direction of these ballistic missiles. Again, so far today, Israel's aerial defense assets, as well as the assets that the United States is providing, have been very successful, it would seem, in shooting down those ballistic missiles. But one of the things about these systems that you have to understand is that the more strikes, the more missiles there are being fired, the more chances there are that some of them are going to actually get through that air defense system. It is not foolproof. It is not 100%, and that is a message that Israeli authorities have really been trying to telegraph to the Israeli public. I do think that the Israeli public appreciates much more today the threat of these Iranian ballistic missiles than they did before the 12-day war in June, because you did see a number of civilian residential buildings in Tel Aviv, in the surrounding area, that were struck.
Jeremy, I hear some sirens
their lives
going
in
off
Israel.
Over Tel Aviv right now. Let's listen for a second. And Jeremy, all this is happening as Israel has taken other emergency measures, including closing airspace, shutting down Ben Gurion International Airport to all commercial traffic going in and out. Schools are closed. What else is going on in Israel right now?
Well, this is a country that's very much back on a war footing, Wolf. As you said, schools have been shut down. Gatherings are being prohibited right now. Basically, everything's being reduced to essential activity only. And Israelis throughout the day, as we've been saying, have been going in and out of these bomb shelters throughout the day. And the expectation is that this is going to continue for some time now. This is something that Israelis have grown accustomed to in a certain sense. But as I was just saying, you know, the threat of Iranian ballistic missiles is something that far exceeds the kind of damage potential that you would have with rockets from Hamas, for example, and even from Hezbollah, which has a more powerful, missile arsenal. This is something of a very different magnitude, and if these missiles start getting through and start hitting populated areas, you are going to see casualties.
All right, Jeremy, stay safe over there, and good luck to you. Good luck to all the folks over there who are underneath these missiles that are coming in from Iran over the skies of Tel Aviv right now. I want to discuss what's going on with the Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. I don't know if you've been watching, but a barrage of explosions and sirens going off over Tel Aviv, city of a few million people right now, and everyone is being told to go to bomb shelters. What's your reaction to these developments in the aftermath of this joint U.S.-Israeli strike against Iran?
Yeah, well, Wolf, great to be with you again. And this is really remarkable. And it's really that moment that I know that the many Iranian people have been waiting for, people that pay attention to Middle East, just a time where there's some sort of stability in the Middle East. This is that moment that really needed to happen for a long time. And, I think that the Trump administration is making the right call. Of course, with the joint operation with Israel, is one that we know has a great chance of being very successful. Whatever the reports that are coming out soon of who was struck, maybe who was already taken out, we're hopeful that this will be a short encounter, but at the same time, we have to be ready for the long haul, because this is this time when we really need to be sure that we're successful and that this regime is taken out and the Iranian people have the opportunity to rebuild their country.
Congressman, given that American lives could be at risk right now, and you heard the president say American lives could be in danger, should President Trump have gone to Congress first, and you're a member of Congress, to get permission to authorize war against Iran as required by Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution and the War Powers legislation as well?
I think the president made the right choice, and he gave them obviously plenty of notice that there was a timeline. Whether he should have come to Congress, there's been a lot of conversations, and I'm sure we'll have those conversations again soon. I don't think that he needed to for this initial action to be taken place. We've seen former presidents make these decisions and move ahead. But I know that I support President Trump, and of course want to support our military men and women who are putting their lives on the line for American stability. One of the things I mentioned about the Iranian people, they've put up with this regime for over 40 years, with all of the oppression and the opportunity not to really rebuild their country. This regime has been a troublemaker for 40-some years, and this is also about keeping America safe. Iran continues to rebuild their nuclear capabilities, and if they had the chance to build a ballistic missile that could reach the United States, that's why I believe this is America's reason to be involved and engaged. So I will support the president as it comes to Congress. I'm sure we'll have those discussions next week when we're back, and I would vote to support the president to do the job.
Quick question, Congressman. What do you say to Americans across the country, particularly a lot of your fellow Republicans who voted for President Trump in 2024 because he vowed to be a pro-peace president and end U.S. involvement in wars in the Middle East and elsewhere? Do you think he's breaking his promise?
Yes. No, I don't, actually. I really think that, this is about peace for the long haul. And, as you mentioned earlier in your programming, talking about how Iran has now struck Bagram. They've struck, the other countries in the Middle East. I believe Saudi was maybe struck, Kuwait and others. I think that that's a signal that Iran has been completely isolated, and that Iran is the last kind of the bastion of terrorists supporting governments in the Middle East. Now we've got other issues there. Syria is still on the brink, and hopefully, rebuilding in a proper way. As I saw an interview earlier, one of the ladies from Iran said that the Middle East is modernizing. That's what we want. We don't want this jihadist mentality that we have been dealing with for the last several decades. And so to those who say, well, President Trump, he said that he wasn't going to take us into any wars, he's keeping us out of wars in the long run. I think it's just pretty amazing, methodically how he has taken out, he built peace agreements with other countries in the Middle East, then taking out Maduro a couple of months ago. That gives us another kind of a piece off the board. And Iran is the last one standing. I think Russia is weakened with its engagement and its attacks on Ukraine. And China, I think, is going to sit on the sideline. I don't think that, and I think we're really in a moment here where we can bring peace for the future, for the Middle East and for the world in a greater context. Is it a safe world? No, but we are definitely making the right moves by doing this.
Have you seen any evidence, Congressman, to validate President Trump's assessment that Iran has been building missiles that potentially could soon reach the American homeland, not just U.S. targets, whether in the Persian Gulf or in Europe or in Israel or elsewhere, but actually reach the United States?
I haven't seen any hard evidence, but I have had several conversations with administration officials that have indicated that that's ultimately their goal. I mean, Wolf, as you know, I mean, Iran is the supporter of the chance, whether it's death to Israel, death to America. They hate the West. Their religious beliefs take them down this road of hating anyone who doesn't agree with them. And so therefore, I think that, we have to realize and believe what they say, that would be their ultimate goal. If they could send a missile to not only Israel, but to Europe and ultimately to the United States, they would do it. And to the point that they're willing to die, it looks like. I thought it was really incredible, the timing of this attack, waiting until the group of leadership may have been together once the attack started, that hopefully this keeps death to a very minimum, takes out the leadership of Iran, and gives the Iranian people a chance to rebuild their country, and they become our allies. And I think that's what's exciting to me, is that let's build relationships and friendships with people around the world, no matter our disagreements on a variety of things, but we can at least support one another. Look at what the UAE is doing. It's becoming a hotbed for the economy. Look at Saudi Arabia. What other opportunities are in the Middle East through the Abraham Accords, and what that has done and developed for countries to build relationships with the West. That's what we ultimately want. We don't want to see this thuggery type of authoritarian government continue to stay in place.
Yeah, we're showing our viewers these pictures of the skies over Tel Aviv as rockets and missiles from Iran are coming in, and Israel launching counter missiles to try to deal with the threat here. It's very significant. Sirens have been booming throughout central Israel and elsewhere in Israel, up in Haifa and Jerusalem, all over Israel over the last hour or so, and we're watching these pictures unfold. Your former Republican colleague, former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, is saying some controversial things right now. She's calling out the president, saying it's always America last. Do you agree with her?
I don't. And I just think that, Marjorie, for whatever her reasons are, I don't understand them. But, I think that this is putting America first. America is leading. I mean, that's what's incredible to see today, that America is leading, that countries, especially in the Middle East, want a relationship with the United States. The speech that Marco Rubio gave over in Europe a couple of weeks ago, I thought was one of the most remarkable foreign policy speeches we've seen in a long time, is that we really love and want a relationship with people. We don't want to see, like what we see in North Korea, that the people there are starving to death, and they have a dictatorship for a government. And instead of these types of authoritarians, they oppress their people rather than giving them freedom and opportunity. And so that's why I believe that this does put America first, and America's first by leading. And, I also think it's kind of ironic, too. We're looking throughout history how, people have led and stood in the gap for people because they love them. And, we're coming into the weekend where the Jewish holiday Purim is going to be celebrated, and how Queen Esther stood in the gap against a vicious Persian King Haman to protect people. And I just think that the irony that this is happening on the same weekend really, again, is representative of the fact that people need to stand up for people and show love by sometimes doing a very difficult job, and that's by taking those out who continue to be evil and kill people and have no regard for life whatsoever. So I just disagree with her, and I think America is first by leading the way.
All right, Republican Congressman Marlon Stutzman of Indiana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf. Great to be with you.
I want to bring back CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. So we're still seeing the skies over Tel Aviv. The rockets are coming in, the missiles are coming in from Iran, and Israel's dealing with the counter strikes, and they're blowing up, but the sirens have been going off, and even our own Jeremy Diamond, who was reporting live from outside, he's now in a bunker, like so many other Israelis are right now.
So far watching this, I'm watching Iran's response and kind of trying to read into it, having been involved in this over a number of years. So far the response is kind of as you might have predicted. I think they're trying to hit Israel. The volleys, as Jeremy said, are smaller than what we saw in June. And again, I mentioned in October of 2024, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the air at the same time. That is really about Iran's missile launcher capability. And a key question here in the early hours, were these initial waves into Iran effective at degrading those launchers? The fewer missiles in the air, the easier for the air defenses to take them out. So that is all ongoing. Iran.
I think it's fair to say the Israeli Iron Dome air defense system and the Patriot air defense missile system and the other systems that they have work against these missiles. But what about the Iranian drones that are on the verge of coming in huge numbers?
So drones are much slower. So for example, a drone launched from Iran to Israel, Wolf, takes about 3 hours to get there. And usually we have ways to pick it up and take them down. The ballistic missiles take about 12 to 13 minutes, a completely different threat. And you have different layered air defenses that can take down those missiles really at the edge of outer space. Incredibly complex, and our military personnel are in the Mediterranean right now working those air defenses in coordination with the Israelis. But the Iranians also have, these are the medium-range missiles that reach Israel. The Iranians also have a huge supply of short-range missiles, which they have used in these early hours against sites in the Gulf countries. It's been reported Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. This is a little, this is a little surprising because strategically, what the Iranians would want to try to do is separate the Arab states from this U.S.-Israeli operation, to try to have the Arab states stay on the sidelines, stay a little distant. Attacking the Gulf states so soon, and not just U.S. military bases, they're attacking Dubai, from what we've seen reporting, that is going to really unite the Gulf states together. And there have been divisions between the Gulf states in recent months, including UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now they're all talking to each other today publicly and uniting against these Iranian attacks. I think, so Iran seems to be miscalculating there. Might be a sign that these early strikes against the leadership have been effective about who's actually making decisions and directing this. We just don't know. I mentioned about a half hour ago, Wolf, one key inflection point here is how successful those leadership strikes were in the early hours. And the one thing I know for certain in being involved in some of these things is we do not know. So there are reports, they were highly successful. There are reports that the Supreme Leader is about to give a speech on Iranian TV. That's been going on for the last hour. Nobody knows. I suspect we'll get some confirmation over the coming days.
And a key question, these drones that Iran launches from inside Iran towards Israel, they have to go over, let's say, Jordan to get to Israel. Yes. In the past, there's occasionally been moments when Jordanian anti-drone systems went up and destroyed the drones heading towards Israel from inside Jordan. Is that likely to happen again?
You know, Wolf, in April 2024, we had 300 projectiles fired from Iran, drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We had a coalition of Jordanian, UK, France, US, Israel, defensively, supporting each other with intelligence and kinetic assets to take down all those threats. I think we took down every single drone.
Yeah.
I am sure there was a lot of that coordination going on now. Again, the drones, because they are so slow moving,
They're easy to get
they're
down.
easier to get to if the target is Israel. Now, drones against, say, some of our U.S. military positions in the region obviously can be much more effective because they can be fired in closer range. So that is also a threat. So this is just unfolding. I'm trying to just analyze what Iran is doing in response. Again, we have the response against Israel, not surprising. What I'm looking for are these huge barrages and missiles in the hundreds, which would show they really have capability with those launchers to get them off, or are they smaller barrages? And then these attacks in the Gulf, that is a little surprising, because if you attack the civilian city of Dubai, if you attack the Kuwaiti airport, which has been reported, that the Gulf states are really going to unite here, I think, behind the Americans and against the Iranians. So still unfolding, but a lot of unknowns, Wolf.
And let's not forget, there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of U.S. troops, whether in the United Arab Emirates or Qatar or Bahrain, the home of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet, and they're potentially very, very vulnerable right now.
My first thought when this broke overnight was about our personnel in the region carrying out this operation over Iran and deployed throughout the region.
Yeah,
Our thoughts have to be with them.
Sensitive moment right now. All right, Brett, don't go too far away. We're staying on top of the story. Sirens blaring over all of central Israel, including Tel Aviv. Rockets coming in, Israel dealing with that. Most Israelis now heading towards bomb shelters. We'll be right back.
Disaster. The Chernobyl meltdown, Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. A time to start new jobs and tackle new projects with new tools from Harbor Freight. Whether you're a pro or just like doing things yourself, we've got the quality tools and savings to start your new year off right. So come celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight. This weekend, get a free 5-gallon bucket when you spend $29.99 in store.
Did you know 100% of floors test positive for fecal bacteria? Ain't that so?
Call 1-800-STEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Asthma. Does it have you missing out on what you love? Get back to better breathing with Fasenra, an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems. Serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, may occur. Get help right away for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop asthma treatments, including oral steroids, without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens or you have a parasitic infection. Headache and sore throat may occur. Ask your doctor if Fasenra is right for you.
The darkness of bipolar depression made me feel like life was moving on without me. Then I found a chance to let in the light.
Discover Caplyta. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta is proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor how Caplyta can help you let in the light. Find savings at Caplyta.com.
I just can't give up now. I come too far from where I started from.
The civil rights movement of the 1960s offered a powerful promise: racial equality and freedom for all. But realizing that promise has never come easy. And every day, new threats to our rights confront us. And every day, we rise to meet them. We are the Southern Poverty Law Center, and we're working tirelessly in the courts and in communities across the country to protect the civil rights we fought so hard to win. But we can't do it alone. We need you. So please call now or go online to helpfighthate.org to become a friend of the center. All it takes is just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, to stand up to hate and extremism.
The Southern Poverty Law Center has been fighting against hate, racism, and injustice
since 1971 and defending democracy for all people. We've held back the forces of darkness for more than 50 years, thanks to people like you who choose to fight with us. And we will never stop.
So please, call or go to helpfighthate.org and join us. When you use your credit card, you'll receive the special Fight Hate t-shirt to show you're by our side, defending our democracy.
Nobody told me the road would be easy, and I don't believe he's brought me this far to leave me.
We have come too far to give up the fight for equity and justice in America. So please join us now with your monthly gift. Call or go online to helpfighthate.org today.
Unrivaled. Whenever it's playoff time, competition gets harder and harder. Everything is amped up another level.
Unrivaled champion means you have to stay steady. We'll do everything it takes to win.
Whoever's at the top at the end of the year truly earned that crown.
Unrivaled Playoffs, presented by Samsung Galaxy, begins tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on True TV.
Welcome back to our breaking news. I want to bring in my colleague and the host of CNN's Fareed Zakaria, GPS. Fareed, thanks very much for joining us. Just hours before the U.S. and Israel launched their coordinated strikes on Iran, Oman's foreign minister said a breakthrough in the U.S.-Iran talks had brought a peace deal, in his words, within our reach. That's the Oman foreign minister. So was the U.S. genuinely engaged in those talks? What do you think?
I don't think so. The purpose of those talks was a nuclear deal of some kind. President Trump had already said, I think largely accurately, that the United States and Israel had obliterated Iran's nuclear program in June. So the idea that Iran had been able to substantially rebuild its nuclear program after that massive series of attacks, the 12-day war, is highly unlikely. So this does not seem to me to be fundamentally about the nuclear deal. It is about regime change, and it was very clear that President Trump, placed an enormous amount of emphasis on regime change in his speech. He called on the Iranian people to overturn the government. This is a war to change the regime in Tehran. It will be judged by whether it succeeds or fails at that objective. The further degrading Iran's military capacity, of course the United States can do that. Of course Israel can do that. Iran has no air defenses. It is already incredibly weak given that June attack. So the key issue is going to be, will the objective of this military attack, which is regime change, achieve its goal?
Two Israeli sources, Fareed, familiar with the operation, tell CNN that the strikes targeted senior Iranian figures, and that includes Iran's supreme leader, Iran's president, and its armed forces chief. Does that align with the goal of taking out Iran's nuclear capabilities or even its missile capabilities?
No, clearly it is about regime change. In fact, the emphasis, if you look at the series of attacks, is very clearly on very senior leadership. It's a very extensive set of attacks. One would have to assume that the Iranians have prepared for this. Probably the only wild card here is the supreme leader dead. And if that's the case, has there been some kind of a replacement already named, or will there be an emergency meeting of the council that is meant to appoint the next person? That's the part I think we'd have to see. But I doubt very much that these attacks on the leadership will substantially change the course of the war, because the Iranians, I mean, it's a country of 90 million people, and it's a very large regime. They have replacements.
I want to play, Fareed, some of the new comments from Iran's foreign minister, who denies any significant damage to his country's leadership. Let's listen.
Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost one or two commanders, but that is not a big problem. We are actually managing it. My colleagues in the Persian Gulf, and I explained for them that, we have no intention to attack them, but we are actually attacking the American bases in the act of self-defense.
So what's your reaction to those comments, Fareed?
Well, the Iranian regime is not particularly truthful, so we can't be sure that that he's right about the minimal damage to the leadership. I think it was interesting that he talked about the effort to reach out to the Gulf states and tell them that Iran was simply attacking American bases. I think this was a very foolish mistake by Iran. Iran makes these mistakes all the time in its negotiations, in its dealings with its neighbors. I've often found that one is surprised at how clumsy they are. They should never have attacked the Gulf states, in particular Saudi Arabia. The Gulf states had made clear they did not want any part of this military operation. They had said bases couldn't be used. Some of them had said airspace can't be used. They had privately counseled President Trump not to do this attack. What the Iranians should have done was driven a wedge between the United States and the Gulf states, and made clear that they did not view the Gulf states as responsible for this. Instead, by foolishly attacking the Gulf states, they have joined together those states. You've seen the UAE has made very strong statements. The Saudis, very importantly, made a very strong statement saying that they regarded the attack as outrageous and they were going to, in some way or the other, retaliate, or they supported any retaliation. So the Iranians have already misplayed this. Sometimes the United States gets lucky with its, in who its enemies are, and this certainly seems one of those occasions.
Certainly does, Fareed. I just want to remind our viewers, 6 Arab countries right near Iran have been targeted by Iran. The United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait, and now Saudi Arabia. It's really an amazing moment right there. Fareed Zakaria, thank you very, very much. We'll take another quick break. Coming up, President Trump calls the operation against Iran, in his words, massive and ongoing, as Tehran promises a fierce response. What does this mean for U.S. forces in the Middle East? How endangered potentially are they? General David Petraeus standing by to join us live as our special coverage continues.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Emmy winner for Outstanding Recorded News Program. This week, Omar Jimenez is on the front lines of Trump's immigration crackdown. Have these tactics accomplished anything? The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN, and next day on the CNN app.
How do you spell relief?
For heartburn, R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
For indigestion, R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
For fast relief,
R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
Rolate spells relief.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, Jess from Planetary Design will pour 60 cups of coffee for 60 adventurers.
Shoot, lost count.
Shop small business on Amazon. To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, John from Bluecorn Beeswax will light 60 candles for Marv and Ethel's 60th wedding anniversary.
Marv? Ethel?
Shop small business on Amazon.
Machine learning is advancing, but businesses wonder if some machines can keep up.
Let's welcome our new coworker, Jeff.
Copier has a great idea.
Wonder if it's the same idea as yesterday.
It's a performance issue, really. I know people push your buttons, but you still have to deliver.
Anything can change the world of work. ADP Assist is AI, informed by workplace data, and designed for the next anything.
I know you got your own demons to conquer, but jumping back into the fire is going to do you well.
Then I'll get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Welcome to the U.S. Marshals. Everybody's got to be dialed in.
30 seconds.
Been already, comrade.
A Dutton's personal agenda is always a service in some form of vengeance. Well, the Yellowstone's gone, and as for vengeance, days still young.
A new era of Yellowstone begins on Marshals. New series on CBS.
Empower. So handsome.
I think. Oh, I can't buy this.
Whoa, whoa. Your Empower investment accounts are designed for the long haul. So, get good at money so you can be a little bad. Empower.
POV, I'm in your air duct. FYI, it's disgusting.
TBH, I hate the dark.
Call 1-800-SEAMER.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Well, look at you powering through. You're not slowing down, you're raising eyebrows. Oh, and speed limits, you're way past those. Because you're playing for keeps. In other words, you're in your prime. So keep it that way with Ensure. 30 grams of protein to support your muscles and your mindset. Ensure yourself.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
When you're connected with Spectrum, you get 5G and fiber-powered internet combined for the fastest wireless speeds. So you can sweat for the right reasons. It's only the seamless connection you love at home, everywhere you go. It's only everything.
Cocoa, Florida. Something big just happened. Cocoa Ford, formerly Paradise Ford, is under new ownership, new management, and delivering a whole new buying experience. Transparency, faster service, better deals, and a team that puts you first. Experience the Cocoa Advantage with a lifetime powertrain warranty, service shuttle, vehicle pickup and delivery, mobile service, and more. Cocoa Ford, a better car buying experience starts now.
Is live, now streaming at cnn.com/allthereis.
We're back with our breaking news. The United States and Israel launching joint coordinated strikes against Iran, and Iran retaliating with strikes of its own all across the region. These are live pictures of the skyline over Tel Aviv right now, where Iranian missiles and Israeli sirens have been sounding for some time now. Retired U.S. Army General David Petraeus is joining us. He's a former commander of the U.S. military's Central Command, which is in charge of the Middle East area, and he was also the CIA director. General Petraeus, as always, thanks so much for joining us. What do you make, first of all, of Iran's response so far to these joint U.S.-Israeli strikes?
Well, I think what's different from the last time is that they were clearly ready to launch attacks and intended to launch them against countries in which we have forces or any kind of base. That's very different, as you'll recall. The last time there was a very well telegraphed, warned attack against the airbase outside Doha, Qatar. That was it, and they were done. I think they anticipated that this would happen, although I'm not sure they anticipated the actual hour that it would happen, because unlike most previous operations, which start the early hours of the morning, in this case, it started in daylight, and presumably because the Israelis thought they could get them, the leaders at that time.
An Israeli military official, General Petraeus, is now telling CNN that several, quote, several senior figures in Iran were killed in a set of targeted strikes in the opening salvo of the joint U.S.-Israeli strike attack. How might that impact, you think, that development impact, how Iran reacts or its ability to react to these U.S.-Israeli strikes?
Well, it obviously disrupts it. If the leaders are taken out, obviously there's got to be a succession plan. That individual has to be plugged in. And of course, they have a real problem because they can't use electronic devices unless they're really deeply underground, because that's probably one of the sources of intelligence that is used to pinpoint the individuals that the Israelis are going after. Remember, last time, they took out over 12 individual nuclear scientists of Iran, many of the top leaders in the military and Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. But there will be succession plans, and they will continue their operations. I think the really big focus right now is what Brett McGurk identified earlier, which is the so-called missile math. This is about constantly trying to figure out how many launchers do they have left, where are they, how many missiles can they launch from those launchers, and then how many interceptors do we have, where are they, how are they positioned, and the rest of that. Because this is an integrated air and ballistic missile defense effort with our partners in the region, our ships, our onshore terminal high altitude air defense and Patriot systems and so forth. It's all together integrated with Israel as well. And that's what they're really watching at this stage. Then the question is, what kind of real impact can you have in terms of not just decapitating the leadership of Iran, but taking down the regime? And as some of your earlier guests have noted, it's pretty tough to take down a regime with air power. I'm delighted to see us go after the missile stocks, finish off anything that was left over in the nuclear program and so forth. But if this is regime change, that is a very tall order indeed.
What do you think, General Petraeus, regime change in Iran potentially could look like? Do you see a clear path to who might take over and how that would play out?
Well, this is a challenge, Wolf, because the demonstrations, although enormous, and I think eventually we're going to find out that the regime forces killed probably well over 15,000 Iranians. The official number is not there yet, but I suspect it will be. They detained tens of thousands, and they've been picking up others since then. The problem is there is really no organization to this. There's no leaders. The communications have been challenging because Iran, once again, in fact, today has blocked the internet. There are some limited capabilities for getting out, including reportedly some Starlink capabilities that were put into the country, quite considerable numbers. But again, who is going to lead this operation? Could there perhaps be a fragmentation of the security forces? That would be the most likely possible. It's not likely, I don't think, but that might be the one that could actually bring about a regime change. We have seen no signs of that. This is a regime that is very, very unified. There might be some squabbling over who takes what job if their leader is taken out. But that may not be enough to fracture it in the way that would be necessary for an element to truly get rid of this regime, replace it, and then begin to deal with the world in a different way.
Do you see a scenario, General Petraeus, where regime change happens in Iran without U.S. military boots on the ground?
Well, I don't think we're going to put boots on the ground. Certainly, we might have some sneakers on the ground or some other assets or something like that, but it would be very, very limited and in areas that would be, quote, safe. I don't see, again, any kind of major operation such as we launched, and I was part of course, to topple the regime in Baghdad. And keep in mind that that didn't come about because of airstrikes, although there were very substantial airstrikes. It came about because our ground forces threatened Baghdad, eventually took the airport, and then took the entire city, and the regime fled. General David Petraeus, thanks so much for joining us. Always good to have you here in the Situation Room with us. And to our viewers, thanks very much for joining us this morning. This note, I'll be back tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. Eastern with the very latest from the Middle East. Our breaking news will continue shortly with Caitlin Collins. She's standing by.
Tonight on 360, the stories that matter.
This whole area is just engulfed in flames.
From a trusted voice, a fearless eyewitness.
We just got a red alert to go down to the bomb shelter.
Anderson Cooper 360, weeknights at 8 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
If anybody knows about going to great lengths to realize a dream, it's the 5 Japanese-born players in front of their nation's fans for the first time.
Homecoming, the Tokyo series, premieres March 27th on the CNN app.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
What causes a curve down there?
Is it Peyronie's disease?
Is there somebody I can talk to or help?
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at gogetsomebody.com.
Eczema isn't easy to plan for. But with Ebglyss, people with moderate to severe eczema can have real results, like skin that's still more clear at 1 year.
Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Ask your doctor about once monthly Ebglyss.
Thinking of updating my kitchen? Yeah? Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream, maybe bone. Don't get me started on quartz. Big island. You ever heard of a waterfall
For everyone who talks about doing that thing,
Right over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen.
Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You could also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
POV, I'm in your air duct. FYI, it's disgusting. TBH, I hate the dark.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Ace. You overdid it on the loaded fries. Undo it with Pepto-Bismol. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
At Shark Coatings, we install garage floor coatings in just 1 day.
1 day?
Yep, 1 day.
How about driveways?
1 day and we're done.
Let me guess. Patios. 1 day?
Yeah, done in a day. At Shark Coatings, we grind away the top layer of concrete, apply our polyurea base coat, add our flakes, then put down the polyaspartic top coat, and you'll have a beautiful space for years to come. See how we can help you at sharkfloorcoatings.com.
Right now at Lexus of Winter Park and Lexus of Orlando, get the luxury you deserve. Come see us at either location and test drive the popular 2026 NX350. Get finance rates as low as 2.99%, or you can pay just $455 a month, and we have a great selection. So make the short drive to see us at Lexus of Orlando or Lexus of Winter Park, and you can always visit us online anytime to see our entire inventory of luxury vehicles. Lexus of Winter Park or LexusofOrlando.com.
Off the FBI, Power and Paranoia premieres Sunday, March 22nd on CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And the breaking news this hour, as a major attack is underway in Iran right now, as the United States and Israel are carrying out strikes across the country. Iran is in turn retaliating in a way that we haven't seen before, as the president is calling for the overthrow of the government there and telling the Iranian people, quote, "When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take." In just the last hour, the Israeli military says it has launched another set of strikes targeting Iran's missile launchers. And right now, Iran is hitting back, launching a wave of strikes toward Israel and across the Middle East.
Oh my God.
Explosions have been seen and heard in the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and in Dubai, where all flights to and from airports have been suspended so far. In Doha, which is the capital of Qatar, there's been video of a missile fragment falling to the ground and exploding. Iran says that it's targeting U.S. military facilities in several countries in the Persian Gulf, while also firing missiles toward Israel. In Iran's capital of Tehran, satellite imagery shows black smoke billowing from the compound of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. An Israeli military official says several senior Iranian figures have been killed in these strikes. But right now, based on what we know, and we're still trying to learn more, Iran's foreign minister is telling NBC that Khamenei is still alive as far as he knows. Iranian state media is reporting that one of the strikes hit a girls' school in a southern part of Iran. And according to a regional governor there, at least 63 students were killed, 92 have been injured, and more are still trapped under the rubble. CNN has not been able to independently verify those reports, I should note, but we are working to do so. As for why all of this is happening and what you've been seeing play out on your screens this morning, that is still a major question for the Trump administration. In a video that was posted to his own social media website around 2:30 a.m. this morning, President Trump laid out his argument in about 8 minutes, arguing the goal is not only to eliminate Iran's nuclear capability, but also to destroy its navy and bring about regime change. He was wearing a white hat and standing in front of the presidential seal as he called on Iranians to topple their leader while also bluntly acknowledging that United States forces could die as a result of this effort.
This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
We start our coverage in the Middle East this hour. CNN's Jeremy Diamond is in Tel Aviv. And Jeremy, obviously I've been watching as sirens have been going off there in Tel Aviv as Iran has been retaliating for this attack. What's the latest on the ground so far?
Well, Caitlin, Iran's retaliation for those U.S. and Israeli strikes began about 2 hours after Israel announced that those strikes had begun inside of Iran. That is a much shorter window than what we saw the last time when this conflict escalated back in June. It took Iran about 18 hours to fire its first ballistic missile barrage towards Israel. So a much shorter timeline, but it took some time until this evening when we really began to see the cadence and the number of ballistic missiles that Iran was firing towards Israel begin to pick up pace in quite a significant way. Over the course of the last couple of hours, every 15 minutes or so, we and millions of other people across Israel have been going to bomb shelters to take cover from anticipated Iranian ballistic missiles coming in. But so far, the damage in Israel seems to be relatively muted. We've seen some impacts as a result of falling shrapnel, interceptions. A couple of people have suffered moderate injuries, but it really has been quite muted as it relates to what we could potentially anticipate from the damage that these ballistic missiles can and have caused in the past. We know that the Israeli officials have said that they targeted senior Iranian military figures, and now an Israeli military official told me that Israel believes that it has killed several of those senior Iranian figures, although they have not yet named them. They said that the strikes against some of these senior figures came with 3 separate strikes simultaneously conducted where Iranian leaders were believed to be gathering. And so far, Israeli officials that I and my colleagues have been speaking to have been sounding quite optimistic about the results of those strikes. But those strikes have certainly continued, and the bulk of Iran's retaliation, while it has certainly picked up here in Israel, it really has been directed a lot at U.S. bases in the Gulf, but also hitting populated areas. Cities such as Dubai and Doha in Qatar have borne the brunt of some of this Iranian retaliation so far. We know that here in Israel there is certainly a huge kind of air defense effort that is underway. Not only Israel's own air defense assets, but also U.S. assets that have been placed in the region in anticipation of this very scenario, both Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems, but also a U.S. aircraft carrier strike group that's just off the coast of northern Israel and can also assist in that air defense effort.
Yeah, I think you make a good point, Jeremy, about where this retaliation is happening. It's not just on military bases. I mean, we just saw an Iranian drone hitting near the Fairmont in Dubai, a very heavily populated area. And I saw earlier this photo that Prime Minister Netanyahu posted. He's on the phone with President Trump. Do we know anything else about that phone conversation so far, Jeremy?
We don't have a lot of information, but I can tell you from speaking to Israeli officials that they have been talking about very close coordination between the U.S. and Israel up until right now, but also in the weeks leading up to this. An Israeli military official I spoke to told me that there were thousands of hours of planning between U.S. and Israeli military officials to develop the target bank that Israel and the United States have used today to carry out these strikes. One interesting point that I would note on the kind of division of labor, as it were, between the U.S. and Israel on these strikes, the United States seems to have focused largely on military targets only, as it relates to Iranian military sites and locations, the ballistic missile program, nuclear sites. Israel has done that, but they have also been clear in taking responsibility for the strikes on senior Iranian leaders. We have not heard the United States take any part of responsibility or credit in that effort. We'll see whether or not that changes should an announcement be made that, for example, the Iranian supreme leader has been killed, which we do not yet know at this stage. We do know that he has been targeted, and so far it's been described to us as purely the Israeli part of these strikes, not the United States, which has stressed so far focus on military structures inside of Iran.
Okay. Keep us updated, Jeremy, on what you're learning about that. And also, please stay safe. As you need to go inside, please do. We'll check back in with Jeremy on the ground in Tel Aviv as we're monitoring all of this. And as I noted, the president's case for why this is happening was made in an 8-minute video that he posted on Truth Social overnight. And a short time ago, we also heard from the press secretary at the White House when it comes to why this is happening and what exactly this looks like. I want to go to CNN's Kristen Holmes, who is monitoring all of this for us. And Kristen, I want to note we did hear from the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer. He said in a statement that he wants the administration to brief Congress. He wants an immediate all senators classified briefing. He wants public testimony. He wants the Senate to get back to Washington to reassert its constitutional duty by passing our resolution to enforce the War Powers Act. Have we heard anything from the White House on that front so far?
No, we haven't. We don't expect to see the president at least make public remarks later today. Right now, they're pointing to that 8-minute video statement saying that's the only time that you're going to see him talking about this again publicly. He could always call in. Remember, he's not just monitoring the situation on the ground there. He's also monitoring the coverage. And as we know, President Trump, if he doesn't like the messaging out there, could change his mind and decide to get out there and try to publicly control the narrative. But as of now, White House officials aren't planning that. And of course, as you mentioned, the biggest question here is why, and why now? And President Trump sought to sort of talk about this in that 8-minute video. At one point, he ticked through a list of Iranian-led assaults on Americans in different areas. He also said that his job as president and the military's job was to defend American people from the eliminating the imminent threat by the Iranian regime, but no details there on exactly what made it so imminent. And just to reiterate one of your other points as well, he laid out 3 reasons here for why they were doing this and what the objective was. It was to crush Iran's military. It was to eliminate the nuclear program. And of course, this idea of regime change, saying, as you noted, that the Iranian people should rise up. They should overthrow the government as soon as the strikes are over. So you might be wondering, Caitlin, how exactly that message is going to get to the Iranians, given that there's almost entirely an internet blackout there. So we did hear from the U.S. Agency of Global Media saying that they were boosting through this message to Iranians using satellite. This is through the Voice of America Persian program, trying to get that message from President Trump to the Iranians on the ground. No real clear indication on if that's working. And of course, there are still questions here about the timing, which does probably, if you are watching from home, seems somewhat surprising, given the fact that we had been reporting on these diplomatic talks, and probably not just the fact that we were reporting on them and talking about how U.S. officials were saying there was progress. We actually heard from Oman's foreign minister yesterday saying that a peace deal was within reach. He had been mediating those negotiations. So it certainly seemed like that. Now, President Trump had a different message yesterday as he left for Texas before going down to Florida and before, of course, launching this joint strike, saying that he wasn't happy with the progress of those talks, but that they would be but they would be talking again later in the day. Obviously, we know how that evening ended.
Yeah. clearly signaling that last night those strikes were about to happen. Kristen Holmes, thank you so much for that. We'll check back in if we are expecting to hear from President Trump any further explanation for these attacks. Joining us now is CNN military analyst Colonel Cedric Leighton. And Colonel Leighton, first off, can we just talk about where these strikes have been happening in Iran, and also where the counterstrikes, the response from Iran, which is, as Jeremy Diamond was noting, happening way faster than it did when we last saw this action between the United States, between Israel and Iran. What are we looking at right now?
Yeah, Caitlin, well, let's look at first these strikes that have hit Iran. So what you're seeing, of course, is Tehran, the capital, and that's the largest city by far. They've got about 10 million people in that particular metropolitan area. You've got the holy city of Qom. You've got Isfahan, which has an air base, and other installations that are of a critical targeting nature right there. You have Kermanshah and Tabriz. All of these areas are central to the regime's control, their ability to actually control the population. Most of the people live in this area of Iran, and these cities are among the key areas, both economically as well as militarily. And this is the center, basically, especially Qom, the center of the regime's power base. Now, as far as the Israeli situation is concerned and what the Iranians are doing there, when they're firing their counterstrikes against Israel, what the Iranians are doing is they're hitting over here in this area right here, and what the Israelis are doing with their systems, the Iron Dome system, which is the short-range system, then you've got David Sling, and you've got the Arrow system. All of those systems, the Arrow system being the one that takes care of the longer-range missiles, that's the one that intercepts the missiles that come in, the long-range missiles that come in from Iran. And when you look at all of these ranges right here, these are some of the missiles that the Iranians have. Each one of these has a range anywhere from 1,300 to 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers is about 1,200 miles, and that can take you not just from Iran, but it covers the entire Middle East and parts of Eastern Europe. So what this means is these are the types of weapons that the Iranians actually have, and they are the ones that can really impact what happens. The close-range missiles, they are the ones that actually could cover and damage the bases that we have in the region right here. So everything from Al Udeid Air Base to the U.S. Fifth Fleet, which is headquartered in Bahrain, Al Dhafra Air Base in the United Arab Emirates, and of course Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait. All of these have been struck, apparently, or at least targeted by the Iranians. We know that in Bahrain there's been at least one strike there. So those are the kinds of targets that they're going after, and this is, of course, critical for the U.S. presence in the region.
Yeah, and the president noting in that video that U.S. forces could die as a result of this. And obviously, we're thinking of all of them. Colonel Cedric Leighton, we'll keep watching all of this closely. Thank you for that update. And our breaking news is going to continue following these strikes, why these strikes are happening, what could happen next. We've got the president's former national security advisor, John Bolton, here to weigh in right after this quick break.
Over the course of the last 40 years, I've never had an opportunity to speak about this in public before.
Disaster, the Chernobyl meltdown, Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Would you like to hit or stay?
I think I'll stay.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
These eyes want a new look.
These want to save.
Better care that doesn't break the bank.
With a quality eye exam and 2 pairs of glasses at one great price.
An eye exam plus 2 pairs of glasses for $95 at America's Best.
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. Well, you better pick it up, because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet, just $30 a month.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
How did SoFi actually help? By lowering my monthly payments and making my monthly payments matter.
Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan. Get a low fixed rate, no fees required, and funding as soon as the same day you sign.
Tired of body pain holding you back? Try Aleve for longer-lasting pain relief. Unlike Tylenol and Advil, just 1 dose of Aleve provides up to 12 hours of relief from all types of body pain. Try Aleve.
Got eyelid itching and crusties that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites. But we love making ourselves comfortable here.
With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. It's not you, it's Demodex mites.
Howdy, everybody. Look who we got on campus. We should hang out more, Matthew. Hey, come on, man. We're doing it.
I've never seen anything I've done twice.
You seen Interstellar once? No way, man.
A CNN and Variety Town Hall event, now streaming on the CNN app.
In announcing the U.S. attacks on Iran, President Trump called for regime change as he laid out why these strikes are happening. And his former national security advisor from his first term, John Bolton, said launching military strikes to effect regime change in Tehran is the most consequential decision of Donald Trump's presidency. And Ambassador John Bolton joins me now. And Ambassador, I know you support these strikes, but obviously there's going to be a lot of the president's supporters and people in the United States who listen to what he said on the campaign trail and certainly what he said in his first term and say, you know, this is the president who said he was against regime change in the Middle East, that he was against starting new wars. What do you make of what would you say to them tonight?
Well, I think they made the mistake of believing that Donald Trump had a consistent philosophy, national security strategy, and policy, which he doesn't. My only regret is that I wasn't persuasive enough in the first term to get to this point.
In terms of the regime change that the president is calling for, I mean, we have no idea right now what is the status of Iran's supreme leader. But I think a key question is what would happen next if he is ultimately killed in this attack?
Well, I think at this point, really, the Revolutionary Guard is the governing force in Iran, and that's the element of state power that needs to be destroyed. I think that the division of labor between Israel and the United States makes a lot of sense, but I think the real unknown question at this point is how much we and the Israelis have coordinated with the opposition. What we need for the Iranians themselves to be doing is looking for weak links in the leadership, looking for the tensions and the fractures and the divisions that can pull the regime apart at the top and bring significant elements over to the side of the opposition so that At some point, the military refused to fire on civilians. Even the Revolutionary Guard rank and file could break and come over. This is the kind of work behind the scenes that doesn't require us to tell the opposition what we're doing militarily, but requires us to be working with them. I'm not sure that's happening, and that's worrying.
Well, that's a question of what this could look like. I know you were pointing to the comments the president made in his video speaking to the Iranian people. When it comes to how long this could go on for, obviously there were considerations about this in the first term. Based on what you've seen so far and what the United States is attacking, but also how Tehran is responding, what do you think the American people should be in for? How long could this last?
Well, I think it could last for a while, and I think another problem for Trump, and it's his problem, is that he hasn't prepared the country for what's going on now, hasn't fully explained. He had the 8-minute speech early this morning, but I think more work could have been done in advance. We could have done more work with allies, but to be sure, there are no significant numbers of American boots on the ground at this point. There may be some special operators and Israelis, but this is not a combat arms operation. It's not infantry, armor, and artillery, and I doubt that it would be. So once we have eliminated air defenses to the extent that that's possible, and I think it's very possible, the Israelis are at work at it. Once we've eliminated Iran's ballistic missile capability, which you're seeing in the deployed in the region now, then it becomes very hard for them in a military sense to pose much difficulty for us, and we can take all the time that we need systematically to turn the Revolutionary Guard bases and headquarters into ash heaps. Iran has other threats, certainly. International terrorism is a very real threat, and I think we all need to be more on guard about that. But in terms of how we convince what's left of the leadership in Iran that the regime's days are numbered, that's what you need to instill, the feeling that if they stick with the regime, they're going to be on the wrong side at the end. And that helps further defections.
Yeah. Most Americans might be used to watching a president in the Oval Office or, in a speech like the State of the Union on Tuesday night where there's a huge audience watching, lay out the case for what we are seeing play out right now. Did you find that video that was posted at 2:30 this morning where the president's wearing a hat and it's only about 8 minutes long? Did you find that unusual?
Well, I found it very Trumpian, so I guess by definition it's unusual. I mean, I have grown up in the period when the serious president behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office was the way you explained to the American people we were in for a crisis. And I don't know why recent presidents have abandoned it. I think it's the way to go, but that's just my personal preference.
Ambassador John Bolton, thank you for joining us and hopping on during this breaking news. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And our breaking news coverage of these airstrikes in Iran will continue. Up next, I'm going to speak to a member of the House Armed Services Committee as Congress is asking, what is the legal justification for what's playing out right now?
It was the worst nuclear disaster in history.
The reactor was like a loaded gun.
There was the first people to witness what had happened.
Disaster. The Chernobyl meltdown. Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently, and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms tried to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, visible repair of the intestinal lining,
and lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50+ with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Oh no! Our water line broke. It could cost a fortune to get a contractor to come fix it, and it's not covered by homeowners insurance.
That's why you should have HomeServe.
It's Tom Merson, CEO of HomeServe.
When your water line breaks, HomeServe sends a qualified contractor to fix it and pays for the covered repairs.
With HomeServe, the American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-877-507-2927 or visit homeserve.com.
Why are so many people buying a toothpaste that is so expensive?
Because Dr. Wolf's Bionic is the only toothpaste with 20% hydroxyapatite that brushes on the enamel surface. Poor oral health is way more expensive. Dr. Wolf's Bionic, available at Amazon.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
When you're connected with Spectrum, you get 5G and fiber-powered internet combined for the fastest wireless speeds. So you can sweat for the right reasons. It's only the seamless connection you love at home, everywhere you go. It's only everything.
I was rear-ended by a careless driver and badly injured. I knew that I need someone to fight for me. That's why I called Attorney Dan Newland. Within minutes of my call, I was speaking with an attorney and instantly became a client. Dan and his team helped me every step of the way, and at the end of my case, Dan got me $950,000.
Car accident? Call me now at 407-888-8000.
Thanks, Dan, for winning my case. Your team is awesome. That money is gonna help with all of my medical recovery.
Closed captioning brought to you by KardiaMobile, makers of the world's most advanced personal EKGs.
Check your heart from anywhere and detect atrial fibrillation with KardiaMobile, the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG. On sale now at kardia.com or Amazon.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And on our breaking news, there are air raid sirens ringing out in Tel Aviv as Israel has intercepted a wave of missiles and drones that have been launched their direction by Iran. Retaliation after the United States and Israel both conducted major strikes across Iran in the early hours this morning. The Israeli military says it's carried out another set of strikes targeting Iran's missile launchers, as we're seeing explosions play out across the region, including in the United Arab Emirates, along with Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Qatar, and also Bahrain. That is a missile hitting near a United States Navy base in Bahrain, which reportedly struck the service center for the Navy's 5th Fleet. As we're monitoring all of this, I'm joined tonight, or this afternoon, I should note, by Congressman Jason Crow, who is a former paratrooper and Army Ranger and serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and the Armed Services Committee. Congressman, we were just talking a little over 12 hours ago about the potential for this happening. What's your reaction to what you've seen play out so far?
Well, here we go again, Caitlin. You know, this president apparently has learned nothing from the 20-plus years of war, the trillions of dollars that Americans, mainly the working class, spent, the thousands of working class kids' lives, in the fact that, you know, we are spending billions of dollars on this operation, and it's not putting groceries on your table. It's not helping you buy a home. It's not helping you send a kid to school. This is not what Americans want. You know, don't get me wrong. I am for American strength in the wise use of American power, and I wouldn't hesitate to use the American military to protect Americans and our interests, but I just don't see at all how this is what Americans want. And of course, as a member of Congress, I'm going to stand up and say enough is enough.
One thing you said last night before this happened was someone who was served talking about the decisions that are made in Washington, but the people who actually have to carry out those decisions, the men and women in the armed forces. There was something that President Trump said in his video explaining these strikes overnight that I want you to listen to.
Administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
Do you fear that that could happen as a result of this?
Well, listen, I'm just damn furious. You know, the man's a 5-time draft dodger. He's an elite. And, you know, I went to war. I fought with working class kids. They're the ones that do the fighting and dying. And how amazing of Donald Trump to say, you know, that often happens in war. And that's a cost he's willing to take. Great for him. It's not his kids. It's not his family. It's not his billionaire donors who are having to go off and do it. It's kids in towns across the country that have to pick up the guns, jump into the planes and helicopters and get it done. And it's kids that are sitting there at military bases in Bahrain, like your video is showing now, who are sitting in bunkers right now because Donald Trump is willing to take a chance with their lives. This is everything that's wrong with our national security infrastructure and our policies, right? Elites make decisions. They talk tough. They pound their chests. And then everybody else is left holding the bag. Enough is enough, right? Let's actually have a conversation about what is in our interests, what we're willing to do with American lives, what we're willing to do with American taxpayer dollars. And it's Congress that is supposed to have that responsibility, right? I'm not interested in process arguments, but what I am interested in is accountability. And the Constitution put that accountability on Congress to take the votes, be held responsible for it, and to go home and sit in high school gymnasiums and Rotary clubs and forums around the country and to be held accountable for those decisions.
So you want to see a congressional vote on this?
Heck yeah, I do. I think we should go back to D.C. right now. I'm willing to jump on a plane in an hour and go home and take up a vote on this because that is what the American people deserve, right? They deserve accountability. They deserve to know who is willing to take chances with their national security, their kids' lives, their taxpayer dollars. Let's take the vote. I want names.
Do you believe the United States is at war with Iran? Would you classify this as that right now?
I do think this was an act of war, and I think it was unconstitutional, right? And again, you can talk about the Constitution, we can talk about process, all well and good, but for me, it's about accountability. The reason why we need to take the vote and why Congress needs to be held responsible is because we need to tally it up, take the votes. People need to know where folks stand, right? For 20 years, we went to war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and there were very few votes, if any, for years. We financed it with debt that's now sitting on our debt rolls, trillions of dollars, and look how they turned out, right? Nobody's ever going to tell me, sitting here today, that if Congress had to take yearly votes and to spend money, not debt money, but taxpayer dollar money every year, that those wars wouldn't have ended sooner or differently, right? Americans deserve better than that, and that's what I'm going to fight for.
Congressman Jason Crow, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
And we have more coverage of our breaking news and similar demands from Republicans in Congress who also want to vote on what's playing out in Iran right now. That's ahead in just a moment. And also, what are the diplomatic ripple effects around the region on the heels of these strikes that are very much affecting U.S. allies?
Tonight on 360.
The stories that matter.
This whole area is just engulfed in flames.
From a trusted voice, a fearless eyewitness.
We just got a red alert to go down to the bomb shelter.
Anderson Cooper 360, weeknights at 8 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
I looked in the mirror and all I could see were these deep lines staring back at me. So that's when I thought about booking a Botox cosmetic consultation. Sometimes as a parent, you just put yourself on the back burner, and that's okay, but it's also okay to do something for you. So I carve out 15 minutes every 4 months for a treatment. Booking a consultation is a way to take time for you, and I'm confident about my results.
Botox cosmetic effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions are at highest risk. Don't receive Botox cosmetic if you have skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, or swelling. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
I'm the one and only Claire, and I got treated with the one and only Botox cosmetic.
Find a licensed Botox cosmetic specialist at BotoxCosmetic.com.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
If your car's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Visit EnduranceWarranty.com or call 1-833-608-4178 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4178.
Our family started Cane Brew with a dream and a lot of hard work. Now we're thriving, growing, and hiring. Artificial intelligence has made all the difference for our business. We're a case study for how AI is strengthening American manufacturing. Washington needs to help AI flourish. It's vital to our economic security. We cannot let China dominate these technologies. America must innovate and win. Let's protect our competitive edge.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned with age-related memory decline. I recommend Cunol Brain Health with 2 powerful, high-absorption ingredients clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Cunol, the brand I trust.
A CNN and Variety Town Hall event. Timothy Chalamet and Matthew McConaughey on the CNN app.
And welcome back to our breaking news coverage. As right now, Democratic leaders in the House and the Senate are calling for the administration to immediately brief Congress after the United States and Israel launched an attack on Iran. You heard Jason Crow there saying he actually wants a vote in Congress on what's taking place right now. The president has described it as a massive and ongoing military campaign, making clear he did not choose limited strikes here, as we know had been presented to him as options. We heard from the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He weighed in on social media and said Donald Trump promised to keep America out of costly and endless foreign wars. He is now doing the exact opposite in the Middle East. Hakeem Jeffries says Congress must vote on a war powers resolution immediately. Echoing those statements, we heard from Homeland Security member Senator Andy Kim, who told Wolf Blitzer earlier today he wants lawmakers back in Washington.
Right now, I have zero confidence in this president who has so flagrantly violated our Constitution. That is why we should have Congress immediately go back into session for the war powers vote to reassert the American people's will, which again, they don't want to be at war. So I'm ready to go right back to the Senate today. I think we should be having Congress immediately in session to review this.
Our senior political and global affairs commentator and also the former White House chief of staff under President Obama, Rahm Emanuel, joins me now. And it's great to have you here because obviously, what do you make of what we're hearing from Congress? I mean, you've been inside the West Wing when members of Congress are not happy with steps that the president is taking unilaterally. Do you think that what we heard from Senator Andy Kim and Congressman Jason Crow is justified?
Yes. I mean, you have a situation the president called for regime change. So it's not a military action. It's a war. That is a maximalist approach. And Congress has to stop acting like a second-tier subservient branch of government. It's a co-equal branch of government, and it's very clear what the Constitution says. So I, A, don't describe it as a military action when it's a change of government and overthrowing the government, which I want to get to on a later point. And yes, the United States Congress should take a vote. That did not happen in the past, and especially given the history of the United States. In Libya, it failed in regime change. In Iraq, it failed as regime change. And in Lebanon in the early 80s, when the United States tried to kind of change the government or in some effort, we're 0 for 3. If you're going to take this fourth action, you better have an explanation not only to the American people, but also to the United States Congress. Congress needs to put, actually, the money there. I will say the United States Congress traditionally is a day late and a dollar short. You had an aircraft carrier there for a month. This should have happened weeks ago. That said, it should happen now. But I do want to say one other thing, if I could, Caitlin. Everybody talks about regime change, and 2 points I would say on this in this effort. One is, for 47 years, the Iranians were a theocracy where the IRGC, the military wing, supported the theocracy. You now have the theocracy in support of the IRGC. You actually, symbolically, if not literally, have had a regime change in Iran. Second, you should approach the Iranian people. You can continue economic impoverishment and isolation, or your choice is economic improvement and integration. And if the only way you're going to get regime change in the way that the president's talking about it is with the Iranian people, and they have not been addressed because they own that future. You cannot do it from 25,000 miles up in the air.
So just to clarify, you do what you're seeing play out right now. You believe this is a war?
Well, when you call for regime change, it is not a military action. It is a war. Congress should be on record, every member, all 435 members of the House, all 100 members of the Senate, make a decision, put your name on there, yes or no, because this is not a limited military action, and that is on any capacity, Caitlin. This is something because the president has given you 6 explanations: nukes, ballistic missiles, Navy, proxy war, capacity to do that, and then regime change. It is all of the above and more. It's maximal. So therefore, because of the president's claim, he's the commander-in-chief, the Congress funds the military, it must actually be part of the declaring war. They need to take a vote.
Well, and a lot of people might be looking at this and all the reasons you just listed there. That's what the president said in his video at 2:30 in the morning and saying, okay, but we were told last summer by the White House 7 months ago that Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated. So why is this happening now? And I will note, amid the congressional response, we have just learned the White House is working to arrange full Senate and House briefings this week. We'll see if those satisfy members of Congress. But on regime change itself, what happens? We don't know yet. We haven't heard. But if the supreme leader has been killed in this attack, what happens next in Iran?
Well, nobody, I mean, that's the point. Nobody knows. There's not a real opposition, internal opposition. The Iranian people, one thing that's also weird about this, everybody else is jaundiced, if not reluctant about what we're doing. And that's also around, in the region and around the world. The people cheering military action are the youth of Iran in the campuses. So it's a little backwards from what you have seen historically on other actions in this effort. And so that is much different in this capacity. And I do think you don't know about kind of a regime change. This is, as I said, the president's given 6 to 7, I've counted, different objectives of this effort. But the biggest one, which is the change of government, Only the Iranian people, both the students and those in the marketplace, they can make that happen. And you need to address them to say impoverishment, isolation versus improvement and integration. Your choice, your action. This is your window. And that has not happened. The second thing I think that I will believe that will be after tremors for years. Nowhere ever historically in the Middle East has Israel and the United States as co-pilot overtly taken military action. In the Gulf War, the first one, Israel stood down. There have been covert cyber attacks, but the idea that the United States and Israel overtly acting in coordination militarily has never happened in the history of the state of Israel. And the United States has never joined itself at the hip or Israel at the hip overtly. The tremors of that decision will be felt for generations, or at least for the next 30 years, in that region, because we're taking a step militarily, let alone politically and strategically, we have never done before. Israel's always said they're going to do military decisions on their own and never ask anybody to spill blood on their behalf. Today, you have a pilot and co-pilot, American and Israel. Take a situation on the Gulf War, the first one, Operation Desert Storm. Israel stood down. Now we're overtly doing things. So my view is we've just seen day one of what could happen for the next 30 years, which will change America's position in the Gulf and in that region. And it will be, we don't know where this ball's going to bounce.
Yeah, that's a really good point, especially as we're seeing the UAE condemn these strikes and the strikes, hitting heavily populated places in Dubai. Rahm Emanuel, thank you for joining us on this breaking news.
Thanks,
really appreciate
Caitlin.
your perspective. And our live coverage is going to continue straight ahead. We have more on what he mentioned there, the ambassador, Israel's role in this major new military campaign that is threatening to engulf the Middle East in this war, as it is being described by many people now. We have new reporting right after this.
Disaster, the Chernobyl meltdown, Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way. Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
For when you're not just a cool mom, but the best mom. Gorjana, jewelry you'll share. Shop in stores or online at gorjana.com.
They say shrimping ain't easy, but with Long John Silver's $6 shrimp baskets, they will be eating their words. Words like crispy battered, tender grilled, and irresistible popcorn. Now sauced and tossed in sweet chili. $6 shrimp baskets at Long John Silver's. Shrimp, yeah.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
Guys, the investors pulled our funding.
What? I just bought a jet ski.
What do we do?
I guess I'll just start running a cash burn analysis.
I go tumblers.
Like acrobats?
No, custom branded tumblers from Custom Ink. More water, more productivity, more funding. That's our strategy.
Custom Ink can't fix all your business needs.
I am thirsty.
I want one of those.
I want one too.
But we can outfit your team for the road ahead. With over 10,000 swag options, Ink is more than you think.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal, and you deserve something you love. Because it's where big life things happen. And little ones, too. This is your car. And sometimes your office. Whoa, whoa. It's okay. We're good. And you're going big places. Wait, where are you going? At Car Gurus, we get it. As the #1 most visited car shopping site with the biggest selection of cars, we make sure your big deal is the best deal. Car Gurus.
Florida strawberries are now in season. Our Florida farmers are picking and delivering delicious and nutritious Florida strawberries to stores now. These Florida strawberries are grown with care, generations of expertise, and love. And you'll love the way they taste. From our families to you and yours, look for Florida strawberries with the Fresh from Florida label, available all winter long, now through March.
Florida grown strawberries. Did you know that Renewal by Anderson's energy-efficient replacement windows and doors can help lower your energy bills and save you money? They're made with our exclusive Fibrex composite material that's vastly superior to vinyl. Get started on energy savings today. Call Renewal by Anderson now and claim this limited time offer before it ends. Give us a call today. Renewal by Anderson. Superior products, exceptional service.
On CNN.
Tonight on 360.
The stories that matter.
This whole area is just engulfed in flames.
From a trusted voice, Anderson Cooper 360. Weeknights at 8 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Skechers Cozy Fit Slip-ins.
Wish you could wear comfy, cozy slippers everywhere? You can with new hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-ins. Sneakers as soft and comfortable as slippers. Try new Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-ins.
Welcome back to our breaking news coverage of the United States strikes on Iran's retaliation, as Iran's foreign minister is saying that as far as he knows, their supreme leader is still alive and their political and military leadership is largely intact. That's obviously still a major question this hour. Joining me now is Barak Ravid, our political affairs analyst, who is also one of the best reporters in this region, one of the best sourced reporters. And Barak, what's the latest you're hearing on what's playing out now that we're almost 12 hours into these strikes?
Hi, Caitlin. I think the main question at the moment is what are the results of the first round of strikes, first round of Israeli strikes, first round of U.S. strikes, and mainly the fate of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, and senior people in both in his government and his military. The Israelis conducted strikes on 3 gatherings of Iranian officials. Those gatherings included the top echelons of Iran's political and military leaders, including Khamenei, including his sons, including the commanders of the IRGC. The Israelis feel, I want to say carefully, Israeli officials feel optimistic about the results of those strikes, but stress that they do not have confirmation on whether Khamenei is indeed dead or alive. And I think that's the main question, because if Khamenei has been eliminated in this opening strike, I think it changes a lot, and it would take this campaign to a whole different place. And maybe, by the way, maybe will allow to end it sooner than planned.
When you say it takes it to a whole other place, what are you hearing from sources about what could be in store?
So the plan at the moment, as far as I hear from U.S. officials, is something around 5 days of strikes in the first segment of this operation. But killing Khamenei and killing the entire leadership of the IRGC, if indeed this was successful, it could lead the regime to either a capitulation or collapse. And if that's the case, then obviously we're in a very different place, because I think that the original plan said that this could happen, or, you know, we could just have 5 days of strikes and then decide how to continue, because nobody knew if those opening strikes will be successful or not. So I think that's the main thing to look at. You know, Khamenei was in almost total control of Iran. The IRGC were totally loyal to him. He controlled decision making. He was the longest serving dictator in the world. And I think if he's gone, it's still a big if. But if he's gone, then Iran obviously is not the same country, and this war obviously will not be the same if indeed he's been eliminated.
Yeah, and it could have just obviously massive implications for the region. You know, Barack, the president had been briefed. He had a bunch of options ahead of him. He was insisting they were pursuing these diplomatic talks. That yesterday he made pretty clear we're not going the direction that he wanted. What have you been hearing about what exactly went into the president's decision making here?
So I think that what was the last big thing was the talks in Geneva on Thursday. I think the U.S. negotiators, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, came back from those talks very disappointed. The Iranian proposal wasn't even close to the Iranian maximum did not really get close to the U.S. minimum, and therefore I think they reported back that they don't see any real chance to get a deal anytime soon. And I think that led the president a day later to basically say, all right, I'm, with the diplomatic track stuck, I'm going for a military operation.
Yeah. Barak Ravid will obviously be watching this, and you're reporting extremely closely. You've been breaking a ton of news here. Thank you, Barak, for joining us.
Thank you.
And our breaking news coverage of the military strikes in Iran and what we are learning and whether or not we're going to hear from President Trump will continue in the next hour. We'll also hear from the region directly from our reporters who are on the ground about the aftermath of what's playing out.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Emmy winner for Outstanding Recorded News Program. This week, Omar Jimenez is on the front lines of Trump's immigration crackdown. Have these tactics accomplished anything? The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN, and next day on the CNN app.
That's it. We're switching teams.
You can't just switch.
I mean, we just switched to Verizon. Got 4 new iPhone 17 Pros on them.
It's good to be on a winning team.
Come into Verizon and get 4 iPhone 17 Pros on us.
Nachos?
Meet Grace. She has Demodex blepharitis. She wakes up with itchy, crusty eyelids every morning. Now meet the Demodex mites. They wake up thriving, but Grace is over this endless routine. Oh, Grace, ask your doctor about Xdemvy, a prescription that targets and kills the mites. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. Break the cycle. Kill the mites.
Sleep Number's best deals are on now. Take 50% off our limited edition mattress, plus 0% interest for 36 months on comfort that adapts to you night after night. Shop now for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
When it comes to advertising your business, you need results. But getting them shouldn't have to be complicated. Spectrum Reach makes it easy by giving advertisers the combination of insights, strategy, and premium inventory across TV, streaming, and digital channels beyond Spectrum Homes. Make an impact anywhere your audience is watching. Wherever you need to advertise, our data-driven solutions can help you connect with the right customers and get real results from your advertising budget. Visit SpectrumReach.com to advertise today.
To helping businesses in our communities thrive.
When I heard about this, I was so ecstatic. Just couldn't come at a better time for me.
They understand that we're working really hard, but we're missing out on resources.
I just remember customers coming up to us at the restaurant and just being so happy that they saw us on TV. It just feels really good.
We're now accepting applications for 2026 Pay It Forward grants. Submit your local business today.
Laura Coates Live, weeknights at 11 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And the breaking news this hour as we are following the major attack happening right now in Iran as the United States and Israel have carried out strikes across the country, with President Trump calling for the Iranian people to overthrow their government. There's new video that purportedly shows the aftermath of a strike in a western part of Iran. The country right now is in a near total internet blackout, according to internet monitoring experts, so it's not clear completely what's happening on the ground. This also comes as the Israeli military says that they have launched a new set of strikes targeting Iran's missile launchers and their aerial defense systems. In response, Iran has been launching its own unprecedented wave of strikes toward Israel and across the Middle East. That includes in the United Arab Emirates, along with Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Qatar, and Bahrain. That's a missile hitting near a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain. It reportedly struck the service center for the Navy's 5th Fleet. Meanwhile, in Iran's capital of Tehran, there's new images that show the compound of the country's supreme leader, the Ayatollah. Before and after strikes is what you're looking at here, as an Israeli military official says that they do believe several senior Iranian figures have been killed as a result of these strikes. But right now, we're still waiting to learn who exactly. The foreign minister in Iran has told NBC that the supreme leader is still alive as far as he knows. That's not really clear at this point. But one thing that is also being asked here in the United States is for why all of this is happening. That's a major question left unanswered by the Trump administration. A video that was posted to his social media site at around 2:30 a.m. showed the president making his argument that the goal here is not only to eliminate Iran's nuclear capability, which he said was obliterated about 7 months ago, but also to destroy Iran's navy and bring about regime change. Here's part of what the president said.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
I want to go live to the ground in the Middle East, where CNN's Paula Hancock is in Abu Dhabi. And Paula, obviously, we've been watching Iran retaliate pretty quickly here in several different locations across the region. What have you been hearing from your sources?
Well, Caitlin, it's really been an unprecedented response here, particularly in the Gulf nations when it comes to what Iran has done in its retaliation. We have been seeing U.S. military bases across the Middle East being targeted, and those retaliatory attacks are still ongoing this evening. Now, here in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, we have heard a number of interceptions, one person being killed by falling debris. And interestingly, in Dubai, which is a commercial and tourist hub, it isn't home, as far as we know, to any U.S. military infrastructure. But we saw, for example, a Shahed drone hitting just outside an international hotel on the Palm. We saw an explosion and fire. We are seeing images of parts of Dubai with smoke, not what you expect on that skyline, and certainly not a military target. We've seen similar in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. And we, of course, have been seeing significant missile attacks against Israel. Now, we have been seeing many air raid sirens, residents going down into the shelters. According to officials, they say dozens have been lightly injured at this point, but it's not clear if there has been any significant damage. We do know that many of those missiles and drones are being intercepted. There is significant air raid, air defense systems in Israel. We know that it has been beefed up by the U.S. military in recent days and weeks as well. But certainly what we are seeing at this point is a continued response from Iran. They are still able to retaliate. Israel saying they're carrying out further strikes on Iran. They're trying to target missile launchers. They're trying to target areas, we understand, where they would be able to continue this retaliation. And we also know our Fred Pleitgen just spoke to the foreign ministry spokesperson. And within that interview, the spokesperson said that this is an egregious act of aggression. the US-Israeli strikes on Iran, also accusing President Trump of being dragged into the conflict by Israel. So certainly things are very much in flux in this region at this point. Worth pointing out that all those in the Gulf nations are, even though they didn't want to see this attack against Iran, they are very angry that Iran has retaliated against them. Caitlin?
Yeah, a lot of them have spent the entire day sheltering as a result of this. Paula Hancock, thank you for that update from the UAE. We'll check back in with you as more develops in the region. And we heard from President Trump overnight in that 8-minute video that I talked about on Truth Social, basically laying out the rationale for these strikes and what's taking place. We just also heard from his Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem. She said on social media that she's in direct coordination with our federal intelligence and law enforcement partners as we continue to closely monitor and thwart any potential threats to the homeland. Our senior White House correspondent, Kristen Holmes, joins me now from Washington. And obviously, Kristen, this is something that is not a complete surprise. We've seen the military build up. The president's comments about this are pretty clear where his thinking on this was. But I want you to listen to something that the president said on the campaign trail that may raise questions overall about this action that the president has taken.
I'm proud to be the only president in decades who did not start a new war. Everyone said, oh, he's going to start a new war.
You know, Kristen, there's a lot of people in his administration that also that believe that and have argued that. I wonder what they're going to say in light of what we're seeing in Iran now.
Yeah, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, for one, the director of national intelligence. But there are a number of people, not just in the administration, but people who voted for him in part for that reason. And he has called himself not only the president that would not start a new forever war, but also the peace president. Now, I did talk to one hawkish Republican lawmaker who argued that this actually made him more of the peace president. Yes, I understand what it is that I'm saying, but this lawmaker said that he was cutting off the head of the beast, the head of the snake there that funded all the terrorism, so he could actually bring peace to the Middle East. Of course, this is spin on what happened, which is an attack on Iran with the United States and Israel in a joint attack. Now, we have just learned that the White House is working to schedule 2 full briefings, one for the Senate, one for the House, next week. I spoke to 2 lawmakers who said that they'd been told that there was going to be these briefings next week. As we've reported, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, called and gave a heads up, that's how it was described, to the Gang of 8. He reached 7 of them, but we were told by sources that he didn't lay out the full legal justification for this in these calls, that instead it was just kind of this heads up, this strike, this attack is happening. So there's going to be questions there from lawmakers really on both sides of the aisle. And the other big question is, yes, President Trump gave this 8-minute video where he kind of laid out why the United States had to be part of this attack in Iran and saying that there was an imminent threat. But there are still questions as to why now, what that imminent threat was. As you noted, President Trump has spent a majority of his campaign and really his first term in office talking about how he didn't want to go into some sort of forever war. And we have heard from a number of military officials and Republicans versed in this that say that there really is no option to just go in and quickly strike, that this is going to be at least days long and likely longer. So we're still waiting to see some kind of explanation from the White House on what this means for Americans and what a timeline here would look like. And again, there is still this overarching question as to why now, why did this have to happen, and why did the U.S. have to be involved?
Yeah, those are all good questions, and we will see what the White House says about that. Kristen Holmes, thank you so much for joining us. Someone who knows a great deal about this region is joining me now, having served in senior national security positions under George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden. Our CNN global affairs analyst, Brett McGurk, is here with me. And Brett, what the Pentagon is calling this is Operation Epic Fury. We've obviously been waiting to see if the president would move ahead with this. What do you make of what you're seeing so far from your vantage point?
I think, Caitlin, a key question here in the early hours is the success of that leadership strike. And I mean, if I'm kind of reading the tea leaves, I mean, clearly there was some intelligence the Iranian leaders were gathering, and the U.S. and the Israeli side decided to carry through with the strike at a moment of opportunity. If that succeeded, and if Supreme Leader Khamenei is no longer around, I just can't overstate the significance of that development. And I think first and foremost in our minds, the number of Americans who have been killed by Iranian terrorism over decades. And Khamenei himself, he had a doctrine, Caitlin, of get the Americans out of the Middle East, but keep it below the level that it might blow back into Iran. I think he's just totally miscalculated. Second, if the Supreme Leader is gone, we don't know, but if that's the case, the secession issue in Iran is not totally well defined, and that could open up a real fissures and succession crisis. And then you get into the possibility of some sort of regime change scenario. So I don't want to get ahead of things, but that is a key question for me, the success of that leadership strike. Secondly, on the tactical side, it's missiles. How many missiles does Iran have left? Really, how many launchers? You can have 1,000 missiles if you only have 10 launchers. You can't get that many into the air. That's a key question. I know that was a main focus in these early waves of strikes, and so far what we're seeing from the Iranians are smaller volleys than we might have seen, say, back in June. So look, this is a ways to go, Caitlin. I was a little surprised, frankly, that the president laid out a regime change objective. That is a infinite objective that is very difficult to achieve militarily from the air. I think the military objectives here would be degrade the missile capabilities, degrade what's left of the nuclear program, and then the regime targets, including responding to the protests and the crackdown we saw earlier this year, which kind of triggered this chain of events that have unfolded over the last 2 months.
Yeah, and I want to know, we're about to hear from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll obviously have everyone listen to that when we hear it. But you make a great point, which is I just think the key question that no one really knows right now, which is if they were successful, and we do not know, but if they were successful in killing the Supreme Leader here, what does that mean next? I mean, the IRGC is still there. Potentially they could take out senior leadership there. But I mean, that raises just so many questions about what exactly is going to come next for Iran.
Caitlin, nobody knows. So if you have had that event, that the leadership cadre of Iran is gone, what comes next, nobody knows. But I'll say one thing. In Iran, and we've seen this unfold over the last 2 months, the guns are owned by the most hardline elements of the besieged militias, the internal security apparatus, and the Revolutionary Guards. And so they will surely work to ensure power, seize power, probably in a very brutal way. So, this has a ways to go. A key inflection point is just what happened in that leadership strike. Now, if Khamenei survived, Caitlin, he will claim divine intervention, and I think further harden down on Iran's positions here. But look, it's leadership and it's missiles. How can Iran really respond here? They're terrorists. They still have asymmetrical ways to respond. Those have been significantly degraded over the last few years. It's really the missiles. The missiles are the main threat, and I know that is a key focus now of our military planners and operators who are carrying out these strikes.
We've seen Iran use limited military responses before when they wanted to respond to something, but maybe not provoke further escalation from the United States or from Israel. I mean, right now they're striking by the Fairmont in Dubai. They're striking heavily populated areas in other parts of the Middle East. What does that say to you about where their thinking is? It's a great question, Kate. One thing I've been a little surprised by are those strikes. I mean, again, Iran's strategic doctrine, what would they be thinking strategically that they want to do? They want to keep the Arab states kind of on the sidelines and basically to isolate the U.S. and Israel, which is carrying out this operation. Targeting U.S. military facilities in the Gulf is one thing. Targeting civilian areas, Dubai, the Kuwait airport, which has been reported, that immediately unites the Gulf states, first of all, together, and we've seen that over just the last few hours, and also against Iran. So the fact that they are striking civilian areas of the Gulf suggests to me, and I don't want to get ahead of things, that there is some division within the leadership or maybe not clear command and control, because they gain nothing from those strikes other than, again, uniting the Arab states kind of behind this operation in some ways, which is the last thing the Iranians want. So I am not surprised we see some missiles heading to Israel. I am not surprised we see some missiles heading to U.S. facilities in the Gulf. I'm pleased to see, I think our defenses have been fairly effective.
I am surprised to see Iran in the immediate hours hitting civilian areas and cities of the Gulf. That is not something I think they strategically would have said that they should do, again, because it then unites the Arabs against the Iranians. So that suggests some disarray in the command and control in Iran. But again, Caitlin, we have to see. It's early. First reports are often wrong, and we just have to kind of wait till really confirmation comes in here over the coming hours.
Yeah, we're waiting to see what exactly that looks like. Brett McGurk, it's so excellent to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And our breaking news of these airstrikes is going to continue as we wait for that confirmation and new details of what we're learning. Iran has launched these attacks in retaliation. What is the United States military doing to prepare for what could be the next phase, as there is warning this could go on for days?
It was the worst nuclear disaster in history.
The reactor was like a loaded gun.
They was the first people to witness what had happened.
Disaster. The Chernobyl meltdown. Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
I remember getting my first jersey. The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
They say shrimping ain't easy, but with Long John Silver's $6 shrimp baskets, they will be eating their words. Words like crispy battered, tender grilled, and irresistible popcorn. Now sauced and tossed in sweet chili. $6 shrimp baskets at Long John Silver's. Shrimp, yeah.
All those not-so-subtle hints finally paid off. Gorjana. Gifts they'll love. Shop in stores or online at gorjana.com.
And that's my family. Thank you, Maddie. Who'd like to go next? Caleb, come on up. I'm very excited today because my whole family is here. This is my mom, and my brother, and my dad. Thank you, Caleb. You have a beautiful family. Oh, I'm not done. My family's way bigger than that. There's my doctor, and my nurse, my physical therapist, my receptionist, my Shriner, and of course my buddy Alan.
What's up, Caleb?
Oh, and I can't forget you. You're a part of my family too because your monthly gift makes it possible for kids like me to get the care we need when we need it the most.
When you call this special number and give just $19 a month, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you. And reminder of the kids you're helping get the care they need each and every day.
It's the generous support from thousands of people just like you that makes it possible for Caleb's family to give him and all the other kids the best care possible.
Please call the number on your screen. With your gift of just $19 a month, you'll become a part of this extended family.
Your monthly gifts helps other children experience the amazing family-focused care that Shriners Hospitals for Children provides.
And we provide this care for every child, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Because they're not just doctors and nurses, they're family. Thank you. Thank you for giving.
Please, call the number on your screen right now to give. If operators are busy, hold patiently or give at loveshiners.org right away. Big or small, your gift helps us all.
A Chewy order is on the way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves. So Dad uses Chewy to get him everything he needs to keep loving life, one mouthful at a time, for low prices. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
Guys, the investors pulled our funding.
What? What?
I just bought a jet ski.
What do we do?
I guess I'll just start running a cash burn analysis.
I'd go tumblers.
Like acrobats?
No, custom branded tumblers from Custom Inc. More water, more productivity, more funding. That's our strategy.
Custom Inc. can't fix all your business needs.
I am thirsty.
I want one of those.
I want one too.
But we can outfit your team for the road ahead. With over 10,000 swag options, Inc. is more than you think.
The Source, weeknights at 9 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
Welcome back to our breaking news coverage of the United States strikes on Iran and Iran's subsequent retaliation, as the foreign minister in Iran is now saying that as far as he knows, and this should obviously be taken with a lot of skepticism, Iran's supreme leader is still alive. He also says that its political and military leadership is still largely intact. Obviously, that is something that we are waiting to get confirmation of, and waiting for this as we are now just hours into this strike that the president ordered overnight. In a video posted to Truth Social, the president argued that the goal here is not just to eliminate Iran's nuclear capability that he argued last summer was obliterated after the U.S. strikes there in June, but also the president said in this new video that he wanted to be able to destroy its navy and also bring about regime change. I'm joined now by CNN's national security correspondent, Natasha Bertrand. And Natasha, obviously, there was a lot of military planning that went into this attack. We saw the preparation happening in real time in the region. What have you been hearing so far today from the Pentagon?
Yeah, Caitlin, we actually just got a new statement from U.S. Central Command, which provided a bit more detail about what exactly was struck in the early morning hours of this operation by U.S. Central Command forces. According to the commander of U.S. Central Command, U.S. and partner forces began striking targets at 1:15 a.m. this morning to dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus, making clear there that they were hitting kind of military targets. And they said that they prioritized locations that posed an imminent threat, likely to U.S. And Israeli forces in the region. They said that targets included Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. So making it very clear, again, that these are military targets, not necessarily those political leaders, Iranian political leaders that we saw the Israelis say that they were targeting during this operation. Now, CENTCOM also said in this statement that following this initial wave of strikes, they also defended against hundreds of Iranian attacks, retaliatory attacks, saying that there have been no reports as a result of those Iranian attacks that we have seen all over the region of U.S. casualties or any damage, amazingly, to U.S. facilities and installations, even though we saw an Iranian drone appear to hit a naval support activity station in Bahrain, which is a major naval base there for the U.S. But, you know, the first hours of the operations, according to U.S. Central Command, said that there were precision munitions used, land, sea, and air. And interestingly, CENTCOM says that they employed one-way attack drones for the first time ever in combat. So a little bit more visibility there into what exactly the U.S. military did this morning. Again, seemed to be focusing more on military targets and less on those senior Iranian regime leaders, Caitlin.
Well, Natasha, can I ask you just how do you square that and what you're hearing from them with the president in his video where he's talking about, you know, not only the nuclear capability, the Navy, but also, I mean, he's very clearly calling for regime change in his video. I mean, how do you square that with them saying, well, we're not targeting the leadership there?
It seems like the American operation to take out these very high-level military targets was in support of the Israeli objective, which was to target senior Iranian leaders. And so one kind of made way for the other. And we heard from the Israeli military just this morning that they waited until there were meetings of senior Iranian officials at one place before they struck. And that is, importantly, one of the reasons why they actually struck during daytime, which is not usual at all.
Yeah. Natasha Bertrand, keep us updated on what else you're hearing. Thank you for that report. And for everyone else, stay here with us. We do have continued coverage of what we are learning, new details about these U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran. We've got the House Armed Services and Foreign Affairs Committee member, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, who's going to join me live here next.
I've never seen anything I've done twice.
Okay, no CNN, no Variety. You've seen Interstellar once?
Yeah.
No way, man.
Now streaming on the CNN app.
Progressive makes it easy to get a quick commercial auto quote online, so you can get back to all your other to-dos.
Didn't I say trim?
This is better.
See if you can save money at progressivecommercial.com.
My sister's kid.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
At Finance of America, we know you've worked hard for your home. So let us help your home work for you. Just like we did for Ann, Dave, and Susan. Because there's a better way to unlock your home equity with our range of reverse mortgage options, so you can access tax-free cash and eliminate your monthly mortgage payments.
And I'm happy. And I feel good about it. And I've got that extra cash sitting in an account.
If you're a homeowner 55 and up, you'll have the freedom to use the extra cash your way. From getting some budget relief to covering unexpected costs like medical expenses to funding home renovations. So do what they did. Call 800-854-0191 today to get your free, no-obligation info kit. Because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA. A way that puts more money back into your pocket and lets you get more from your retirement.
Don't hesitate, do it. It doesn't change your lifestyle, but for the better. You don't have to sacrifice anything to do some of the things you wanted.
Just imagine what your home equity can do for you. Thanks to our range of reverse mortgage options, a better retirement is just a phone call away.
I was able to remodel the kitchen, bedrooms, redo the floors, update plumbing and electric, and bring everything up to date.
So call 800-854-0191 to get your free, no-obligation info kit and speak to a lender you can trust. One that's been awarded an A+ by the Better Business Bureau, with experts who guide you every step of the way.
Finance of America just kept working with me. They kept in touch with me. They were always there to answer any questions that I had. It's kind of like a ray of sunshine for my retirement.
If you're 55 and up, call today, because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA, Finance of America. Call today or get your free info kit at FOA.com.
My name is Sherry. We are at LexBytes, based out of Lincoln Heights in LA. We chose Spectrum for our internet because of the reliability, the affordability, and just great customer service. I'm a happy customer. A typical day in LexBytes is extremely busy. We have phones, we have tablets that connect the kitchen to the drivers. Without Spectrum, we would not be able to run our business.
Get your business free fiber-powered internet forever. Call to find out how.
Cocoa, Florida. Something big just happened. Cocoa Ford, formerly Paradise Ford, is under new ownership, new management, and delivering a whole new buying experience. Transparency, faster service, better deals, and a team that puts you first. Experience the Cocoa Advantage with a lifetime powertrain warranty, service shuttle, vehicle pickup and delivery, mobile service, and more. Cocoa Ford, a better car buying experience starts now.
Whenever it's playoff time, competition gets harder and harder.
Everything is amped up another level.
A rival champion means you have to stay steady. We'll do everything it takes to win.
Whoever's at the top at the end of the year truly earned that crown.
Unrivaled Playoffs, presented by Samsung Galaxy, begins tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on True TV.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we are following breaking news out of the Middle East as the United States and Israel are carrying out a major military operation. Some have described it, as Rahm Emanuel did earlier, war against Iran. Iran has already hit back with a wave of retaliatory attacks against countries with United States military bases and U.S. forces there. Multiple sources tell us that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, notified 7 of the Gang of 8 members before the strikes happened. That is, of course, the top leaders in Congress. And the White House says he was able to reach and brief 7 of those 8 ultimately. But Democratic leaders in the House and the Senate both want the administration to brief all of Congress, and they also want to hold a vote on whether or not to authorize war. I want to bring in Democratic Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, who sits on the House Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee. And thank you for being here. First off, when it comes to this, we've heard from some of your colleagues who say there should be a yes or no vote on this in Congress as soon as possible. Do you agree?
I absolutely agree, and I actually think that Speaker Johnson should call the House back into session immediately. We should all come back to D.C., we should get briefed, and we should have a war powers resolution vote, because even the president himself has called this war. I think this is one of, if not the biggest blunder in American foreign policy. This is going to have huge ramifications, and it should not be up to the whims of the president. The Constitution is very clear. Congress is the only one who gets to declare war and peace.
The president posted an 8-minute video overnight, basically laying out what exactly he hopes to achieve here. Do you want to hear from the president more? Do you want to hear from him at all today, now that this is actually playing out, as to what exactly his vision is for what happens next in Iran?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I represent San Diego, the biggest military community in the country, as you know, Caitlin, and my constituents are literally the ones who are paying the price when we go to war. And we've seen this before in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I'm very concerned that so far we have seen absolutely no plan for what comes next, absolutely no real strategy around this. We know that the U.S. actually is very bad at military adventurism in the Middle East. We're very bad at regime change and at predicting what trying to do regime change will lead to. And we don't even have to look to other countries, right? Like, it's the U.S.'s own history of the CIA coup in Iran in the 50s that is in part what led us to this very brutal Iranian regime today. And so I definitely want to hear more about what this administration is planning and thinking. But, you know, I believe that even if this was authorized, this is a strategic mistake. This is a strategic blunder, and we're going to have very real national security implications for a long time that do not make Americans any safer.
Iran regimes, their regime is brutal, as you noted there. I mean, obviously, we've seen the crackdown on protesters that just happened, and people pleading for help from the United States, the president saying he would offer it. We didn't really see it materialize then. We're now seeing this. If it does ultimately lead to regime change, do you think that there is potential good that could come out of this?
Look, there are a lot of really bad regimes all over the world. It doesn't mean the United States should be in the business of doing regime change everywhere and taking them out. And we often don't know the long-lasting implications and unintended consequences. Iran is a huge country in a strategically important place. Will there be a civil war? Will we just get someone even more hardline, as some reporting has said that the CIA says? We don't know what will happen. A failed state in that part of the world, in such a big place, would be catastrophic for regional security implications. And that's why it should be up to the Iranian people who leads them. It shouldn't be American military interventionism. We have never actually been able to export democracy at the end of a barrel of a gun or the bottom of a bomb being dropped.
A lot of the president's supporters had heard no more regime change, no more endless wars. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, I asked him about this and what exactly the argument was here, given they said 7 months ago that they had obliterated Iran's nuclear arsenal. I just asked him this week, what he would say to the American people who might want to know why what is happening. I want you to listen to what the Vice President said to me this week. Can you explain to the American people why the United States would need to strike Iran to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon if the United States obliterated their enrichment program last summer?
Well, I'm not going to make any news on Iran today, Caitlin. I'll let the president make those announcements. As you know, he is sending 2 of his best negotiators to Geneva tomorrow in order to continue to try to strike the best deal possible for the American people. But the principle is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that. So the president sending those negotiators to try to address that problem, as the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically, but of course the president has other options as well.
Congresswoman, do you understand how the United States can go from having obliterated Iran's nuclear program, as the White House insisted last summer, to now saying that part of the justification for these strikes is to ensure that they cannot have a nuclear weapon?
I think this just goes to show how completely incoherent their strategy is, or lack thereof. And look, I know a lot of my colleagues are also trying to justify this, saying that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. I agree. Iran should never be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. We had a deal that, while imperfect, was actually working towards getting there. And instead, Donald Trump pulled us out of that deal. Then he didn't like the world that created, and he, instead of actually engaging in real diplomatic negotiations, he decided to bomb instead. The Omani foreign minister has said that as recently as yesterday, they were making progress on the negotiations. And instead, President Trump has decided to go forward on this bombing campaign instead. This is not actually about making sure Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. The diplomatic approach is the only way to do that, because if, in fact, they did obliterate the weapons last year when they did these strikes, which I don't believe they did. This just shows that even if they did, you can't actually eliminate a nuclear program by military. It requires a diplomatic solution, because, or else you're going to have to keep going back over and over time as they try and rebuild. And look, Benjamin Netanyahu has been trying to get presidents from both parties to go along with him on a regime change operation in Iran for decades. And Donald Trump is just the first one stupid enough to actually do it.
Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
And these attacks and the retaliation that we're seeing could also disrupt oil production and gas production worldwide. There are sanctions against Iran. It's still a significant exporter of oil, though. So how do these attacks impact the world supply of oil? What does it mean for the markets? CNN's Matt Egan is here. Matt, obviously that is a key question as to how the markets are looking at what they woke up to this morning.
Yeah, absolutely, Caitlin. Look, this is a big moment, obviously a big moment for security, but also for the energy market and frankly, for the world economy. Anytime you're talking about a military conflict in the Middle East, the most critical place on the planet for energy supplies, the fear is always a big oil price spike. And look, Iran is a significant oil player despite those sanctions, right? It remains an OPEC member. Each day it produces 3.4 million barrels of oil. That's around the same amount as Iraq and the UAE, not as much as Saudi Arabia and the United States. But Iran is an oil-rich country. In theory, it could produce a lot more. It's got the third most oil reserves on the planet, more than the United States and Russia combined. But look, at this point, it's hard to say exactly what the oil market response will be. Obviously, the situation is evolving. It's ongoing. Oil markets are not open until tomorrow night, but some of the oil analysts that I'm in touch with, they are saying that we should brace for a potential spike, possibly a significant one. I talked to Bob McNally, the former George W. Bush energy advisor, and he said, look, if this situation is over by tomorrow, then maybe the reaction from the oil market is limited. But he said, on the other hand, if Iran really fights back and shows that it can stay in this fight, he said we could be looking at a full-blown energy crisis, the likes of which we have not seen in modern times.
Okay, so they're looking to see how long this could go on for. The other question is about, the Strait of Hormuz, huge global shipping lane, critical role of what's going in and out of the Gulf. What is happening? What do we know about what's happening there right now?
Yeah, well, Caitlin, that's certainly the focus right now, because the Strait of Hormuz, right off the coast of Iran, it's the most critical choke point for oil in the world. Major Gulf oil producers, including Saudi Arabia, rely on the strait to get oil out to the market. Each day, around a fifth of what the world consumes in oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And so if you saw Iran successfully shut down the Strait of Hormuz for a significant amount of time, oil analysts estimate that you could see prices go from around $65 a barrel now to possibly above $90 or even $100 a barrel. A lot of it would depend on just how long it was shut down. That is the big fear. But there's also an even bigger worry, which is that Iran retaliates by successfully striking Saudi oil facilities, because Saudi Arabia is the biggest oil exporter in the world. And that could be something that could be even harder to unwind, and it could send oil prices even higher. I would note, though, Caitlin, and you know this as well, President Trump, he's well aware of the risks around higher energy prices. He's been laser focused on trying to keep prices down. I suspect he's going to try to do what he can to prevent this from spiraling out of control in the energy markets. I mean, look at what happened just 4 years ago, right after Russia invaded Ukraine. You had oil prices go to $120 a barrel, $5 a gallon gas in the U.S. That was a nightmare. I think the last thing the president wants is to have the economy get crushed by an oil price spike, but that may not be up to him. There's obviously the risk, Caitlin, of miscalculations here.
Yeah, and he was with the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, just yesterday in Texas. You got to think that this came up, obviously, as he was also traveling with lawmakers in support of this strike. Matt Egan, thank you for that. We'll see what the markets say. Our coverage is going to continue as we are getting breaking news in this hour, with the president calling outright for regime change in Iran. With a closer look at what could happen next to the Iranian leadership, to the Iranian people. That's right after this.
Disaster. The Chernobyl meltdown. Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done. With leading implant and denture technology and on-site labs that get you in and out. No more waiting for tomorrow. Now's your time to experience the Aspen Dental difference. Get started with 0 down, 0 interest if paid in full within 18 months. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for moderate to severe Crohn's and UC. Gut-focused Entyvio works right where you need it to block inflammation in your gut. With a legacy of more than 10 years, Entyvio offers the experience you need, lasting relief and steroid-free remission. And some people experience rapid symptom relief. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. With Entyvio, you may be able to pay as little as $0 per dose. Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right for you.
Gut-focused Entyvio.
With Chewy Pharmacy, save 20% and make every pet a healthy pet. Get quality meds to help with anything. Fleas, allergies, or recoveries. Delivered fast. For great prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
Guys, the investors pulled our funding.
What? What? I just bought a jet ski.
What do we do?
I guess I'll just start running a cash burn analysis.
I'd go tumblers.
Like acrobats?
No, custom branded tumblers from Custom Ink. More water, more productivity, more funding. That's our strategy.
Custom Ink can't fix all your business needs.
I am thirsty.
I want one of those.
I want one too.
But we can outfit your team for the road ahead. With over 10,000 swag options, Ink is more than you think.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
They say shrimping ain't easy, but with Long John Silver's $6 shrimp baskets, they will be eating their words. Words like crispy battered, tender grilled, and irresistible popcorn. Now sauced and tossed in sweet chili. $6 shrimp baskets at Long John Silver's. Shrimp, yeah.
Hey Orlando, Greenway Kia has one of the area's largest Kia inventories, and we make the deals other dealers won't. We need your trade. Get up to $10,000 over Kelley Blue Book fair market value. I'm Joe Rossi, and I want to see you in a Greenway Kia.
Florida strawberries are now in season. Our Florida farmers are picking and delivering delicious and nutritious Florida strawberries to stores now. These Florida strawberries are grown with care, generations of expertise, and love. And you'll love the way they taste. From our families to you and yours, look for Florida strawberries with the Fresh from Florida label, available all winter long, now through March. Florida grows strawberries.
Hey Orlando, Federal Reserve rate cuts are changing the game for car buyers. Interest rates are coming down, and you could qualify for 0% APR on select new Kias. That means lower payments, even with less than perfect credit. Pre-qualify now at greenwaykias.com.
Whenever it's playoff time, competition gets harder and harder.
Everything is amped up another level.
A rival champion means you have to stay steady. We'll do everything it takes to win.
Whoever's at the top at the end of the year truly earned that crown.
Unrivaled Playoffs, presented by Samsung Galaxy, begins tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on True TV.
This is our breaking news coverage of the U.S. strikes on Iran, with an Iranian source telling CNN that Tehran is prepared for what they described as a, quote, long war. That's a source who also says Iran intends to continue its offensive that is playing out, the retaliation that we've seen, until, quote, the aggressor is punished. Our senior international correspondent, Fred Pleitgen, looks back at how we got to this moment.
The current confrontation between the United States and Iran essentially kicked off during that crackdown on protests that had turned violent in Iran at the beginning of this year, specifically starting on January 8th, January 9th, and January 10th of this year. Now, we recall that President Trump back then claimed that help was on the way for Iranians and started putting U.S. assets into the region. At first, the carrier strike group around the Abraham Lincoln, then later the Gerald Ford, but of course other assets as well, including a lot of U.S. fighter jets and tanker aircraft. At the same time, a diplomatic process was also kicked off, led by U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and also Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, mostly meeting with Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran. And those talks centered around Iran's nuclear program. Obviously, the U.S. wanting Iran to stop nuclear enrichment, the Iranians saying that they have a right to enrichment. In the end, both sides acknowledged that there was some progress in those talks, but it didn't seem as though that was enough for President Trump. In the past couple of days, President Trump has been quite negative about how those talks were going, and then launched the attacks in the early hours of this morning. The Iranians are now saying that their retaliation is in full swing, that while they were in this diplomatic process, at the same time, they were also preparing for war. And it certainly seems as though they were a lot better prepared this time than in June when they faced off with the Israelis, with a lot of Iranian retaliation coming not just against Israel, but against states in the Gulf and specifically U.S. military installations in the Gulf region as well. Fred Pleitgen, CNN, Berlin.
Our thanks to Fred Pleitgen. We'll continue to check in with him, his sources in Iran. We also have more breaking news on the U.S. and Israeli attacks in Iran and what this means, why the United States is there. We also have more on the diplomatic fallout and how this could reshape what's happening in the region.
Aaron Burnett out front, weeknights at 7 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at Viking.com.
Super Beats by Human just got an upgrade. Introducing our bold new packaging. Same science, same trusted results. Founded in partnership with the University of Texas. This is modern cardiovascular support. Only human.
When you're connected with Spectrum, you get 5G and fiber-powered internet combined for the fastest wireless speeds. So you can sweat for the right reasons. It's only the seamless connection you love at home, everywhere you go. It's only everything.
A smart advertising strategy starts with smart.
I just want people to see my commercial and come to my business. Does it have to be that complicated?
Not really. Spectrum Reach gets you results by putting your ads in front of your customers, wherever they're watching.
Okay, but is that just Spectrum subscribers?
Beyond Spectrum subscribers, we reach most of the people in your market, effectively and efficiently. That drives your business without breaking the bank.
That's smart. How do I get started?
Go to SpectrumReach.com.
Let's go!
College basketball all season long on TNT, True TV, and stream on HBO Max.
And we're back with our breaking news coverage of the United States strikes in Iran and Iran's subsequent retaliation. I'm joined now by one of the best voices on this, Beth Sanner, our national security analyst, but also the former deputy director of National Intelligence. And Beth, it's great to have you here because I think so many people are looking at this today. And a key question I've been texted by a bunch of people is, why is this happening? How did we get here in this moment?
Fred really led us into this conversation so well. I do think that, my line on this is that I think we got here partly by accident and partly by just kind of incrementalism. I went to the National War College where we talked about ends, ways, and means. You start with the ends. What are you trying to achieve? And then you decide, am I going to use military, diplomatic, and then you build up your ability to do that. That's like the forces we have in the region right now. Well, we kind of started, I think, in the opposite, because we move these forces into the region to respond to the demonstrations, to create leverage in negotiations, and now we're using them because we threw up our hands and said, oh, this isn't working, let's try regime change. So it's kind of backwards. And I understand why we got here in a way from frustration, but it is filled with peril when you go backwards.
Well, and the buildup had been happening. We know there was a range of options. It could have been smaller and more limited. The president seems to have gone for the maximalist position here by calling for not only destroying their nuclear capability, I guess even more so than when he said it was obliterated last summer, but also their Navy, regime change. When you look at that and the options that he ultimately decided to go with here, do you believe it's justified when we're hearing from the United States that they were worried that this posed a threat to the United States, that their missiles could soon hit the homeland, something that we were told intelligence doesn't back up?
Yeah, I think there are two questions there. One is there a justification for doing this now based on imminent threat? I think the answer is probably no. But we have seen that Secretary Rubio has been laying the groundwork for this for weeks. You'll probably recall when he testified before the Senate several weeks ago, mainly about Venezuela, but he also talked about this idea that we may have to do a preemptive strike in order to prevent Iran from hurting us or our allies. And then we've seen this repeated a little bit, sprinkled in some of the comments, but I don't think that there's really any rationale for that. I mean, the latest report is that leaked out, true or not, I do not know, is that, Iran could have an ICBM by 2035. But of course, that's if you straight line everything and that we don't actually do anything to stop that from happening in the interim. And it's kind of theoretical, but that's not imminent, is it?
Right, and that's what we had been told. I mean, as the deputy DNI, you're briefing the president at times. If you were briefing the president right now, if you were watching how this is playing out and how Iran's responding, I mean, what would be your biggest concern?
I think one thing I really am concerned about right now is that this strategy has a number of underlying assumptions. Right. And if you don't understand your assumptions, then you're kind of doomed. But we're assuming that a decapitation of the regime, in other words, killing Khamenei and other leaders, will lead to regime change. That is not a great assumption. Right. We're assuming that air power can achieve strategic aims, regime change. In our history, we've seen that air power can be very effective for limited objectives, wiping out the missile force, for example, obliterating what exists of fissile material enrichment capabilities. But this idea, the third assumption, is that if you just keep yourself to air power, then if some bad things happen inside, or if there are ramifications, that somehow we won't own it because we don't have troops on the ground and we're not committed to nation building. And I think that's a terrible assumption as well. And so all of these things need to be planned out and mitigated. And I'm worried that because we got here kind of incrementally, none of that has been discussed or planned.
Beth Sanders, stand by because the Israeli Prime Minister is speaking right now.
It's once in a lifetime opportunity. Because soon there's going to be a moment that you'll have to go to the streets to complete this act and to topple this regime. This help that you were wishing for, help has arrived, And this is the time to go together for this mission. Citizens of Iran, the Azari, the Baluchi, all of you, it's your time to unite and to topple this regime. The citizens of Israel, all through the Gaza war, I took strength from your resilience. You didn't fall for desperation. You stood rising. You gave backup to the government and to me to lead this war. This is how people should behave. In the next few days, we should stand together with this resilience and following the instructions of the home front. There is a symbolic. This is the 11th of Adar, a Jewish calendar. Trumpeldor fell in the Tel Hai battle. His bravery is remembered. In his memorial, there is a lion statue. I visited there many times, and I looked at it, and I saw you. This is how I see us. In the help of God, the roaring lion of our pilots, of our citizens, is being heard in the entire world. The whole world knows the people of Israel alive.
You've been listening to the Israeli Prime Minister talking about what we are watching play out, this joint operation between the United States and Israel. Beth Sander, you're still here with me. When you're listening to what the Prime Minister is saying there, what stood out to you from his comments?
Right. So I think that this is very clear that this strategy's success relies on the Iranian people having a new revolution, right? That they are, because air power does not guarantee regime change, the people of Iran are going to have to rise up. And, look, I think that there is a lot of, this is a high risk but high reward scenario, and we can all understand the high reward. If we could really see change in Iran, it would change everything, and it would be so much better. But the idea that the Iranian people are going to be able to depose this regime, it's such a big country, 91 million people, so diverse, and there isn't one single, there isn't a cohesive opposition. There are, as Holly Dagris, one of the people that we often have on here, talks about, there are lots of Nelson Mandelas, but they're in jail or in exile. There is no uniting force. Now, it's not impossible that this happens, and gosh, I wish it would, but it is a long shot.
And for the people there, we just saw major protest happening there. We've seen them time and time again. We just saw that playing out, people risking their lives by going into the street. I think when the president is delivering his message to them saying, now's your time, there's also a real question of if they're hearing that message. There's a huge internet blackout underway in Iran. And so it's not even really clear in terms of that. John Bolton was saying earlier, he's worried that there hasn't been enough coordination, basically, in terms of this.
Yeah, so that gets back to the planning. Where was the planning for this? It just feels so backwards in that, you would have wanted to be seeding the ground. There's, we've sent in some Starlink terminals, for example, but I don't think that that's...
This is a weekly test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing equipment that can quickly warn you in the event of an emergency. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
Tehran responding with an unprecedented wave of attacks across the region. You're looking there at some dramatic footage of a drone strike near a U.S. Navy base in Bahrain. We have live team coverage from the U.S. and around the world on this. CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand, CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes, both joining us from Washington, D.C. And we have CNN's Jerusalem correspondent Jeremy Diamond on the ground in Tel Aviv, where it is now 9:01 p.m. Jeremy, let's start with you so you can set the scene with what's happening there right now. We know Iran has struck Israel and fired missiles toward Israel in response to all of this. What's happening now?
Yeah, that's right. Over the course of the last several hours, we have seen as air raid sirens have gone off, at a pretty frequent pace tonight. In fact, the last hour or so has been the only real break that Israelis have gotten throughout the day of respite from these incoming ballistic missiles. So far, however, they don't seem to have made much of an impact here in Israel. We haven't gotten any reports of any major damage from these missiles or any serious casualties. A couple of individuals were moderately wounded. We've gotten reports of about 89 individuals who were lightly wounded. Some of that may be people who have fallen while rushing to bomb shelters, for example. But we did just hear from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu telling Israelis to brace for a campaign that will continue for as long as is necessary in order to achieve Israel's and America's objectives here. The Israeli Prime Minister also speaking about the fate of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, saying that there are more and more signs that Khamenei was indeed killed in these Israeli strikes, although he did not, I should note, give a definitive assessment of whether or not Iran's supreme leader has indeed been killed. Earlier today, we reported that, according to an Israeli military official, that several senior Iranian leaders were killed, according to an Israeli military assessment, in the initial round of Israeli strikes. 3 simultaneous strikes on different locations where Israel says that Iran's senior leaders were meeting this morning. And that is what prompted the timing of these strikes. It was about 8:15 this morning when we learned that Israel had carried out strikes in Iran. The United States soon announced as well that it had also participated in these strikes. And then about 2 hours later, we saw Iran's retaliation beginning, a retaliation that has included not only ballistic missiles and drones fired here at Israel, but also across 7 different countries in the Middle East, with Iranian strikes impacting not only U.S. military bases in the region, but also populated cities, civilian sites in areas such as Dubai, such as Doha, Qatar as well. All of this raising the potential that this conflict, which is already at a very, very high and serious level, could escalate even further. Jessica?
Yeah, those strikes in Doha and Dubai, as you note, really asking a lot of questions about how this might escalate. Jeremy, stand by. We will check back in with you. I do want to go to Kristen now to talk about President Trump and the administration and all of this. She's standing by at the White House. Kristen, what do we know about how the president is thinking here and how we got to this particular point? Obviously, he'd been offered many choices and options by the military. How did we get here?
Well, I'm going to answer that in 1 second, Jessica, but I just want to bring you a little bit of breaking news here because you were just talking about those strikes across the region. We just learned from the White House seconds ago that President Trump has spoken with the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and then as well as the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Obviously, all that happening as we have seen these retaliation strikes. So I want to put that out there. We know that he's down in Mar-a-Lago. He's surrounded by his national security team, and he is monitoring the situation very closely. Now, in terms of how we got here, that, of course, is the big question. what we had been watching for the last several weeks was this huge military buildup outside of Iran. That seemed to be, from the U.S. officials that we were speaking to, a way to force Iran to the negotiating table, essentially a threat. But obviously that threat turned into a reality. Last night, President Trump had said before he left for Texas for an event earlier before the strikes that he wasn't happy with the progress of those talks, indicating that there might be some kind of military action. Now, just in terms of what the president is laying out as the agenda here, why we have committed this attack, in that 8-minute video he posted in the middle of the night, he laid out 3 main reasons for this attack. He said it is to crush Iran's military, that it is to bring about change in the government, and it is to eliminate its nuclear program. In fact, in that video, he also goes on to say that the Iranians, as soon as the strikes are over, should try to overthrow their government. But I also want to play to you what he said about potential U.S. casualties.
My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
And Jessica, that's some pretty stark terms there. He is clearly warning the American people that, one, this could go on for some time and that there could be these U.S. casualties. Of course, again, as we know, they are monitoring this. The White House has been working on setting up full briefings for Senate and the House next week. I spoke to 2 lawmakers who said they've been told there will be something on the books next week in terms of getting briefed.
All right, and we are scheduled to talk to one of those another lawmaker here in just a second. Kristen Holmes with the latest from the White House. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. I believe we have Natasha Bertrand with us, or we do not. Yes, we do. Okay, great. Natasha, I'm so glad you're here. Let's talk about the military piece of this. Sources telling CNN the U.S. has been planning for several days of attacks, as Kristen was just talking about. This is not a pinpoint strike, as we've seen with other military operations or even what we saw last year. What do you know about the Pentagon's strategy going forward?
Well, what we're told from sources, Jessica, is that this operation is expected to go, as you said, for several days at least. There are off-ramps built into this operation, at least on the U.S. side, pauses to assess battle damage. But what we know about what has happened so far actually was just released by U.S. Central Command this morning in a statement in which they said that these strikes began around 1:15 a.m. Early this morning, and they were largely targeted at Iran's security apparatus. They said, quote, they're prioritizing locations that posed an imminent threat. And targets included Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. So making clear there that the targets that they selected were very much high-level military targets, kind of in contrast to what we have seen from the Israeli side of this operation, which was primarily aimed at senior Iranian leaders. Again, we don't know the status of those leaders that the Israelis targeted, but the U.S. explanation for what they have carried out so far is that they targeted things that the Iranian military has that could pose a threat to U.S. and Israeli forces, particularly, of course, those ballistic missile sites, nuclear sites, etc. So following the initial wave of the U.S. Strikes, CENTCOM also says that they defended against a very large number of Iranian retaliatory attacks, which, of course, we saw across the entire Middle East earlier today, including against a naval base in Bahrain. Thankfully, the U.S. now says that there were no U.S. casualties and only minimal damage to U.S. facilities in the region. But of course, these operations are continuing and could continue for the next several days, Jessica.
Certainly. All right, Natasha Bertrand with the latest there. Thank you so much for that. I want to bring in CNN military analyst Admiral James Stavridis, the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. Thank you so much for being here with us. I know that you have been on our air with our viewers throughout the day. But I do want to start first with what we were getting at there with Kristen and a little bit with Natasha, which is this idea that the president was presented with a number of options, a number of military options. There were some that were likely much more limited in what they were doing. This one seems to be pretty large. How would you assess the choice that he's made, and what are your thoughts around the size and scale of these attacks?
He has clearly chosen to go big or go home. And his options included, as you and I have talked about on air, continuing a purely diplomatic path, using a kind of a limited, very limited, articulating, hey, this is just a couple of quick strikes to focus our minds on the negotiation, or what appears to have happened, which is a big campaign. I'd emphasize we're at the beginning of the beginning. And 2 points to be made. One, this is a lot of U.S. troops in combat, in harm's way, 50,000 plus. Whatever your tradition is, say a prayer, raise a glass, wherever you are in the political spectrum, please support our troops in this moment. And I think the second point to be made here, Jessica, is that as this unfolds, things are going to change constantly, and it's uncertain where they go. One of the World War II generals said once, when you start a war, it's like opening a door into a dark room. You don't know what is lying in wait inside. So unfortunately, this is the beginning. We'll learn more in the days ahead. This appears to be a significant campaign.
Yeah, the beginning of the beginning, as you say. It is worth noting, and we need to underscore the fact that we have seen these strikes on major Gulf cities like Dubai, in a heavily populated area, the Fairmont Hotel there in Doha, that we saw that rather quickly as this all began. And to your point, there isn't we don't know what we don't know in terms of where this goes from here. What does it tell you that we saw those strikes in places like that, and not just in those cities, but in those particular areas in those cities?
The Iranian regime clearly feels that they are on their death ground. They are going to fight to the bitter end at this point. And I think, unfortunately, that means not only what we've seen here in the first 12 to 24 hours, I think at risk is the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the world's oil goes through there. I suspect you'll see U.S. strikes against Iranian naval facilities, ships, mine layers, in order to obviate their ability to close the strait. But that could come on a personal level, terrorism, attacks against American citizens, American diplomats, softer targets, if you will, than the hardened bases that were attacked. And then finally, you can't discount, to the north of Israel, Hezbollah still has a significant number of surface-to-surface missiles. Those could be placed in play. That's largely, I believe, why the carrier strike group centered around USS Ford is operating in those waters off of Tel Aviv and Lebanon right now. So more to come.
And you just laid out what could potentially be coming. Based on what we've seen so far and your experience, do you think this can be won by air power alone from the air?
I do not. And we have tried to win in other scenarios strictly with air power. The two closest scenarios, worth looking at both of them, 1999 in the Balkans and 2011, the Libyan war. I led NATO forces in the Libyan war. NATO only had air and sea forces, much like this. But crucial difference, the Libyan rebels were well armed, relatively capable, somewhat trained. We had a force on the ground. It wasn't NATO forces. Here, you're going to have to rely on the people of Iran, who are untrained. I think they're brave and passionate. They may step up, but they don't have the weapons, don't have the training. We need to, if we are going to rely on the people of Iran to overthrow this government, we need to get them weapons, some kind of guidance, Starlink capability, communications, all of that they will need. They're not going to be able to simply walk out with empty hands and overthrow this regime.
Yeah, and probably questions too about like Israeli forces, special forces, or intelligence. Are they on the ground there? Might they play a role? We will find out. Admiral James Stavridis, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jess.
Stay with CNN. President Trump says they are planning to brief lawmakers on these strikes. We're going to speak with Congressman Mike Lawler about that next. Our breaking news coverage continues after this short break.
CNN Newsroom, brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com.
When you're a small business owner, your to-do list can be a lot.
Super helpful.
What are invoices?
Progressive makes it easy to see if you can save money with a commercial auto quote online, so you can get back to all your other to-dos.
Absolutely not.
Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com.
ACE's YardRx program prescribes the best lawn care specific to your yard's needs, delivered every season. Because when you want greener grass, less weeds, and fewer bugs, you can get a personalized prescription delivered free from the helpful folks at ACE. Subscribe now and save 20% on everything you need all year. From our store to your front door, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. The little pill with a big story to tell.
Hut! Jardiance plays a role in my story, too. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well with Jardiance, a once-daily pill that helps lower my A1C. It works 24/7 in the body to flush out some sugar.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death, too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine and infection between and around the anus and genitals. Both may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness, or swelling between the anus and genitals. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is a little pill with a big story to tell. And if you ask me, it's pretty swell. Action!
I am going to do something right now that is going to just go, what? We're going to give you all of our best wrinkle-fighting products in one system.
Ellen DeGeneres has a skincare line, and I just found out about this. I was suffering with dryness, dullness, and that dreaded turkey neck. I've been using this for about a month now. 3 things I'm really noticing. The neck area is starting to smooth, visually firmer, plumper skin, and I notice my skin is staying hydrated all day long. Firm it up with some firming serum. Let's go. I'm already feeling the tightening happening. Tighter, tighter, tighter. Crazy about the hydration cream. You only need a little, but I want to like slather it all over me. Saving the best for last. These are my top 2 favorites. The neck cream, bye-bye turkey neck. This radiance oil, it is going to make you do all the glowy things.
Is that good? It's going to be 6 products. It's going to be called the No Fuss Visible Wrinkle Reducer. If you bought each of these individually, it would be $250. I did the math. You don't have to do it. Just trust me. But no, it's going to be $79.95 for this system. It's going to be the introductory wrinkle fighting system, okay? But then I'm going to give it to you for $59.95. All 6. I know. Believe me, I'm shaking my head. Anyway, today, if you do it, I'm going to give you 2 free gifts. They're going to be gifts, and they're going to be free. You'll get them if you order today. $59.95 for all 6. Come on now.
Sold separately, you'd pay over $250 for all this. The Kind Science Deluxe Wrinkle Fighting System is $79.95. But with this DeGeneres deal, save 25% today and get this introductory system for just $59.95. Plus 2 free gifts and free shipping. You're holding your phone, so get this deal now. Scan the code, go to kindscience.com, or call the number to order right now.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal, but you've got dealership mode on the Car Gurus app. It's like your car buying sidekick when it's time to decide. Car Gurus. Download the app and try dealership mode today.
Over the course of the last 40 years, I've never had an opportunity to speak about this in public before.
Disaster. The Chernobyl meltdown. Sunday on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Back to our breaking news now. The U.S. and Israel launching these massive and coordinated attacks against Iran and Iran's swift retaliation to that. Just moments ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, quote, there are many signs Iran's supreme leader is, in his words, no longer with us. But he did stop short of saying definitively that he had been killed. A White House official telling CNN the Trump administration is also working in the meantime to arrange full Senate and House briefings sometime this week on all of this. Joining us now, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler from New York. He also sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it. I just want to start first with how you would define success from these strikes and this operation.
Well, number one, obviously, is eliminating the threat posed by Iran when it comes to their ballistic missiles program, their nuclear weapons program, and their funding of terrorism. And if, in fact, the Ayatollah is deceased, that is a positive step forward for the entire world, but especially when it comes to the safety and security and long-term peace and stability in the region. For 47 years, this regime has chanted death to America. They have sought to undermine and destabilize the U.S., Israel, Europe, and the free world. They have worked in cahoots with China and Russia. The illicit oil trade with China is what has funded Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and other terror proxies in the region. And it is what has funded their nuclear ambitions. The president gave them 60 days last summer to negotiate. They refused. He took action. He again gave them time to negotiate to end their ambitions, to end their ballistic missiles program, to stop funding terrorism, and to stop slaughtering their own people in the streets. And ultimately, they chose not to, and so action was taken. The president was fully justified and legally justified. And any effort by my Democratic colleagues to say otherwise is a lie. It is false. And so, we will get a briefing this week as required per the War Powers Act. The president did notify Congress. Congressional leaders were briefed. They were given advance notice. And so the president is fully in compliance with both Article 2 and the War Powers Act, as Democratic administrations have exercised that authority prior.
Yeah, and I know some of your Democratic colleagues will push back on that, but to your point, we have confirmed that they have reached out to the Gang of Eight, consulted with them, also with House Armed Services Committee, as in the lead up to all of this. I want to go back to what you were talking about when it comes to regime change. Once that Pandora's box is open, if that is successful, and again, we are waiting to learn about the fate of Iran's supreme leader. We don't know yet if he is alive or dead. Are you concerned about what happens next? Because there is no straight line forward. We don't know what the outcome would be as to who would take over.
Yeah, look, ultimately, this is a long process. If, in fact, he has been removed and, in fact, is deceased, it'll be up to the Iranian people to take action and take control of their country after 47 years of tyranny and oppression that they have suffered under the yoke of the Ayatollah. We saw in Venezuela an effort by the Venezuelan people to take their country back that was thwarted in a democratic election by Nicolas Maduro. He has since been removed. We are pushing for a democratic election in Venezuela. Here in Iran, it's a different situation, and the Iranian people obviously are going to have a little bit harder of a struggle, I think, to seize control. But this will be the greatest opportunity that they will ever have to do it. In 47 years, they have suffered, and we want a free and prosperous Iran. But moreover, this is how you get long-term peace and stability in the Middle East. We have seen Hamas and Hezbollah largely decimated. Assad's regime in Syria has fallen. Iran is at its weakest state, and you may, in fact, see the Ayatollah no longer here. If that is the case, our Arab partners working with the United States, working with Israel, there is a chance for long-term peace. And I think John Fetterman said it best. Many Republicans and Democrats have said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They have said we want peace in the Middle East. Sometimes you have to take action to effectuate that outcome.
Going back to what you were saying about the Iranian people, that it is now on them. It's what the president has said as well, that it is on them to move this forward. What does that look like, do you think, in terms of American support? I was just talking to James Stavridis, the former NATO allied commander, and he was saying in Libya, for example, the Libyan rebels were armed, they were trained, that the Iranian people, this is a different situation. So what then does America owe them in terms of support, do you think?
Well, no question, and that is some of the challenges that will, in fact, be present as we move forward, and why I said I think it's going to be a little bit harder here in Iran. But this is something that the administration and Congress are going to have to sit down and discuss as we move forward. And I think it would be premature to speculate as to exactly what support would be there. But I think the fundamental point here is that this is a moment for the Iranian people to rise up, to seize control of their country. And it is imperative that the free world support them in that effort. To your question, what that looks like, that is something that is going to have to be determined in the days ahead. And that's why it will be important for the administration to brief Congress this week when we are back in Washington. And I expect those briefings will take place.
And lastly, before I let you go, your former Republican colleague and now a critic of the president, Marjorie Taylor Greene, called these strikes on Iran America last. She had a longer statement, but the kind of paraphrasing, as she said, it's always America last here. There is not a small group of people who would consider themselves MAGA who don't want this. What do you say to them?
Look, this is the same woman who speculated about Jewish space lasers. I don't take anything she has to say about foreign policy seriously. And frankly, I think she's one of the dumbest people to have ever served in Congress. So I really could care less what thoughts she offers on this situation. The fact is, President Trump made what is one of the most courageous decisions any commander-in-chief has made, both last summer in striking Iran's nuclear facilities and today taking action to end the 47-year reign of terror that has resulted from the Ayatollah and his regime.
But there are parts of your own party constituents who really don't want this. I mean, I do think that's a fair statement to make.
Sure, there are people across the broad spectrum of politics in both parties that have different perspectives. From my vantage point, if you want peace and stability, not just in the Middle East, but around the globe, you need to take action. And the fact is, Iran, China, and Russia have been engaged in an unholy alliance that has sought to undermine and destabilize the U.S., Israel, Europe, and the free world. These things don't happen in silos. When you look at the fact that the oil tanker seized off the coast of Iceland a few weeks ago originated in Iran, came to Venezuela, and was going to Russia. People have to understand all of these things are interconnected. Iran has been sending drones to Russia to support them in their war in Ukraine. China purchasing Iranian petroleum, funding terrorism around the globe. All of this is interconnected. If you want it to stop, if you want peace and stability, you need to show strength. Sometimes that requires action. President Trump took action, and I support him in it.
All right, Congressman Mike Lawler, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage continues after our break.
Caitlin Collins is your DC source, bringing you unprecedented access to the White House, Capitol Hill, and beyond. For in-depth political coverage and analysis, watch The Source, weeknights at 9 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
During allergic reactions, I used to hesitate using a needle injector until I said, hello, Neffy, the only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use it for signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. Book a free virtual visit at getneffy.com and pay as little as $0 for Neffy.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
Your cardiovascular system is a big place. 60,000 miles of blood vessels delivering oxygen and nutrients to every cell in your body. Superbeats by Human supports cardiovascular health with clinically researched ingredients. Effective blood pressure support and daily energy from healthy blood flow support. Your cardiovascular system powers everything you do. Now there's a simple way to return the favor. Every day. Only Human.
I remember getting my first jersey.
The mascot came out and he just started taking pictures with everybody.
The last shot of the game.
30% off merch at experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
How did I get here? A grandma with vision loss from wet AMD. Riding across the desert. It started when Vabysmo opened up my world. I was worried I was losing sight of the world around me, but my doctor recommended Vabysmo. Vabysmo is different. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD. I was so excited when my granddaughter asked me to ride across the desert with her, knowing that Vabysmo improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke, or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your doctor or retina specialist right away.
Now I've got my sights set on the road ahead. Open up your world with Vabysmo.
The #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for wet AMD. Ask your retina specialist about Vabysmo.
What's up?
We got an APB on a group of handmaidens consorting with a pack of elementary school teachers, a trio of podcast detectives, and a gaggle of alien predators. That doesn't sound right.
I'm pretty sure you're talking about all the great shows and hit movies on Hulu, which are also included at no extra cost with Spectrum TV.
You know, I don't watch cop shows, but if I did, I would watch this guy.
Stream The Rookie on Hulu. Included at no extra cost with Spectrum TV.
Seriously, the more I look at him, the more I can't look away.
The Spectrum Reach Pay It Forward program is committed to helping businesses in our communities thrive.
When I heard about this, I was so ecstatic. Just couldn't come at a better time for me.
They understand that we're working really hard, but we're missing out on resources.
I just remember customers coming up to us at the restaurant and just being so happy that they saw us on TV. It just feels really good.
We're now accepting applications for 2026 Pay It Forward grants. Submit your local business today.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
And welcome back into our breaking news coverage as the U.S. and Israel launch a major military attack against Iran. Moments ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, in his words, there are many signs Iran's supreme leader is no longer with us. An Israeli military official also saying several senior figures were killed during the attacks. Another source saying the strikes were carried out during the day because Israel believed the Ayatollah felt less vulnerable during daylight hours, again, waiting for official confirmation on any outcome. But I do want to bring in former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who joins us now. Thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it. I want to start first with your explanation of how Israel would define success in this operation.
Success would be the end of the nuclear, ballistic, and terror program of Iran. They are them, and we have to dismantle the whole thing for Iran to become a peaceful country dealing with its own business. That would be success.
And how committed, I mean, would you say Israel is to that? Are they willing to do this for months, weeks? How long do you think this could go on?
As long as we need. Look, we are the ones paying a huge price here. It's my family and my friends and all of Israel who are now in shelters and under these missiles and rockets. But we understand that sometimes in life it's important to act when it's unpleasant, but early, instead of procrastinating, and then you have a problem which is unsolvable. If we had waited and they go nuclear and they have thousands of ballistic missiles, it would be too late to act. So we had to act before they achieve this immunity.
And this is a joint operation between the U.S. and Israel working simultaneously side by side. How would you describe that dynamic?
I think it's a remarkable partnership. Israel has been focused on taking out much of the terror leadership of the regime. America has been focused over the past day on the nuclear sites, and jointly we've all worked on the ballistic missile factories and military sites. It's also a very rare, probably once in a lifetime opportunity that we are jointly presenting the Iranian people. So we've weakened the chains of oppression on the Iranian people, but they have to remove those chains. Freedom is never given easily as a present. They now have to take freedom. They have to step up and act and seize the day.
And I was just asking an American congressman the same question I'll pose to you, which is, if it is up to the Iranian people, they don't have formal training, they're not well armed, what kind of support does Israel feel they need to give them on the ground, and what does that look like?
Well, we're already giving massive support by taking out the Basij leadership, the secret police leadership, the regime and apparatus of oppression. So we're hitting those targets precisely to allow the Iranian people to rise. But ultimately, neither Israel or America can change the regime. It's up to the Iranian people to free themselves. That's their decision to make, and we're doing everything in our power to help our Iranian friends.
And when you say it's up to them to rise, what does that look like practically?
It means take to the streets like they did a few weeks ago. Only this time they have the massive support of America and Israel. And beyond what I'm saying, the air support, there have been many, many actions taken to empower the Iranian people. But if they do what they did just a month ago or so, this time with us pounding the apparatus of terror, I think that joint effort brings a much better chance of success than back then.
Are you concerned at all, though, that the outcome of this is unknown? That in it being up to the Iranian people, if it doesn't go that way, that we don't know who would take over if regime change is successful?
Look, always there's uncertainty. There is one thing that's certain. For the past 47 years, this terror regime has murdered, killed tens of thousands of people around the world, Americans in Beirut, in Iraq, Israelis all across the world. Its own citizens were butchered just over the past month or two. 32,000 protesters that were out there were just killed. And what we also know is that if we didn't act now, then a short time from now, they would be immune from any attack. I don't know if you know, but they were moving their centrifuge factory under a mountain called Pickaxe Mountain. And that mountain is way deeper than anything that can be hit by any bomb in the world. So if it's sort of delay any action, we'd be meeting at this point where they have thousands of missiles. We can't hit their nuclear facilities, and then we'd be helpless. So you're right. This is, there is risk in this, but the risk of inaction was much, much bigger than taking action.
All right. Naftali Bennett, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage continues after this short break.
On Medicare, living with diabetes, progress is having your coffee like you like it. The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor is covered by Medicare for more people managing diabetes with insulin. This is progress. Ask your doctor today.
Don't go! I got to. It's time to screen for colon cancer. Also, I'm just going to the porch.
Cologuard is for people 45 plus, at average risk, not high risk.
False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider or request Cologuard online.
Today's digital world is full of risks. I present to you the world's most protected business.
Creed, we have AT&T Dynamic Defense.
It prevents malicious threats. How are people supposed to get in? There's no door.
Somebody say door? Light 'em up, Bobby. My man.
Introducing the new GLP-1 pill on Ro. It's the same weight loss ingredient as the shot, now in a pill. The first ever FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss on Ro, with an innovative formula that finally unlocks real GLP-1 results in a pill. One pill a day to lose 14% of your body weight in a year. The lowest price FDA-approved GLP-1 ever. Now on Ro.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Gouda. Meds verified by Chewy's licensed pharmacists, paired with his favorite cheese. Delivered by Chewy, devoured by Gouda. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
The investors pulled our funding. What do we do?
I'd go tumblers.
Like acrobats?
No, custom branded tumblers from Custom Ink.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, our logo.
Let's funding go!
With over 10,000 swag options, ink is more than you think.
They say shrimping ain't easy, but with Long John Silver's $6 shrimp baskets, they will be eating their words. Words like crispy battered, tender grilled, and irresistible popcorn. Now sauced and tossed in sweet chili. $6 shrimp baskets at Long John Silver's. Shrimp, yeah.
I'm Ed Lavandera in Tucson, Arizona, and this is CNN.
We do have our breaking news continuing. Major military operations underway in the Middle East as the U.S. and Israel launch a full-scale attack on Iran. According to Iranian state media, more than 200 people have been killed since those strikes began. Tehran saying it is prepared for a long war as new video shows the aftermath of a drone strike in the capital city. Meanwhile, Israel saying it launched a new wave of attacks targeting Iran's missile launchers, and that comes as officials there say they're optimistic about this morning's attack targeting top Iranian leaders, including the country's supreme leaders. Now, none of those deaths have been confirmed, but just a short time ago, Israel's prime minister said there are signs that the Ayatollah is, quote, no longer with us. The Iranian government spokesperson, however, just saying the supreme leader and president are, quote, safe and sound. So again, we wait for official confirmation on that from the U.S. We have not heard anything from U.S. sources on that. Let's bring in CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, good to have you. Let's just start with that right there, because there is a lot going on online, and we obviously are getting two very different versions of what has happened. Benjamin Netanyahu saying there are all these signs that the Ayatollah is not with us anymore. Iran saying he's safe and sound. What's your take on that right now?
In the early hours of an attack like this, if he has been killed, what government officials in Iran would most likely do is to deny it so that they don't have a complete collapse of power before they're able to get some sort of successor in place. At this point, we haven't seen at least visible in terms of watching what they're firing, we haven't seen a breakdown in command and control. Iranian forces have still been targeting both Navy and air targets, U.S. bases throughout the Gulf. For some reason, they haven't so far, at least hasn't been reported that they have targeted any U.S. Army positions in places like Iraq or Syria, where they could do a lot of damage. So they seem to be very carefully choosing their targets. There's also word that ships passing through that 21-mile wide bottleneck, the Strait of Hormuz, are getting VHF radio messages from the Iranians to stop traversing that strait. So if Iran is able to follow through with its prior threats, close that strait, through which something like 20% of the world's daily oil seaborne supply goes, then there's somebody still very much in power in Tehran.
Yeah, and then the Strait of Hormuz is going to be important to your point to watch as in the coming hours and days as to how that goes. When it comes to this idea of regime change, if it's ultimately successful, and again, we just walked through, the ifs around that right now. We're waiting to learn about that. There are no guarantees about who takes over. There's obviously, I just had the former Prime Minister of Israel on, that, they are hoping, the U.S. is hoping, President Trump is saying it's in the hands of the Iranian people. They need to rise up. But there's no guarantees that's how this goes. How difficult does this become to manage?
Yeah, intelligence analysts in various capitals have said that the most likely scenario is that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the crack troops and the most organized, well-funded forces within Iran are the most likely to step in and take power in some authoritarian way and put some sort of puppet Ayatollah regime in power as the face and to fight onward. If the Iranian people do rise up, and I've spoken to Iranians here who they want this strike to lead to some sort of revolution, but whoever takes power is going to have to fight the remnants of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and any of the supporters of the previous Ayatollah. And let's remember, Ayatollah Khamenei isn't just a state figurehead, he's also a religious leader of the Shiite faith. And you might not have a whole bunch of fans in Iran right now, but if the Americans and Israelis together are blamed for killing him, that could change things.
Interesting. All right, Kim Dozier, good to see you. Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And we'll be right back.
The Arena with Casey Hunt, weekdays at 4 on CNN, and watch on the CNN app.
Febreze. What does coming home to the delightful scents of Febreze plugs feel like? Like the best welcome home ever. Because Febreze has a microchip to control scent release, so it's first stay fresh for 50 days. And a refill reminder light so that freshness never ends. Want to make the best even better? Try Plug Scent Booster. With 3 intensity settings, flexible placement, plus a boost button for extra scent. And extra welcome home.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take VivGuard Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly.
VivGuard Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use VivGuard Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one.
That's how we live vividly with VivGuard Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about VivGuard Hytrulo for self-injection.
Hi, Mom. I can't wait for you to hear well again, so I won't have to scream to tell you that I love you.
Now tell me if you can hear this. Hi, Mom.
It's not just your hearing. For us, it's your life. That's why we created the Miracle Ear Way. Our superior expertise is backed by licensed professionals that take the time to get to know you and your needs. Book your free test. Call 1-800-686-7961. Your care is on us. From your first hearing test to free unlimited servicing, cleanings, and checkups. We utilize solutions that transform hearing. It's our way of offering nearly invisible designs to AI technology. Try risk-free. Call 1-800-686-7961. Stay connected to your loved ones. Book now. Call 1-800-686-7961.
So we actually known for the spice drum. Yeah, man, this is a local thing, man.
There's way more stars in this actually.
The semi-annual Caribbean sale is now on. Visit sandals.com today.
I was driving down the road and bam, my car gets kicked sideways.
I fell. I was in a lot of pain. I actually had a torn ACL and meniscus.
I slipped. They rushed me to the hospital, to the emergency trauma unit.
The initial offer from my insurance company was laughable.
Which was basically an insult. Morgan went after them and
got me more. I couldn't breathe. It was the most zeros I'd ever seen. Was phenomenal.
To see that final number, I was so excited.
They ended up getting me 20 times more.
Florida strawberries are now in season. Our Florida farmers are picking and delivering delicious and nutritious Florida strawberries to stores now. These Florida strawberries are grown with care, generations of expertise, and love. And you'll love the way they taste. From our families to you and yours, look for Florida strawberries with the Fresh from Florida label, available all winter long, now through March.
Florida grows strawberries.
Captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
A source telling CNN the FBI's counterterrorism and counterintelligence teams are now on elevated alert nationwide following the United States and Israeli strikes on Iran. Joining us now, retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent Richard Kolko. Richard, thank you so much for being here with us. Walk us through what you take away from these alerts being in place.
Well, the FBI knows how to do these alerts, as do many major police departments. What happens is they understand that this is going on. They're going to check all the traps, okay? They check their sources. They check their technical collection. They get their JTTFs to locate their sources, see if anything is going on, any rumors. They're concerned about force protection. When we talk about the military out front, they're doing the operational issues, but the military also has a huge force protection mission, and that's taking care of the troops that are out there. But the FBI leads the force protection within the United States. So it is certainly a high alert time where the potential for an attack exists. So the FBI working with local police departments, and they're going to be at all the logical places that we would expect them to, different soft targets. And what they like to do is they mix it up so that if somebody is observing one of these sites, then they may see law enforcement there one day. They may not see them there later in the day. They may see them back again later that night. So got to mix it up and cover all the bases.
And just quickly, what kind of threats do we usually see after a massive military operation like this one?
Well, this is tricky times. There's been a lot of people in support of Iranian-based terrorist groups such as Hamas. So there's a new group of people here that certainly law enforcement intelligence in the United States is concerned about. But any of the members from the host nation, in this case Iran, that live here in the United States, you have to make sure that they're not planning an attack, that they weren't placed here to be in place to do something. So, but you know, this is what the FBI, DHS, NYPD, LAPD, and many other major police departments do on a very, very regular basis. And what it is just being on a high alert, being seen, talking to people, spreading out the resources, and covering those targets.
All right, Richard Kolko, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Of course.
And stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage continues after this short break.
These eyes blink.
These eyes wink. And these eyes help those eyes see their best.
With a quality eye exam and 2 pairs of glasses at one great price.
An eye exam plus 2 progressives for $195 at America's Best.
Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for moderate to severe Crohn's and UC. Gut-focused Entyvio works right where you need it to block inflammation in your gut. With a legacy of more than 10 years, Entyvio offers the experience you need, lasting relief and steroid-free remission. And some people experience rapid symptom relief. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. With Entyvio, you may be able to pay as little as $0 per dose. Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right for you.
Gut focused Entyvio.
There's a reason Super Beats by Human is the #1 cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support, because Human is different. Clinically researched ingredients for blood pressure support and daily energy from better blood flow support. Founded in partnership with the University of Texas and trusted by thousands of doctors nationwide. Not just science backed, science born. Only Human.
A Chewy order is on the way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves. So Dad uses Chewy to get him everything he needs to keep loving life, one mouthful at a time, for low prices. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. Well, you better pick it up, because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet, just $30 a month.
Butterfly shrimp and steak to go. Tonight, we feast.
Yeah, we dine like royalty.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Oh, okay, you are banished from the land.
Not yet! Huzzah!
No, take a sip.
It feels so good.
Okay.
I can't! Huzzah!
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside of me.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone, building on my progress without starting over. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
Make Spectrum News 13 your morning news part of your morning routine and get the news and information that matter most to you.
We're dedicated to impactful reporting from across the communities we call home.
We'll get you caught up with the latest updates and in-depth coverage of the day's developing stories.
Plus, your local forecast and traffic reports to help you plan your day ahead.
Join us for your morning news weekdays starting at 5 a.m.
exclusively on Spectrum.
Spectrum News is built for community and stories that matter. It's built for weather every 10 minutes and balanced local news 24/7. When you advertise with Spectrum Reach on Spectrum News, you're connecting your business with a highly engaged audience on the fastest growing local news network. So when you're ready to build for what's next, Spectrum Reach has the full suite of advertising solutions to help. Spectrum Reach, built for what's now and what's next.
Now with Casey Hunt, weekdays at 4 on CNN, and watch on the CNN app.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we do want to welcome you into a special breaking news edition of CNN Newsroom. I'm Jessica Dean here in New York. A massive military campaign is underway. The United States and Israel launching strikes on Iran. Sources telling CNN the U.S. is planning for several days of attacks. According to an Israeli military official, several senior Iranian figures were killed in the strikes. Just a short while ago, we did hear from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said, quote, "There are many signs that the Iran supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is, in his words, no longer with us." More than 200 people have been killed as a result of the strikes in Iran, according to Iranian state media, and that includes dozens who died in a strike that hit a girls' school in the southern part of the country. A CENTCOM spokesperson said in part that they take reports like that seriously and are looking into that. Meanwhile, Tehran responding with an unprecedented wave of attacks across the region. Let's bring in our CNN senior national security analyst, Jim Sciutto, and CNN's Jerusalem correspondent, Jeremy Diamond, who's on the ground there in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, let's start with you because we have seen waves of missiles launched toward Israel throughout the day. It's now 10 o'clock in the evening there. How would you describe things right now? And also, what more are we hearing from Israeli officials? Obviously, the prime minister saying that there were these indications that the Ayatollah is no longer with us.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it really has been a remarkable day across the Middle East, extraordinarily volatile and could potentially get even more so as this conflict has real possibilities of widening even further as the United States and Israel began striking major military and senior regime targets in Iran this morning. Those strikes continuing throughout the day, met by Iranian retaliation aimed not only here in Israel, but also at U.S. bases in the Middle East, and also slamming into several population centers, including major cities like Dubai in the Gulf of the Middle East. It all began this morning at about 8:15 a.m. local time as sirens blared across Israel, announcing a state of emergency had been declared, that Israel and the United States had begun striking Iranian targets inside of Iran. Within 2 hours, the Iranian retaliation began. That was much swifter than what we saw from Iran following Israel's surprise attack against Iran back in June. And throughout the day, Israelis have been back and forth to bomb shelters, millions of people sheltering for cover. Those ballistic missiles have largely been intercepted by Israel's air defense system throughout the day, however. Only a couple of people have been moderately injured by interception fragments, shrapnel that has fallen as a result of some of those interceptions. And that air defense effort has, of course, been supplemented by the United States, which has provided Patriot and THAAD air defense batteries throughout the Middle East in preparation for these strikes, and has also positioned a U.S. aircraft carrier off Israel's northern coast, which can also assist with that air defense effort. But we do know that this has been a really massive series of strikes that the U.S. and Israel have carried out. And now the day capping off with this increasingly confident Israeli posture as it relates to the supreme leader Ali Khamenei and whether or not he has been killed, with the Israeli prime minister saying that there are growing signs that Khamenei was indeed killed in those Israeli strikes earlier today. That, of course, would be a massive kind of earthquake in Iran, and one that would ripple across the Middle East. Jessica?
All right, Jeremy, with the very latest there from Tel Aviv, stand by, please. I do want to go to Jim Sciutto now, who is also following this for us. And Jim, as Jeremy just ended there, we don't know at this exact moment what the status is of the Ayatollah, but the fact remains, if this was successful, this changes so much. Tell us more about what you're learning.
Well, let's wait till we have confirmation. But what is clear, both from Israeli statements and the scope of this strike, is that this is a much bigger campaign than many anticipated. You remember, Jessica, prior to this morning, there was some speculation that President Trump preferred something small, something limited, something to send a message, and then to go back to the negotiating table. But one, we know that Israeli strikes were going after senior Iranian leaders. That was their intention, and we reported not long ago that Israeli officials were becoming more confident that they had successfully struck and eliminated some of those Israeli leaders. In addition to that, the scope and scale of the U.S. portion of this, the U.S. military campaign, is quite broad. I've been told that the planning is for multiple waves of strikes, each wave lasting perhaps 36 to 48 hours, followed by a pause in which the U.S. can do bomb damage assessment, assess where, what targets were hit, how much successfully, and then be prepared to go after more targets. That's the thing, is that this is not a one-off. Of course, the president could order the forces back at any one point, but at least the U.S. military is prepared for a multi-wave strike taking place over many days and perhaps longer. So the scale, the ambition of this is certainly at the outer end, right, of the range of options discussed prior to this morning.
Right. And of course, there is a question, Jim, to your point of what comes next and how this might expand. We saw these strikes that were happening in places like Dubai, at the Fairmont Hotel in a highly populated area, in Doha, spreading out across the region. How should people be factoring that into what they're learning today as we're watching this unfold?
Well, Iran is retaliating. And they're retaliating quite broadly as well. We spoke about the scope of the U.S. and Israeli strikes. The Iranian retaliation is quite broad, striking a number of countries in the region and attempting at least to go after U.S. military bases in those countries. So, listen, as President Trump said in his statement this morning, that it is possible, he acknowledged, and this is notable, it's possible that U.S. service members might lose their lives. Now, to our knowledge, that hasn't happened yet, but we do know that civilians in the region have been caught up in this. So both sides of this have been at the outer end of the ranges of scale, right? The U.S.-Israeli strikes, but also Iranian retaliation, and that doesn't necessarily end in a day, right, Jessica? Because, Iran retains capabilities. Of course, the U.S. and Israel would have been seeking to take out as many of those capabilities as possible in the course of these strikes, but as these missiles have shown that have been landing around the region, Iran maintained the capability to strike back. How long they're able to, we'll be watching, but it's certainly a region on edge.
And Jim, I do have some breaking news that I do want to share, and stay with me here. We are getting information from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah is dead. This is breaking news again coming from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, is dead. Again, we're going to go to Jeremy Diamond. Jeremy, the strikes coming this morning that were targeting senior leadership, that's what we knew, targeting senior leadership there in Iran. And now we can say from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah of Iran, the supreme leader, is dead. What more are you learning there in Israel?
That's right, Jessica. Two Israeli sources telling me and my colleague Tal Shalev that Israel has confirmed that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed as a result of those Israeli strikes that took place earlier today. One of these sources saying that Israel actually has photographic evidence of Khamenei showing his dead body. The second source told me that an official announcement is in the works, although it is possible that the Israelis will allow President Trump and the United States to make this announcement officially. But this is enormous breaking news here, that the Israeli government is confirming that the supreme leader of Iran was killed in Israeli strikes earlier today. This is a day that many Israeli government officials have hoped would come eventually. It is also, we should note, a day that many Iranian dissidents, Iranian protesters had hoped would eventually come. And indeed, it has come now. And it is an earth-shattering moment for the Middle East and for the future of Iran. We should note, however, that the supreme leader's death is not necessarily indicative of the Iran regime collapsing altogether. This regime is not based off of one person alone. It is a system that is multi-layered, and we know that the supreme leader understood very well that he could potentially be targeted for assassination should the United States and Israel choose to carry out massive strikes on Iran as they did today. And in recent weeks and months, he has been preparing for potential lines of succession should that actually take place. Now, we are still waiting, of course, for any confirmation from the United States as well as to the supreme leader having been killed. But two Israeli sources familiar with the matter telling us now that the supreme leader was killed in Israeli strikes today. One last note on this is that we have also been hearing about the division of labor between the United States and Israel as it pertains to these strikes. U.S. officials have been very clear that their strikes have been focused on military targets and that the strikes targeting senior Iranian leaders, such as the supreme leader, were being conducted by Israel and not by the United States. Ultimately, that may very well be a distinction without a difference, given the high level of coordination between the United States and Israel in preparing and carrying out these strikes. But this is obviously an enormous moment in the Middle East, something that we anticipated could potentially be a target of any Israeli or U.S. strikes on Iran. And indeed, now not only a target, but confirmed by Israeli sources that the supreme leader of Iran is dead.
Indeed, big news out of the Middle East, the potential to reshape so many dynamics there. But again, as Jeremy notes, not a straight line to regime change. This is a piece of it, but it is a big piece of it. This is enormous news. Jeremy, I want you to stand by because we have seen those missiles that have been coming to Israel throughout the day. So stay with us. I do want to bring Jim Sciutto back in. Jim, this is very big news. And again, Jeremy, it is. And so help people understand, contextualize for them that what this means, that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes by the U.S. and Israel.
These strikes are now officially decapitation strikes, right? Strikes that were intended via Israeli military action, to be clear, to take out Iran's most senior leadership. And the man you see there, Ali Khamenei, is Iran's most senior leader with enormous, certainly political power in that country, but also religious authority in that country. The structure of Iranian government being that, yes, it has a president elected, but the supreme leader lies at the top of the government. And that is that man you see speaking there, which Israeli sources are now telling CNN was killed in these strikes. Again, to my point earlier, Jessica, prior to this morning, there'd been an enormous amount of speculation as to just how far one, the U.S. was willing to go, but Israel as well, if they were striking together. And now we know they were willing to go as far as taking out Iran's most senior leader. Now, we had reported earlier that he was not the only target of these strikes, that other senior military and other leaders in Iran were targeted. We don't know their status at this point, but as we reported earlier in the day, Israeli officials were becoming more confident over time today that they had hit at least some of their targets. Listen, in Iran, does that mean that suddenly there will be a new government, a new leader, one friendlier to the U.S.? No. An enormous network and structure of leadership and power remains in that country, military, economic, political, and otherwise. But to take out the supreme leader is a significant change. And of course, the question is, how far does that change go? Does it weaken the government to the degree that the government collapses? Does it weaken it to a degree that the protesters that we saw take on this government quite bravely in recent weeks are inspired to go out into the streets again, right? I mean, that's what President Trump was encouraging them to do explicitly in a statement this morning. Now, that's quite a risky proposition, given that that government retains enormous power, and they showed they were willing to use it to deadly extent in the many thousands of protesters they killed in recent weeks. Those are still the open questions, but we have one question answered. Was Israel willing to go so far as to take out the supreme leader of Iran? And the answer is yes, and they had success doing so.
Right. And now the big question is what comes next? Jim
Yeah.
Sciutto, stand by. I want to bring in Barak Ravid, CNN political and global affairs analyst. He's also a global affairs correspondent at Axios. Barak, I know you spoke with President Trump earlier today. Again, if you are just joining us, our breaking news is that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes. That is coming from Israeli sources. Barak, we're still waiting to hear from the president, from the U.S. government, but the Israeli sources confirming that. What more are you learning? What did the president tell you?
So first, just about Khamenei, I think around 30, 40 minutes ago, the Israeli ambassador to Washington, Yechiel Leiter, updated several U.S. officials and members of Congress that Israeli intelligence shows that Khamenei has been killed and his body was taken out of the rubble in the compound in Tehran that was attacked. I spoke to President Trump a little bit before 1 p.m. While he was in Mar-a-Lago. We spoke for around 5 minutes. The president sounded, to me at least, pretty calm and confident that things are going according to plan. I think the situation with Khamenei was one of the main things he was tracking at that moment. And what was interesting in what he told me is that I asked him, how long is this going to continue? And he said, I have several off-ramps. I can go long and take the whole thing, meaning take over Iran, something that, I don't think that's something that is seriously being considered.
That's quite a statement, yeah.
Yeah. Or I can go on for another 2-3 days and then tell the Iranians, we'll see you again in a few years if you try and rebuild your nuclear program, your missile program, meaning that Donald Trump, at least my impression from the conversation with him, is that he's looking to end this thing within a few days and basically put an ultimatum to the Iranians. We can get a deal, or you can try and rebuild your program, and then we'll just bomb you again if you try to do this. And I think that was one of the messages that U.S. officials that just briefed reporters, I think 10 minutes ago, said that when the 12-day war ended after Operation Midnight Hammer, the U.S. told Iran, if you try to rebuild, we will come again. And those U.S. officials said that the Iranians, according to U.S. intelligence, did try and rebuild the program. So we know from satellite imagery that the Iranians started infrastructure work in several of the nuclear sites that were attacked in June. We do not know whether they really tried to resume a nuclear program, meaning enrichment and other activities. One of the interesting things I heard from President Trump is that he told me that he thinks that Operation Midnight Hammer allowed Operation Epic Fury to go forward. Because President Trump claimed that if he did not go on that operation last June, if he did not order a strike on those 3 nuclear facilities, Iran would have been much, much closer to a nuclear weapon, maybe even have a nuclear weapon by now, according to what President Trump said. And that would make the current operation much harder, maybe even impossible. We just have to say the Iranians were very close to getting enough enriched material for one bomb, but they were pretty far away, at least 6 months from the ability, or 4 to 6 months from the ability to build a crude nuclear device that they could then detonate in a nuclear experiment. Another thing I heard from President Trump that was very interesting is that he basically said that what he heard from his negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, was that the Iranians were not really ready for a deal. And U.S. officials who briefed reporters 10 minutes ago elaborated on that and said that the Iranian proposal, the maximum the Iranians were willing to go, did not really meet the minimum the U.S. was willing to go.
Barak, I also want to ask you about these strikes and the strikes this morning that ultimately killed Iran's supreme leader. What more do we know about them? You have to think, and there has to have been incredible intelligence that went into knowing where he was. The fact that these strikes happened in the daylight when normally, when the U.S. has struck, it has been at nighttime. Do you know any more about the context around the actual strikes themselves?
So I think one of the reasons that the strike was in daylight is because it was part of the, on the one hand, it was part of the deception. The Iranians, I guess, thought the strike would be during the night, as it's been last June, but also because the Israeli officials say that they had intelligence that at that time of day, morning time in Iran, there has been 3 different gatherings of senior Iranian officials in 3 different places. And that was a window of opportunity, an operational window, that the Israelis could try and conduct strikes on those 3 gatherings and try and take out, eliminate many top political and military officials in Iran, one of them, the supreme leader. By the way, the Israelis assess that they managed to take out the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, that they managed to take out the commander of the Iranian Armed Forces, that they managed to take out the Iranian Minister of Defense, that they managed to take out the head of Iranian intelligence, and numerous other officials. And what is amazing to me is that this is exactly how the 12-day war started. In an opening strike that decapitated so many Iranian officials. And 8 months later, it seems that the Iranians literally learned nothing and, conducted themselves in a way that A, allowed the Israelis to know where they are, and B, allowed the Israelis to hit them, meaning that they were not deep enough underground.
All right. Great reporting from Barak Ravid. Please stand by. I do want to go to the White House now, where our senior White House correspondent, Kristen Holmes, is standing by. Kristen, again, for people who are following along, just joining us, we are hearing from Israeli sources. They are confirming that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah, has been killed in these strikes this morning, joint strikes by the U.S. and Israel together. We are still waiting to hear from President Trump from the U.S. on this. What more are you hearing from people you're talking to in the administration, in the White House?
Yeah, I was asking about this just moments ago. They said they weren't ready to comment on it just yet. That could also mean that President Trump himself may be gearing up to comment on it. Obviously, the administration often defers to him when it comes to big announcements like this. But one thing that I have now learned from administration officials goes to the why now and why the immediacy of this. I am told by administration officials that U.S. intelligence had, quote unquote, indicators that Iran was going to use missiles either preemptively or simultaneously, and that's why they had to do this strike now. I'm also told that this information had been relayed to members of the Gang of 8 when they were called and briefed, or at least given a heads up. That's how some of them phrased it, about this attack on Iran. We are still trying to figure out exactly the why. Again, were the missiles going to be used? How are they going to be used? We don't have answers on that, but it does give us a little bit of insight into the why now, which is one of the questions we've been asking. And these officials have also said that essentially Trump attacked Iran because the negotiating talks, the talks between his special envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, as well as the Iranians, had devolved into games, tricks, and stall tactics. And I know Barak has been reporting this as well, that one of the things things that we heard from White House officials in the last several days was that they were disappointed in where Iran was when they were coming to the table, that the two sides were nowhere near a deal. Now, of course, we did also hear from the foreign minister of Oman, who is actually, in these talks. He was the facilitator of these negotiations, who said that a peace deal was within reach. That was yesterday that he said that, but obviously the Trump administration, the president himself, didn't feel that way. Now, if the supreme leader is dead, I can tell you this. I have talked to a number of Republicans today since we learned about these strikes in the middle of the night, and all of them said the same thing, which whether or not they were certain or positive or negative about the fact that President Trump was engaging in these attacks on Iran with Israel, they all said that if it, in fact, the supreme leader is dead, that this would be a huge accomplishment for the president, meaning they might put aside some of their reservations about an attack in Iran. But of course, we are still going to be waiting to see what the United States says about this, what the administration says about this, waiting for that confirmation.
All right, more to come. Kristen, of course, you'll be monitoring to see if we're going to hear from the president soon. We will check back in with you. In the meantime, I want to go to retired Colonel Cedric Layton to talk a little bit more about the military piece of all of this. And Colonel Layton, I'm sitting here as we're getting this news, this historic news, that the Ayatollah has been killed in these strikes performed jointly by the U.S. and Israel. Just if you go back to October 7th and you think about how this region has been reshaped since then, the incredible implications that has had both for Iran itself, its proxy groups that are spread all across that region, Hezbollah and the Houthis, and what has happened in Syria. And you put all of that together, and now you get this news today with this, again, incredible U.S. military buildup all around that region. This is really significant, and we now have the big question of what comes next. The Ayatollah, again, according to these Israeli sources, are dead. We know that we have an incredible amount of resources militarily there in that area. So walk us through, what you're looking at with the maps there, and what could potentially come next militarily.
Absolutely, Jessica. So this is one of the really important things. First of all, let's look at this as a campaign plan. And what you see here is some of the target sets that both the Israelis and the U.S. went after. So you've got the capital city of Tehran. You've got an area near Tehran called Karaj. You've got the holy city of Qom, which is where the Ayatollah is. Basically, that's the religious center. Isfahan, which is known for its nuclear facility, as well as an air base. You've got Kermanshah, you've got Tabriz. All of these areas are critical. What this looks like on the ground in Tehran, you see pictures like this. Now, when you look at what happened with the Supreme Leader, this is the Supreme Leader's official residence. Now, let me take you through what this looked like. This is the residence as it looked like before the strike. Now, let's take a look and keep an eye on this area right here. It is completely gone. It is obliterated right here. And that was where they not only, if the reporting is correct, not only killed the Supreme Leader, but potentially other members of his senior staff. All of this area completely gone. Now, when you look at all of the things that could possibly happen here, let's first take a look at the U.S. flotilla that's out here. We've got the Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea. You've got the Gerald R. Ford, the other carrier off the coast of northern Israel. You have combatant ships and destroyers throughout the Persian Gulf and also throughout the region. So this is the array of forces that we have in this particular area. Then you look at some of the things that have happened. We had Israel and U.S. strikes throughout these areas here, and Iran trying to respond, but not always successfully in each of these areas. So that shows that there's a real dearth of capability on the part of the Iranians in terms of their ability to target accurately. And that has a major impact, because when you look at these bases right here, they are vulnerable, but they also can be defended, and that makes a really, really big difference, from that standpoint. And when you look at the broader area, this is Iran right here, one of the critical areas that we have to pay attention to is right around here. This is the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is where about 20% of the oil flows from for the world flows through here. All the Iran, all the Persian Gulf states on the Arab side of the Persian Gulf, all of them send their oil through this area. So if Iran chooses to close this could be one of the future things that could happen. That would have a significant impact on things like oil prices, for example, and it could also have an impact on all of the disposition of forces, all the politics involved in terms of the alliances between these countries and the United States, and Iran and Russia and China on the other side of that.
Yeah, the map really helps really drive it home, what we're looking at here and how interconnected it all is. Cedric, before I let you go, in terms of command and control for Iran, what does the death of the Ayatollah mean? How might that factor into their ability, or how, the manner in which they might respond now militarily?
So this is very interesting because both Barak and Jeremy Diamond mentioned in their reporting that Iran is not just dependent on the supreme leader or on all of the other leaders that may have been killed in this. So we're talking people like the intelligence chief, the defense chief, other people at a very senior level. There is a political organization within Iran. The state is basically built up as a theocracy, in other words, a religious state. And Iran itself is going to be in a position where it can grow its own people. It has a parliament, it has political parties, it has other political leaders that could potentially fill the void. The question is, what kind of people will those be? And for cases like this, historically, what you see, Jessica, is people that come into these roles after someone has been assassinated or removed from the scene. Most of them tend to be a bit more radical than the ones that they replace. So this could mean that the Iranian situation becomes even more radicalized, and there could be even more dangers throughout the Persian Gulf region and possibly throughout the greater Middle East and beyond.
Yeah, and that is a key thing in terms of where this is headed. That seems like a key issue to watch. All right, Cedric Layton, thank you. Let's bring in CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger. David, good to have you as we are going, kind of walking through what this all could mean. We do know from these Israeli sources that Iran's supreme leader was killed in these strikes. Cedric just walked us through what those strikes could have looked like. In terms of the president's thinking around this, we heard from our colleague Kristen Holmes and also from Jeremy Diamond about these off-ramps that and Barak Ravid, about the off-ramps that the president says he has in terms of being able to continue moving forward with this or to then take an off-ramp from here. What are you hearing in terms of where the president is, where the administration is, as we are getting this news that the supreme leader has been killed?
Well, clearly, Jessica, the president has chosen his most aggressive action here, which is seeking regime change, and he made that pretty clear during his brief 8-minute video that he released on Truth Social. What he didn't explain was the mechanism of getting from the military action that Cedric has just walked us through to the political reality of what a regime change would look like. Because as Cedric just suggested, you can get all kinds of regime change, and some of it can be worse than what it is that you just departed from. So if in fact the supreme leader has been killed, if in fact a good number of the leadership of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their most elite military, have been killed, the first question is, who are the successors there? And the second is, what is the mechanism for the people of Iran to pick up on this chaos, rise up, as the president suggested, and install a new government? And they're without arms. They're without organization. The government still has that. The military still has that. And we haven't heard a plan yet from the U.S. for how they would get over that particular hurdle.
And that is so key right now as we move to the next phase of this, which is what comes next after the Ayatollah has been confirmed dead. Okay, so now who is going to fill that void? And to your point, David, in talking with a number of people, how might the Iranian people who, just in the last few months have suffered to be in the streets to demand their freedom, who have been protesting and being killed for it. But how might those people who, as you note, aren't armed, aren't trained, aren't necessarily organized in that way, take their government? And is there any thinking from the Trump administration about how to support that piece of it besides the military part?
Well, one hopes that there has been thinking about this. Secretary Rubio was asked about this in a Senate hearing back in January, and he said, well, if there was regime change, that's an issue we'd have to think about for a long time. Well, fact of the matter is, people in the United States government have been thinking about this for 40 years in various forms. So clearly the Iranians have a succession plan. The supreme leader is 86 years old. And so they needed a succession plan anyway, and he was not in good health. The question is what that plan looks like and whether the U.S. and the Iranian people can knock them off that plan. And that's really the hard and difficult part here. I think it's also worth remembering that this was, despite the administration's efforts to sound like there was very urgent reason to go do this, the timing of this was a war of choice for the administration. That is to say, there was no urgency of an attack from Iran. As Barak Ravid mentioned to you, they're further from a nuclear weapon than they had been in June after those strikes. So the question is, did the president pick the right moment? And he might say, there's never a wrong moment to change the government in Iran.
Right, because Kristen Holmes, as you noted, had reported that the White House is saying that they were concerned about these preemptive strikes, in their words, that Iran might be taking, and yet there is reporting, that is counter to that, but they are going to be asked, the administration, why now? That is a question that continues to come up again and again and again, right. Especially as they were in talks.
It did come up in a background briefing. It did come up in a background briefing that some administration officials gave, but they didn't provide any evidence of an imminent strike.
Yeah, right. But yes, yeah, exactly. But that is their explanation at the time. But of course, as you know, time will tell. The evidence, we will need to see as well. All right, David Sanger, thank you so much. It is great to have you as always. I want to bring in New Jersey Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer. He's also a member of the House Intelligence Committee. Congressman, thanks for being here. I first just want to get your take on our big news this afternoon, really potentially reshaping Iran and potentially the Middle East. Do you support the president's actions here?
Well, first of all, to your point, significant news about the Supreme Leader, if true. And clearly today has been a significant event on all fronts, right? I mean, in terms of not just the attack on Iran, but the fact that Iran has turned around and attacked so many of our allies in the region, right, which is also not to be something that we should take lightly as we look at this, in terms of their attacks on Iraq and Bahrain and Saudis and Emiratis. You saw the Emiratis apparently just declared war back on Iran and the UAE. Israel, 200 ballistic missile strikes from Iran at Israel. Significant on a lot of fronts. Clearly Iran is and has been, the government of Iran, an existential threat to the United States, both in terms of its ballistic missile program, but its nuclear program, and all the terror proxies that it has backed over the years, which have killed Americans, attacked our bases, been huge threats to our allies. So since the Ayatollah in the late 70s came in, this regime, Iran has been consistent in one thing, trying to undermine our democracy with the banner of death to America. So that has not changed. And add to that, they've massacred 30,000 or so of their people. Right? You add all these pieces up.
For 1 second. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to tell people what they're looking at. This is live from Tel Aviv. We are hearing sirens there, watching the skies. It's 10:38 there in Tel Aviv. We have seen strikes there missiles being intercepted. I'm going to let you listen for just a second as we're seeing some. If you see on the left side of your screen, we saw a little flash there.
Of course, my bad.
All right, we're going to, and you're starting to see some activity there, again, toward the right of your screen now. Okay, so 10:39 there in Tel Aviv. Just a few minutes after we reported Israeli sources saying that the strikes this morning by the U.S. and Iran did in fact kill the supreme leader of Iran. And there were questions about what we might see after this news and throughout the night in Israel. I do want to bring in Cedric Layton, who's standing by. And Cedric, obviously, Israel has the Iron Dome. They work to intercept these missiles that are coming toward Tel Aviv right now, but help people understand what we're looking at on our screen.
Yeah, so Jessica, what you're seeing is a panoply of different aspects here. So the Israeli air defense system, the missile defense system, is composed of basically 3 layers. One of them is the famous Iron Dome. That is basically takes care of short-range missile threats, also drones, threats of that type, in some cases even artillery shells. You go up then to the David Sling system. That David Sling system is a system that takes care of medium-level threats, medium-range threats. So that could include some of the missiles that come into Israeli airspace from places like Iran, also places like Lebanon, where Hezbollah was very important as an Iranian proxy. And then you have the Arrow system, and the Arrow system is the one that we're probably seeing most of, because that takes care of the longest range missiles. So every time you see a flash in the sky, what you're looking at is the point where the Arrow missile or one of the other air defense missiles is actually intercepting an incoming missile. Some of these missiles go in and they do what's called a proximity hit. So in other words, they don't actually directly hit the actual incoming missile, but others go in and directly hit that missile. It depends on which system you're using. But the basic idea is if the target is perceived to be a populated area or an important building, then the Israeli air defense system is brought into play, and it actually takes out that missile. And if the trajectory of the missile shows that it's going into an unpopulated area, there you see a flash right there. That was probably a big hit where the missile was intercepted. You see pieces are starting to fall to the ground right now. That flash right there is indicative of that kind of activity. So in this case, it looks like the Arrow system came in and intercepted a missile. Now you see several other missiles going up from the air defense systems, and you'll hear the booms that are associated with basically a sonic boom. And what these interceptor missiles are doing is they are going faster than the speed of sound in order to capture the incoming missile. So this is actually a really critical piece of this. This is why this system is so important and really world famous, because it is designed to intercept all these incoming threats like this. It is not 100%, it's not a foolproof system, but the Israelis also husband their resources in a way where they make sure that they only use these systems when there's a real threat to their cities, like in this case Tel Aviv. That becomes an important thing for them to protect, an important target for them to protect. And that is basically what we're seeing now, is the Iranian reaction to probably the supreme leader's death, potentially. And you can expect these kinds of attacks are going to continue as the evening wears on in the Middle East.
And Colonel, we're hearing the booms, the explosions. You were saying the sonic boom. Again, just reiterate for people when they're hearing that, what is happening? Because I think you hear it immediately and you think, oh, did it hit something? But oftentimes it's the missile itself being stopped.
That's right. It's the missile itself. So there's a missile that is going fast to intercept the incoming missile or the incoming drone. You can hear a sonic boom potentially from that. or you can hear potentially the impact if the missile system is one which is designed, like David Sling, for example, to actually hit the incoming missile. Then, in that particular case, you may also hear the boom of the impact. Generally speaking, there's a possibility also of an explosion happening because there are proximity fuses on these weapon systems, and when they explode on impact, that then is designed to destroy the incoming missile.
All right, Colonel Layton, I want you to please stand by. I do want to bring in Jim Sciutto, who is watching this live with us as well as we see these strikes in Tel Aviv, the sirens sounding. Jim, what more are you learning? And as you're watching this, what's going through your mind?
Well, listen, I've been on the roof of the hotel there in Tel Aviv in the midst of Iranian ballistic missile strikes. Oh, you see that boom in the lower right-hand corner there. That this was last year in response to Israeli attacks on Iran. Iran has the capability to strike Israel. Israel has very formidable air defenses at multiple levels, and I believe that's what you're seeing right now, those flashes off in the distance. Most likely intercepts, but aware of that, Iran often launches their missiles and drones in waves intended to overwhelm Israel's air defense systems. Now, I should note that part of the enormous U.S., and there's an air raid siren there, part of the enormous U.S. military presence in the region, mobilized to the region, was expressly to provide air defense, additional air defense, not just for Israel, but for other allies in the region. And what I think we're seeing coming from the top of the screen there, oftentimes, so rising from the left-hand side, that looks like an interceptor missile going up, and another one going up to meet a target. And then oftentimes, well, we'll see if it's in our frame of vision, you'll see the impact. Now, to be clear, an impact is good. That means you've taken out the missile on the way in, but that debris still has to come to the ground, right? And when it comes to the ground, it can still be deadly. And there have been a number of instances of that last year in the midst of Iranian strikes on Israel. And I believe there were reports earlier today of someone in Israel being struck by falling debris. So the danger does not disappear after a successful intercept. But of course, far better to intercept the missile in the air than allow it to strike its target on the ground.
Certainly.
Again, Iran has enormous capabilities to strike, and in numbers, and Israel has enormous capability to defend, but oftentimes those Iranian weapons get through. One more front I think I should mention, Jessica, is that Iran has allies in the region, the Houthi rebels in Yemen, and in strikes last year when we were in country, they will often fire together so that you have incoming from more than one direction, again, which is partly by design, right? Because they want to overwhelm those air defenses if they can.
Right. And Jim, listen, the timing of what we're watching live on our screen right now is likely no accident, in that Israel had just confirmed, our Israeli sources confirming the death of the Ayatollah in these strikes.
No question. And it appears that Israel feels confident that the supreme leader is not the only Iranian leader or commander that they successfully eliminated here. Their targets quite clearly went beyond the supreme leader. They attempted to eliminate a number of leaders, and their confidence, they have some confidence that they killed other leaders. So here you have the Iranian regime likely responding to that. And of course, the question, you and I spoke about this just a few minutes ago, Jessica, is then what happens? Who might replace the supreme leader, right? And how weak is the Iranian regime after losing so many of its own, if that is confirmed? Can it withstand internal challenges from the people? There are certainly factions inside the country, but there are also multiple layers to Iranian military leadership, Revolutionary Guard Corps, military, et cetera, that can fill those gaps, right? Can rise to but then, of course, the sad fact for them, right, is that they could be the next target.
Right, so, absolutely. Jim, I do want you to stay with us. I want to bring in Colonel Layton, if he's still with us. I did have a question for him, too, to talk about, as Jim was just getting at, the U.S. role in a moment just like this, Colonel, and what role the U.S. might be playing in protecting Israel as something like this is happening.
Jessica, so one of the key things...
I don't think we have his mic. Jem, let's go back to you. We can talk about that, too, because you were getting at that. But just the role that America is playing, just in terms of not just right now and what we're looking at on the screen, but just how in lockstep, side by side, simultaneously, going through this executing this operation with Israel.
To the best of our knowledge, there was some division of labor here, and that Israel had focused more on eliminating senior leadership. The U.S. focus appeared to be other targets inside the country, military and otherwise, also air defenses, right? The first wave would have been to take out the air defenses so that they could clear a pathway for other weapon systems to get in. To my knowledge, the initial strikes were concentrated with standoff weaponry, sea-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, TLAMs as they're known, but also we know the first combat use of one-way drones. It's known as the Lucas system. That's an acronym for low-cost, unmanned combat aerial system, which, and this is really interesting, Jessica, was reverse engineered from Iranian-made and manufactured and designed Shahed drones fired by Russia on Ukraine. So Ukrainians retrieved them, the U.S. reverse engineered them, and now they're firing that weaponry back at Iran.
Amazing. Jim, I'm going to stay with us. We want to go to the Israeli ambassador to the UN, who I believe is speaking right now and taking questions. Let's listen.
On the ground and understand that the time for the Iranian people to take control of the future is very soon. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador. Thank you.
Well, not taking a ton of questions there. Danny Danone, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, we caught just the tail end of what he was saying, so we will play that and try to hear exactly what he was saying. But the breaking news right now continues to be that the Ayatollah has been killed in these strikes led by the U.S. and Israel. They happened this morning. Again, President Trump, we know, was given a suite of options in terms of what he wanted to do militarily, and it appears that he chose a very robust option, which included killing the Iran supreme leader and also others who were likely killed in that attack, as well as Jim Sciutto was just talking about the division of labor. To the best of our understanding, Israel focusing on targeting leaders in that strike, the U.S. focusing on the air support. I believe Colonel Layton is back with us now. Colonel Layton, Jim Sciutto and I just talking about the U.S.-Israeli relationship in all of this, the division of labor in this the strike this morning. What stands out to you about how they're working together, and also to how that might continue as this develops?
Yeah, Jessica, one of the key aspects of this, in addition to what Jim was mentioning, is the way in which they handle threats like this. So these are some of the Iranian missiles that would be threatening Israel. In fact, they can not only threaten Israel, but they can go all the way into Central Europe and, of course, the Indian subcontinent. But what's critical about this is when you look at exactly what the U.S. can do in a particular case like this, if they have their vessels like the Gerald R. Ford stationed just off the Israeli coast, they can provide an air defense shield. So you have the Israeli air defense system which is basically designed to protect against these kinds of missiles, but it can't do it all alone, and especially when it gets overwhelmed by these kinds of things, the Aegis systems, the Aegis radar systems that are based on the ships that are part of the carrier strike group are the ones that come in, and then they provide that extra radar picture. So there's the radar picture, there's an intelligence feed, there are a series of different collateral feeds that come in, and they basically determine where and when these missiles are going to hit their targets. So when these missiles come in and strike a target in Israel, there is a whole lot of activity that goes on both on the radar side as well as on the intelligence side to determine exactly where that missile is going to fall and how to activate and which part of the air defense system to activate in a case like that. So you've got the division of labor when it comes to going into the air campaign, where they actually go in and determine which types of targets they strike, but also the division of labor when it comes to defending Israel from these incoming missiles.
And Cedric, in terms of what we can expect next, we've seen this wave of strikes. Again, what you're looking at on the left side of your screen happened, or what you were looking at was just a few moments ago. You would anticipate, but we don't know, but that the U.S. and Israel would be prepared to continue striking if they needed to. And that is the question now, is what is the next military step?
Yes, so this is going to be critical. One of the key things that they're going to have to do is basically protect Israel. That's going to be the big thing that they have to do in this particular case. And so they're going to wait and see how much the Iranians are actually going to throw in the direction of Israel or other targets, because it's not just Israel that they're concerned about. There's a potential that countries like Saudi Arabia or the other Gulf states could be hit by some of these missiles as well. And so each one of these is really a critical element, Jessica, in determining how much of a military footprint we leave in this region, and really how much we end up doing, because we have all these bases in the Persian Gulf area, and these bases, of course, are critical not only to our national security interests, but also the interests of all the countries along this side of the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, it also shows you you know, how many of our service members are there in that region and how close they are physically to Iran. Cedric, stay with us. Thank you so much. I do want to bring in Joe Cirincione. He is a nuclear weapons policy expert, the vice chair of the board of directors for the Centers for International Policy. Joe, thank you so much for being here with us. One of the objectives that obviously the administration is after here is an end to Iran's nuclear program. And now we have this news from Israeli sources. They say they can confirm the death of the supreme leader. What might that mean for the nuclear program? Obviously, we've been talking about there are many people that can now fill that void. But what might that mean when it comes to the nuclear program?
Well, the supreme leader is a leader, but he's not actually supreme. As many of your guests have pointed out, this is a revolutionary system in Iran that is very deep and very broad. And they've been planning for a succession plan. The supreme leader is 7 years older than President Trump. He's an old man. He wasn't going to be around much longer anyway. So it's not clear that this makes much difference to the government itself. And even if it does destabilize the clerical regime, the real power in Iran is the 1 million strong Revolutionary Guard militia and the 200,000 person strong Revolutionary Guard. These people aren't going anywhere, and they're ready to keep the government propped up. With the nuclear program, you know, this strike might actually accelerate the program. The lesson that Iran and other countries might draw from this is, if you want to protect yourself from attack by the United States, you better have a nuclear weapon. The countries that haven't had nuclear weapons have been attacked by the United States: Libya, Iraq, Venezuela for that matter, and now Iran. Those with nuclear weapons, North Korea, China, have not been attacked. So although the attacks will set back the program, you may be building up a demand that Iran get a nuclear bomb as soon as possible. And since there is still a quite large supply of 60% enriched uranium in the country and functioning centrifuges, Iran might be racing to enrich that uranium to bomb grade, which they could do in a matter of weeks. We just don't know.
Well, that was my question to you, is if with that uranium and the functioning centrifuge, what happens to that now? And as you're saying, you don't know, but it does exist there.
Yes, it does. And so it's possible. And this was the fear after the June strikes. Remember when the president said he had obliterated the program? Many of us and experts on CNN as well reported, well, no, you really haven't. You've set it back. You've heard it. But internal intelligence assessments by the Trump administration itself showed that they still had a capability. And in fact, one of the justifications for going to war is that Iran hadn't given up the desire to enrich uranium. So we don't know what's happened to that material. We don't know how many centrifuges are there, but it doesn't take a big facility to do this. With the amount of enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium, and they have, is about 600 pounds worth of that uranium, 420 kilograms of that uranium. That's enough material for 10 nuclear devices, and it would only take a few hundred centrifuges. They have thousands of centrifuges originally. We don't know where the centrifuges are. We don't know where the enriched uranium is. Still a risk, still a danger.
All right. So certainly more to come. Joe, thank you so much for your analysis there. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Israeli sources confirming to CNN Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead. One source saying Israel obtained photographic evidence showing the supreme leader's dead body. Take a look at the scene over Tel Aviv just a few moments ago. You will hear